8 of them were wounded. Rebel troops, however, took control of the main government television channel after a brief firefight, knocking a Marcos news conference off the air. And more troops, including pilots, are defecting to the rebel commanders at Camp Crame, a few miles from the palace. Corazon Aquino remains out of sight, but rebel forces say they will inaugurate her as the new president in a few hours, whatever Marcos does. President Reagan today repeatedly called for a peaceful transition of power, and White House sources say Marcos has been told directly by the U.S. ambassador that President Reagan wants him to resign. Tonight, President Reagan has sent Special Ambassador Philip Habib back to the Philippines. No one is quite sure what this new day will bring. But as NBC's Jim Bitterman reports from Manila tonight, this was a frenzied day in the Philippines capital. Jim?
Tom, it's now early morning in the Philippines after what was not an altogether peaceful night. And the situation here remains tense.
It has been 24 hours of high emotion, high drama, and high confusion. It began as opposition forces took over the official government television station and rocketed loyalist helicopters still on the tarmac at a military airbase. And it included a remarkable broadcast as the beleaguered president of the Philippines appeared on a private television channel to demonstrate, by introducing deputy mayors and members of parliament at his side, that he still has some friends left.
Hasten to add that this is becoming quite boring, this litany of lies that they are spreading throughout the airwaves.
Soldier by soldier, little by little, the president's authority eroded away. It was dangerous not to know which soldiers supported which side. Usually a red, white, and blue ribbon meant a Marcos man, and a hastily pinned patch, someone who'd joined the rebellion. Usually, but not always, because loyalties were not always sure. Consider Major Eduardo Martinez and his men. Marcos generals dispatched the major to take the television station back from opposition hands. They tried by force, but soon found themselves surrounded by thousands of opponents. Then priests walked up and started hugging Major Martinez's men. He could get no clear orders or reinforcements coming from his base. Some of his men started having serious and quiet conversations with opposition priests. And Major Martinez decided the smartest thing would be to withdraw back to his base. Reportedly, the airport came under control of opposition figures, as did state-run Philippine Airlines. For some, it was too much. A Marcos loyalist in the budget office was supervising the removal of his pictures and files from inside the palace enclave. It was not something he was proud of. Marcos tried to order a nighttime curfew, but by the tens of thousands, people surrounded the government installations and offices they now control. The top rebel general made an inspection tour and said the opposition was ready for anything.
On our side, on our side.
All wait now for the events of the next few hours here, when President Ferdinand Marcos and opposition leader Corazon Aquino will each participate in ceremonies proclaiming each the true president of the nation. Tom?
Thanks, Jim. The next several hours could be crucial in this extraordinary fluid situation. President Marcos says that he will go ahead with his inauguration, and supporters of Mrs. Aquino say they'll inaugurate her. In the middle of it all is the former defense minister, Juan Ponce Enrile, leader of the rebel forces. Tonight, I talked to him about what Marcos might do now.
Well, any man in his position, if he has lost all his good cards and he has no more aces to drop on the table, I guess would realize that the game is up. And unless he becomes unreasonable, well, that would be a different story. But I would like to believe he will come to grips with the reality facing him.
And what about your own position in all of this, sir? Are you prepared to support now Corazon Aquino as the new president of the Philippines?
We are committed to support Mrs. Aquino and her running mate, Mr. Laurel. We have no other choice since we are already outside of the government of Mr. Marcos, so we have to ally ourselves with the government of Mrs. Aquino.
I'll be back with more on the Philippines, including the White House role, and more news in a moment.
Good pupil, and I think that I know how to play his game.
Philippine diplomats at consulates in the United States and some embassies overseas have gone over and away from Marcos. One consulate is in San Francisco, where anti-Marcos demonstrators marched today demanding that the United States not consider giving asylum to Marcos. Police say that last night some 20 protesters broke down the consulate door and smashed Marcos portraits. They left peacefully. I'll be back in a moment with developments in Washington about the crisis in the Philippines.
Impact on the flow of events in the Philippines is the fact that the Reagan administration has, in effect, called on Marcos to step down. Here from Washington is Sheila Kest.
President Reagan himself said nothing publicly about President Marcos and left it to his spokesman to make the official U.S. statement that it's time for a new government in the Philippines.
Attempts to prolong the life of the present regime by violence are futile. A solution to this crisis can only be achieved through a peaceful transition to a new government.
Speaks all but invited Marcos to seek asylum in the U.S.
President Reagan is certainly, as I say, values him as a friend and longtime ally, and would certainly do anything possible to help him achieve a peaceful resolution of the situation.
Secretary of State Schultz and Presidential Envoy Philip Habib went to Capitol Hill to brief congressional leaders. Habib reportedly told the group that Marcos had been negotiating his departure from power with Habib and Aquino supporters before the rebel soldiers broke with him. The Aquino forces promised no reprisals if Marcos stepped down. And Habib said Marcos does not want sanctuary in the U.S. He wants to stay in the Philippines.
He is not a man who travels very much, and he's probably not all that anxious to leave the Philippines. The realities are such that he's probably going to have to.
Step down, Marcos! Anti-Marcos sentiment in parts of the U.S. ran ahead of Mr. Reagan's latest statement. Aquino supporters demonstrating across from the White House said the president had not gone far enough.
We are expecting and hoping that you can really do much more.
In San Francisco, protesters smashed a picture of President Marcos against the consulate. In Chicago, the Philippine Consul General and 15 out of 19 other consulate employees turned against Marcos.
We hope and pray that Mr. Marcos will realize that stepping down now is the only prudent course to follow.
And U.S. officials say protests in the Philippines do not seem to endanger the 190,000 Americans there. The Subic Bay Naval Base and Clark Airfield are said not to be on any particular alert, although the carrier Enterprise was told to stay close to the Philippines instead of a planned voyage to Singapore. The U.S. has been escalating its official rhetoric to build pressure on Marcos to leave. Tonight, President Reagan is sending his envoy, Philip Habib, back to the Philippines for intensified discussions looking toward a post-Marcos government. Sheila Kast, ABC News, the White House.
In a matter of just a few more hours, two people, Ferdinand Marcos and Corazon Aquino, will have been sworn in separate ceremonies as president of the Philippines. Marcos trying to stem the tide of defections, Aquino trying to turn it into an irresistible flood. Peter?
In a moment, the Communist Party Congress in the Soviet Union.
All of this, if necessary, to get Marcos out of the Philippines, or if the situation turns bad, to try to evacuate Americans. But as we say, everything depends on Marcos. And at this point, he isn't budging.
Thanks very much. Chris Wallace at the White House tonight. And as you know, there have been particularly loud calls in the U.S. Congress lately for Marcos to resign. Among the most outspoken critics of the president is Representative Stephen Solars of New York. He's chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Asia. And yet, Congressman, you are saying that asylum in this country would be a good idea for President Marcos. Is there a danger that we could undo some of the goodwill we seem to be accumulating there now if we took him in?
I don't think so, Tom. I think Cory Aquino would be the first to ask us to do that, because if that's the price we have to pay in order to avoid massive bloodshed and maybe even civil war in the Philippines, from which only the communists would benefit, I think it's a price worth paying. But I also think that President Reagan must let Mr. Marcos know that unless he's prepared to relinquish power now, thereby avoiding the violence which would otherwise ensue, that invitation won't be open much longer.
All right, looking down the road, Cory Aquino goes into power in the Philippines. The communist insurgency continues, maybe even widens. The United States get actively involved militarily?
I think it would be a serious mistake for the United States to send American combat forces to the Philippines, but I do believe we have an enormous stake in the survival and success of democracy in that country, and therefore Once Mrs. Aquino takes power, as I am sure she will, we ought to offer to be helpful in any way we can in the effort to consolidate the new democratic government in the Philippines and to provide the resources which will be necessary in order to enable Mrs. Aquino to cope with the challenges that confront her country.
Congressman, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Tom.
This rebellion by Filipinos is not confined to the Philippines, by the way. There are diplomatic defections tonight from the Marcos rule at Philippine embassies or consulates in this country, in Great Britain, France, Belgium, West Germany, the Netherlands, and even in the Soviet Union. The governments of Spain and Australia openly called for a Marcos resignation, and Great Britain implied the same thing.
Fair. Before the post-election crisis here comes to an end.
Now, for an up-to-the-minute report on the situation in Manila, we have on the line Alan Berlow, a correspondent for National Public Radio. Alan Berlow, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Has the situation, it's now morning, Tuesday morning in Manila, has the situation changed significantly overnight?
No, there's really been very little change. It was quiet here during the night. As your correspondent mentioned, the curfew was not adhered to any great extent, but the military situation has not changed. Camp Crame remains in the hand of the rebels.
Does that mean that the rebellion has not grown, that there have not been significant new defections from Marcos?
No, in fact, the defections continue. General Ramos was on the now rebel-controlled television network just a short while ago announcing new defections. There have been quite a few in the past day, including this according to Ramos. Of course, I don't have any way of verifying this. The entire Philippine command at Clark Air Base, which is the large U.S. air facility here. Other defections include one of the Marine assault commanders at Camp Aguinaldo. That's the group that was supposed to come into Camp Crame and get rid of Enrile and Ramos. They've never done that, apparently, because there are these enormous divisions among the Marines there over whether to follow orders or not.
Apparently on Mindanao, there's something of a standoff. We hear the wires report between pro-Marco and pro-rebel forces. Do you know about that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Yes, that's far away, isn't it? What is the expectation now from just the feeling there? I'm sure nobody knows for sure. We just heard Marco say in the latest of his television broadcasts, we will stay here, we will fight to the last drop of blood. Is the feeling in Manila now that he's held out this long that he is going to fight it out?
Well, I would never underestimate Mr. Marcos's intransigence. I think the problem is if you consider the fact that for nearly 24 hours now, the government communications network has been in the hands of the opposition. If Marcos can't control even a television station, it seems unlikely that he's going to be able to command a military. He's ostensibly in charge of a 200,000-man armed force, but he has not been able to initiate any sort of action in response to these defections, in response to the control of Camp Crame. General Ver indicated he wanted the crowds outside Camp Crame dispersed. Not even that has been done. So I think what you're seeing is a continuing steady deterioration of Marcos's command of the military, and it's supported in large measure, which General Ramos has acknowledged as well as Mrs. Aquino, by this enormous civilian support.
Mm-hmm. Are there actually going to be, within the next few hours, 2 rival inauguration ceremonies?
The Aquino inauguration is scheduled to take place in about 45 minutes. The expectation on Marcos is that it will happen, but that it will be a private ceremony. There's also a lot of speculation that he's already been inaugurated, but I suspect the press is not going to be invited to that.
And what form is the ceremony with Mrs. Aquino going to take?
Well, it's a public ceremony. I don't know the details of it.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, Alan sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that there's a Supreme Court justice who I understand is going to be officiating.
I see. Well, Alan Berlow, thank you very much for updating us from Manila. Thank you.
We go next to a representative of Corazon Aquino. He is Ding Tangjuatco, an opposition party member of the Philippine National Assembly, who came to the United States last night to speak to Philippine Americans and others about the situation in the Philippines. Is it your expectation that Mrs. Aquino will declare herself the duly elected president of the Philippines in about an hour or so?
First of all, let me clarify the misconception about my having come here. I left the Philippines Saturday afternoon before any of these things happened. My original purpose in coming here was to help coordinate the various opposition groups in documenting the massive fraud and violence that characterized and distorted the results of our elections. However, while we were on the plane on the way to the United States, things unfolded in the Philippines, and until we can get back, which we would like to do as soon as possible, we decided to help in the effort with a new thrust.
I see. Well, I understand. Thank you for that clarification. Now, you've been on the phone today, I understand, to the Philippines, correct?
That's right. In spite of the congestion in the lines, I have managed to get through every once in a while.
Okay. Now, my question, does Corazon Aquino consider herself, or going to consider herself shortly, the president of the Philippines?
Only because the great majority of the people have manifested their support for her, not only during the election, but even after it.
All right, after she is sworn in, then what happens? What is she going to do to take power?
Well, currently there is a confrontational situation.
Sure.
The things are moving in the right direction. The erosion of the props that Marcos has been relying upon has been accelerated. The proclamation, or rather the inauguration of Cory Aquino will formalize the confrontational situation and could even accelerate more the erosion of the Marcos props and the eventual dismantling of his dictatorship.
What do you expect him to do? Do you expect him to fight to the death, or do you expect him to leave?
In spite of the brave words, which I would consider as a camouflage to hide the real situation that he feels, I believe that a person with some sense will go by logic, realize that everything else would be futile, and finally give up. However, I would like to stress that it is entirely possible that an unreasonable man who has lost his reason will no longer act according to logic. There is the danger.
Does the fact that he has, up till now at least, not ordered his troops, the troops that are loyal to him, to fire against civilians and others, is that a sign of reason or unreason?
That is one good indication that the reason still prevails. However, the latest statement asking civilians who are still loyal to him to bring his arms, or to bring arms and help defend him, is a contraindication, and could result in or could open the doors to the bloodbath that we are very apprehensive about.
I realize you are a partisan in this, being a supporter of Mrs. Aquino, but can you give us any kind of estimate as to how much support she has versus what Marcos has within the Army?
The reports that I've got and the data that have been, the little data that were made available to me through the phone would lead me to believe that more than 50% of the military, both personnel and even hardware, are now supporting Cory Aquino.
Do you think, if it comes down to it, that other less than 50% will take arms and fire against the other soldiers, the rebels?
The margin is too little to be a disincentive for one side. Besides, there is always the danger that one overestimates his strength. These are the danger points that I can see. A little miscalculation, and we can have a very messy thing going on.
And do you think that is likely at this point, sir?
There is always, there is really that danger that someone will miscalculate and misstep. What I'm hoping for is that the process is accelerated more so that the margin between, so that the margin that I referred to will be substantial enough so that there will be no mistaking.
I understand. Thank you. Robin?
There have been two centers in this crisis, Manila and the White House, which has been issuing increasingly strong statements throughout the weekend. This morning, spokesman Larry Speaks answered reporters' questions after issuing the strongest statement yet, one that, in effect, called for Marcos to step down.
A solution to this crisis can only be achieved through a peaceful transition to a new government.
Does that mean step down?
Well, you would have to draw your own conclusions from that, but a peaceful transition to a new government is very plain. We have transmitted this information to President Marcos. We certainly recognize him as an old friend and a longtime ally of the United States, and our judgment is that a peaceful transition is the only solution to this crisis.
Larry? Does the President wish that Cory Aquino assume the title of President, and is the White House given any thought to if there's a legal mechanism to do that? Can she simply be declared the victor in the election, or do you need some other transition?
A transition government would be something that the Filipino people would have to make that decision on. The future of the Philippine government is in the hands of the Filipino people. It has to be something that is supported by the majority of the Philippines, by the body politic of the Philippines, and to tell them otherwise would not be something the United States would want to do. It has to enjoy popular support.
Larry, what is the military situation?
Larry, could you say if the United States has offered Marcos safe haven at one of the military bases in the Philippines or asylum in the United States?
There has been no request for asylum and no offer of asylum, nor no offer of any safe haven on military bases in the Philippines. But as I say, let me underscore again that we have expressed our willingness to be of assistance to an old friend and ally should he make a decision in any fashion. So, and the reports of a plane designated or standing by, certainly we have adequate capacity at Clark Air Force Base, but there has been no such statement made to President Marcos.
To elaborate on these maneuvers between Washington and Manila, we turn to the ranks of American diplomacy and to the Congress. With us in New York is William Sullivan, a veteran diplomat with years of service in Asia. He was the American ambassador to the Philippines from 1973 to 77. He's now president of the American Assembly, a public policy organization affiliated with Columbia University. Joining us in Washington is Congressman Jim Leach, Republican from Iowa. Congressman Leach is the ranking Republican on the House Asian and Pacific Affairs Subcommittee. Congressman, are you satisfied with the way the administration's moved on this in the last few days?
Well, I think the administration has been very impressive. They've had a good grasp of what's happening. They've been moving to shift their support away from a government from which they've been very close for a number of years, and I think they've recognized the inevitable.
Yes. How do you feel about the way they've been handling it?
Viewed from the outside and from what I can see, it's been quite professional. I would agree with the congressman.
What can the administration do if Marcos decides to fight it out?
If Marcos decides to fight it out, there's not much we can do in the immediate circumstances because I'm afraid it would be a very, very bloody bath. I was struck by the language that the spokesman used when he said that further resistance is futile. I would assume that represents an assessment by our embassy, by our military, and by others, that the preponderance of military force, if not now, at least in the long run, would go with General Ramos, and that Marcos would not have the forces to be effective militarily in pursuing those people and demolishing them.
Do you read it that way, Congressman Leach? Have you had any briefings or anything to suggest that that is the U.S. assessment?
I think the U.S. assessment is that the government in power can no longer govern, and that no one knows for sure what forces will line up against each other. The government in power certainly has the capacity to start a civil war, but I don't think it has the capacity to lead the country. Therefore, we're simply suggesting that for the sake of everybody in the Philippines, that President Marcos should decently step aside.
Now, supposing, as we've just heard our Philippine colleagues suggest, that the other side of the corollary of that is that the man may be irrational or may just decide to go down to the last drop of blood, has the White House now, has the administration used all its leverage? Is there anything else it can do?
Well, it's been impressive that the president has personally been involved. He sent first his close friend, Senator Laxalt, to precipitate the election last fall, and then now Ambassador Habib to assess the situation. There isn't a lot more the government can do at this point in time. But I would only stress we've got a situation where President Marcos has a choice. Sometimes only victors receive great historical accolades, but there are times in history where the person that steps aside, the vanquished, can be even more respected than the victor. And I think Marcos is confronted with one of those dilemmas. If, for the sake of the Philippine people, he steps aside, he'll get a very great place in history. I'm sure that's what our government is telling him. If, on the other hand, he precipitates a civil war, we've got chaos, and it will come right down on the responsibility of Ferdinand Marcos.
Has the U.S. shot all the arrows in its quiver now? I mean, they've progressed from the president's neutrality on the result of the election through a whole series of stronger statements up to the one we just heard this morning. Is there anything else the U.S. can do?
Well, one thing that the United States could obviously do, but I'm not sure that it would have an immediate effect in the military confrontation. If there are two governments proclaimed within the next few hours, the United States could, of course, under the doctrine of recognition, shift recognition to Mrs. Aquino.
Would you recommend that?
Well, the doctrine of recognition is very deeply embedded in international law and in our own practice, and it usually is not gauged from moralistic considerations, but from considerations of effective control of territory and population. And if it were the assessment of the United States government that Mr. Marcos no longer controlled effectively the territory or the population of the Philippines, then there could be a logical reason for such a shift, but that would be a very dramatic gesture.
Would you recommend that that be the next step if the appeal today produced no result, Congressman, that the U.S. actually recognize the new provisional government?
You bet. I think it's the only thing the United States can realistically do under the circumstances. To simply stay neutral, I think puts the United States in a real moral bind. Certainly, it's easy to suggest President Marcos doesn't have the capacity to govern. It's maybe a little greater leap to suggest that Mrs. Aquino does at this very moment in time. But unless we recognize her chances of achieving that legitimacy, I think will be smaller, and therefore I think we're obligated to do it.
Suppose the worst scenario happened and the president just didn't budge, Marcos, and decided to stay and fight and had enough forces at his disposal for whatever historic loyalty reasons to make it a credible fight. Should the U.S. consider using its own forces in the Philippines to try and get in between the two and whatever
the United
that's
States
called?
doesn't have that kind of forces in the Philippines to begin with. Secondly, there's a second step in between. And I saw this in Iran during a similar phase of the revolution. Young soldiers called upon to shoot their brothers and sisters, and in this instance, their parish priests and the nuns and school teachers very often throw their weapons down. So Mr. Marcos, I think, would be most imprudent even to give that command, and it would certainly suggest that he had lost rationality.
Mm-hmm. Would you suggest any role for whatever U.S. forces are available out there, Congressman, to try and prevent a cataclysm or a bloodbath, if that's what Marcos seemed bent on?
Well, I think what we're seeing in the Philippines is a situation where the U.S. should restrain from introducing our own forces. The most remarkable aspect that has to be considered somewhat surprising by any standard is the courage of the Philippine people to actually sit down before tanks to unite on very short notice. You know, on 2-3 hours notice, 500,000 people appeared to protect those that are the so-called rebel forces. I think it simply underscores that we have no place to involve ourselves. The Filipinos are going to solve this themselves, and they're going to solve it in a remarkable, courageous fashion.
You suggested in a hearing last week that a plane be provided for Marcos as it was for Duvalier. Do you also take that to mean that he should be given asylum in this country and be permitted to live a dignified life for the rest of his days?
I think the next 24 hours will determine whether that should occur. Under the circumstances that he peacefully sets aside, he should be offered a decent, respected asylum in the United States. If, on the other hand, he unleashes forces of death and destruction, I think we'll have to reconsider that option.
How do you feel about asylum?
I would thoroughly agree with the congressman. I also think there's another factor that Mr. Marcos may, at the end of this line, become so embittered that he doesn't want to go to the United States. Now, I'm not quite sure where else he could go, but that might be his reaction to the events of the last 48 hours.
Well, Mr. Ambassador and Congressman, thank you. We'll come back. Jim?
Two more opinions now on this specific issue of the United States intervention in the affairs of the Philippines. Charles Krauthammer is a senior editor of New Republic magazine and a columnist for the Washington Post. Anthony Lewis is a columnist for the New York Times. He is with us from the studios of public station WGBH in Boston. Tony Lewis, the Philippines is a sovereign nation. What right does the United States have to do anything in the Philippines?
Very good question, Jim. Watching these things and feeling one's moral order engaged in this really, as Congressman Leach said, wonderful event, also brings a certain caution about the responsibility we take on. The answer is that it was unavoidable. We have a long historic relationship with the Philippines. The people look to us. We're closer to that situation than to virtually any other in the world. There was no choice, and we did it right with some stumbles like President Reagan's neutrality statement, but on the whole, we've done what we had to do.
You agree, Charles?
Absolutely. I think there are places in the world where the United States has historical and other obligations to the people to try to ensure the triumph of democracy, which is essentially what I think is happening in the Philippines. I just wish that, that critics of American policy would look at other situations in the world where that is also happening and where we have a chance to help Democrats and where there's a lot of opposition to that.
But what do you say to critics who say, wait a minute, is there that much difference than what we've done in the Philippines, even right as of tonight, than what the Soviets did at the beginning of the situation in Afghanistan? Now, not when they invaded, but the earlier step when they changed, when they engineered a change of heads of government.
There's a simple difference. The Soviets were acting on behalf of autocratic puppets. We're acting on behalf of Democrats.
You agree with that, Tony Lewis?
I agree with it, but I don't think life is quite that simple. For example, I know Mr. Krauthammer, I don't mean to pick a fight because we're in agreement on this issue, but he wants us to go into Angola, a country with which we have no such historic relationship and in which there isn't an obvious democratic alternative or any of the factors that make the Philippines a logical, a rational place for intervention. I think we have to be very careful not to extend our power and especially not to get militarily involved. What's so impressive about the Philippine example is that we are doing it with our moral and political influence and not getting into a military quagmire.
Is it a moral issue, Charles Krauthammer? Do you agree with Tony?
It's partially a moral issue. Of course, in all of these situations, it's also a strategic issue. I would point out to Mr. Lewis that Nicaragua has a historic relationship with the United States stretching back a long way, almost as long way as the Philippines. There are in Nicaragua many Democrats, Arturo Cruz is no less a Democrat than Cory Aquino, who are asking for American help. And there are a lot of Americans, including, I regret to say, Mr. Lewis, who oppose American help to the only means by which a man like Cruz is going to be assisted, which is helping the armed resistance in Nicaragua.
Tony Lewis?
Well, it is just a little different to send weapons and I think essentially to commit our own forces, to commit ourselves to a path that leads to United States forces going there. That's very different from political support and encouragement of the Democrats. We have a long history in Nicaragua, but to put it mildly, it's an unhappy history. We installed the dictatorial family of Somoza that pillaged that country for 30 years and bred terrible feelings against the United States throughout the region. I hardly think that's a happy history that we want to continue.
Charles Krauthammer, what about, I've also heard in the last 24 hours, last 48 hours, people saying if we'd only done something like this in Iran, if we'd only done something like this here, we'd only done something like this there, then we could have controlled events in the past better, just like we're doing now. Do you see parallels in the past where we should have done what we're doing now?
Absolutely, but there are two questions. It's a question of timing. It has to be done at a time when the existing regime is in a position to transfer power to Democrats, as is now happening in the Philippines. In Iran, unfortunately, there was not some third force, Democrats who wanted to bring a modicum of Western-style democracy to that country. The crowds in the streets were not shouting the name of Bakhtiar, if you remember, who ended up as the Kerensky of Iran.
Well, you really pulled a name out of the hat there.
Well,
of old history.
But they are shouting the name of Cory Aquino in the streets, and that's a critical difference. If there is a third force, if there are Democrats who ask for American help, we ought to give it.
Yeah, Tony?
Well, I just want to say I completely agree with that, and I think it's a very important consideration to remember. You have to rely, we do anyway, we're a democratic country. Unlike the Soviet Union, we have to rely on the existence of a public opinion, a democratic opinion in any country where we're concerned.
But you're not concerned at all, either one of you, when a spokesman for the president, as Larry Speaks did, suggested on television that the president of another country step aside and...
I'm not concerned. I'm encouraged. I think it is the role of a superpower to exert its strength, to use its influence in positions where it can affect change towards a democracy. I think it ought to be done both in autocracies that are pro-Western and in places like Nicaragua and Angola, which are pro-Soviet and which are at least autocracies, if not totalitarian states.
Jim, if I may say so, I'm encouraged. I was very encouraged by those words, but I think we also have to be concerned about the future, and not just to be sort of easy and wonderful democracy, because, you know, there are a lot of very serious problems in the Philippines. It's still a feudal society with terrible economic problems and seething public discontent. And if Mrs. Aquino and her people do become the legitimate governors of that society, we will be regarded as their guarantors, as the people who helped to put them in, and we will be looked to solve these very, very profound problems, and they're not going to be easy. So, yes, we should be happy, but we shouldn't be blithe about it at all.
How do both of you feel, each of you feel, about recognizing the provisional government under Mrs. Aquino once it's declared? Charles?
I think at this point, it's really a perfunctory step. The president, in essence, this morning, withdrew his recognition of the Marcos regime by urging him to step down and leave the country. I think he ought to now do the logical thing, which is to recognize the democratically elected opposition and to make it plain that in theory as well as in practice, our support is with her.
Tony Lewis?
Yes, I agree, but I think it may have more than perfunctory effects. Because if we didn't do it, if you think about the alternative, if we failed to follow through by recognizing her as the legitimate ruler, I think it would undercut her very badly.
All right. Thank you. Robin?
Back to you, Mr. Tanwatko. Is the United States creating a big store of problems for itself by lining up with the Democratic opposition when the Philippines still faces the problems that Tony Lewis mentioned?
I don't think so. Definitely there are certain structures or institutions in the Philippines which have to be revised or even eliminated.
You agree it's still a feudal society?
In certain areas, the feudalism is rather pronounced, and I concede that is a problem. In other words, all those structures which allow the poor to become poorer and the rich to become richer should be revised or eliminated. However, what I wish to stress is that without a credible government, without a government with the ability to govern, then solutions to these structural problems cannot even be discussed, even on an academic basis. We must solve these problems on a step-by-step basis, and we feel, and the people agree, that we must have a credible government where people can repose their confidence, and that government is no other than a government chosen by them.
Let me ask Ambassador Sullivan his view on this. If Mrs. Aquino becomes the president, the United States recognizes Mrs. Aquino and becomes, in effect, her guarantor, as Tony Lewis just said, and the pace of reform is very slow, and the frustration of the people, where there is enormous poverty and one sort of thing, that rises up, is the United States not going to find itself in an, if not equally, very difficult situation?
Well, let me make 2
For
points.
instance, it is the communists who charge largely that Philippines is still a feudal society and that her program doesn't offer any relief from that any more than Marcos's did.
I think we shouldn't exaggerate the United States' role in this. This is essentially a Filipino action. And what has been impressive about it is that the Philippine people have been the ones that have achieved the results that we see about to transpire. The United States is at the margins at best in all this, and therefore I do not believe we should centralize this and assume that we are the guarantor. We are taking a role toward the edge of things. Let me make one other point, if I may, because what we may be facing in this whole question of recognition and this whole question of the 2 inaugurations tomorrow will be an assertion by Mr. Marcos that his represents the constitutional framework. I think most American people don't know that the Philippine Constitution was suspended in 1972. And that what Mr. Marcos now refers to as a constitutional system is a patchwork of decrees and of referenda and of other actions. And I doubt that anybody on the Supreme Court can tell you what the Constitution is, because the Constitution is what Mr. Marcos happens to say it is on any one day. So this is not a question of our moving into a system where there's a legalism that has to be involved. It's really quite narrow as far as we are concerned, and the actions we would be taking. The major actions are being taken by Filipinos.
I'd like to ask you each just go around quickly, if we have time for the end. Congressman Leach, do you think with this action in the Philippines, having listened to Mr. Krauthammer and Mr. Lewis, that this country has crossed a divide, crossed a kind of spiritual river in foreign policy?
Well, this isn't...
I mean, with reference back, we didn't do it in time in Iran, and now the U.S. appears to have done it perhaps in time in the Philippines. What do you think?
Well, it's not totally unprecedented, but it is very impressive. But the events have been brought to us, not vice versa. You know, people have talked for a long time in arms control or in China policy. Only Nixon could go to China, only Reagan can do arms control. Maybe it's better to have a conservative pull the rug from another conservative. But the fact of the matter is, for whatever reasons, at this particular time, the last 24, 48 hours, decision-making in the capital of Washington has been very impressive. The Reagan administration has moved to do the right thing at the right time. It is somewhat novel, but it should be respected.
Tony Lewis, do you see, is this a crossing of a divide in the conduct of U.S. foreign policy?
I agree with Congressman Leach that it's important to have a conservative president do what's been done. I think it is, in a sense, a crossing of a divide, because I feel in me, and I think in others, a response, a feeling that we're on the right side, we're on the Democratic side, and it feels good. And I think when there is a voice in a country, and when we can identify that voice, as we couldn't, as Mr. Krauthammer rightly said, they weren't shouting Bakhtiar on the streets of Tehran. But when we can identify it, for us to be on the right side is a good thing, and is new, is crossing a divide.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Krauthammer?
Yes, I believe it's important that the United States is willing to act in the name of democracy, even if it means undermining the existing and legitimate government. And I would add that at this point in history, only a Leach and an Anthony Lewis can support Arturo Cruz and others in Nicaragua.
Well, I have to thank you all, Mr. Krauthammer, Mr. Lewis, Congressman Leach, Mr. Tanwatko, and Ambassador Sullivan. Jim?
One final view of the Philippine situation before we leave it now is the view of editorial cartoonist Renan Lurie.
a Supreme Court justice as the true president of the country. It's already 11 o'clock Tuesday morning in Manila, and there have been reports of shooting near the presidential palace and a rebel-held TV station. The rebels, led by a former defense minister and a former deputy army chief, say they have the support of 85% of the country's armed forces. But Marcos is adamant that he's still in charge, and he intends to go ahead with his own inauguration in about an hour. It's been a day of rapid developments in the Philippines, with the future of the country hanging in the balance. Jean-Francois Lapine has been keeping track of it all.
It's becoming increasingly unclear who controls Manila. During the last 24 hours, the rebel forces bombed the military airport and fired at the presidential enclave, but troops loyal to Ferdinand Marcos were still holding the presidential palace. And President Marcos was seen on television arguing with his military advisor, General Ver, on how to handle the situation.
My order is to disperse the crowd without shooting them. No, hold on. You disperse the crowd without shooting them.
The rebel forces moved out of their camp to take other positions in the city. During more than 2 hours, both factions of the army fought for the control of the state-owned television station in Manila. There were a few casualties, the first few casualties since the military rebellion broke out. When the fighting started, Marcos's live news conference was cut off.
Any of the propaganda lies without...
Channel 4 is on the air again to serve the people.
Since then, the station has been operated by a group of priests, artists, and performers loyal to Corazon Aquino.
This is from Fred Tadjar of the University of the Philippines, making an appeal to his nephew, General Artemio Temi Tadjar of the Philippine Marines. Please join us now.
An attempt to retake the station was stopped when priests managed to convince pro-Marcos Marines to go back to their barracks. Nuns and priests play an important role in helping to keep the tension under control. When crowds threatened to break the defense lines of the presidential palace, the church once again managed to avoid a confrontation.
Everything is all right for us. Just be patient.
At the end of the afternoon, Marcos went on air again, but this time in a local private station to confirm he was still in command.
We will defend the Republic to the last breath of our life and to the last drop of blood.
The president immediately announced a curfew would be imposed, but crowds stayed out in the streets throughout the night once more to defy his orders.
I'm willing to die for Filipino democracy.
Jean-Francois Lapine, CBC News, Manila.
The opponents of Marcos got a big, perhaps even crucial boost from the United States today. Ronald Reagan finally said it was time for Marcos to go. Joe Schlesinger reports.
After weeks of distancing itself from Ferdinand Marcos, but stopping just short of calling on him to quit, the White House today pulled the plug on an old Reagan friend and ally.
Attempts to prolong the life of the present regime by violence are futile. A solution to this crisis can only be achieved through a peaceful transition to a new government.
At the same time, the White House hinted that the United States would be willing to give Marcos asylum.
There has been no request for asylum and no offer of asylum, but as I say, let me underscore again that we have expressed our willingness to be of assistance to an old friend and ally should he make a decision in any fashion.
Demonstrators in front of the White House demanded that Marcos be refused entry to the United States. But most of those demonstrators, both here and at the Philippine consulate in San Francisco, were bitter exiles from the Philippines. American politicians were more inclined to allow Marcos and his family to come here, but that welcome was conditional.
I think there's a general feeling that if Mr. Marcos were to leave with a great deal of bloodshed, that he's not going to be welcome in the United States under any circumstances.
So the pressure is on. The message to Marcos is do it now and live peacefully, if not necessarily happily, in the United States forever after, or leave it too late and become a baby Doc Duvalier of Haiti with nowhere much to go, or another Shah of Iran hounded into an early grave. Whatever happens in the Philippines now, Ferdinand Marcos
has been scratched from the list of American allies. Joe Schlesinger, CBC News, Washington.
To reinforce the American point of view, Reagan has sent his special representative, Philip Habib, back to the Philippines tonight. It's assumed he's carrying a strong message for Marcos. A spokesman for the Philippine Foreign Ministry says the country's diplomats are now supporting Aquino. They've been abandoning Marcos in countries around the world all day, and that includes several diplomats posted to Canada. Terry Molesky reports.
The diplomatic rebellion spread to Toronto this afternoon, where the Philippines consul, Oscar Carino, decided it was time to break with the Marcos regime.
In appealing to President Marcos to effect a peaceful transition and turnover of political power to a legitimate government.
Elsewhere, though, Filipino diplomats would not go that far.
I do not take sides. I do not engage in partisan politics.
In Vancouver, the Consul General stayed neutral, even as Aquino supporters threatened to take over the consulate.
There's a possibility that a group of the Filipino community may come in and physically take over the Consul General.
At the Philippines Embassy in Ottawa today, the staff filed formal resignations. They did not intend that as a break with Marcos, but in effect, they recognize that soon they may have to take down the Marcos pictures and take orders from a new boss. And in the Commons, Joe Clark agreed the old boss has to go.
Let me take this opportunity to call upon President Marcos to recognize the obvious reality that the interests of the Filipino people are best served by the establishment of a new government having the confidence of the Filipino people.
Having said that, though, Clark refused to recognize Corazon Aquino as president. Clark said that what he called some other constellation of forces might emerge as the government, and he said it was not for Canadians to decide. Liberal leader John Turner wanted him to go further than that, but Clark is obviously worried that he could get trapped into recognizing Aquino as president when the military might take over instead. Terry Molesky, CBC News, Ottawa.
There'll be of a provisional government in the Philippines. She took the oath just minutes ago. In the meantime, it's pandemonium in the streets of Manila right now, where it's just after 11 o'clock in the morning. We have an update on the situation from Brian Barron.
The crisis here moved into a new deadly phase today, with rebel troops attacking the government broadcasting center. An unknown number of soldiers loyal to Mr. Marcos held them off for an hour. TV workers and civilians scurried for cover as the bullets flew. The rebels were under the command of an army colonel who declared his allegiance to Mrs. Aquino. At least one civilian and a soldier were wounded, the first known casualties since the army split at the weekend, and several government troops were taken prisoner. The victorious rebels burned papers taken from the television center, which has been the propaganda outlet of the Marcos family. While that battle was raging, the president and his entourage were actually appearing live from the palace on the same television channel, a move designed to counter rumors that fled to an American base in the Pacific. There was an astonishing moment of tension between the president and his closest ally, the armed forces chief.
There are many civilians near our troops, and we cannot keep on withdrawing. They asked us to withdraw yesterday. When I talked to Mr. Enrile, he said, you talk to you, we withdraw. My order is to disperse the crowd. All the time, Mr. President. Without shooting them. No, hold on. You disperse the crowd without shooting them. We'll investigate.
Minutes later, the television station was captured by the rebels, and Mr. Marcos in the palace was silenced.
These propaganda lies, without...
After the breakdown, the president's enemies came on the air.
Channel 4 is on the air again to serve the people.
There were several instances of government troops surrendering or defecting with grace, but even now there are many soldiers uncommitted either way. This rebel helicopter crew loaded up their rocket pods. Then they attacked the government airbase in Manila, destroying at least one helicopter on the ground, leading to the cancellation of international airline flights.
We're not going to abandon the office of the presidency. We have no intention of going abroad. We have no intention of resigning. And we will defend the Republic to the last breath of our life.
This date, February 24th, should be remembered as the date, very important to the Philippines. It is the date that has ended the 20 years of Marcos' dictatorship.
The Negros Sugar Workers is the largest union in the Philippines. It is 80,000 strong and one of the poorest paid in the world.
Those military people could not do like that, a thing like that, without the backing of the people. The people have been so oppressed. People in the south has lost their lands. The workers have been so lowly paid because Marcos, catered to the needs of the multinationals. Even the wages of our workers is very, very low.
For Chernigan, his involvement with the union is life and death, and there has already been numerous killings in his organization in the fight for freedom.
The record of Marcos, human rights violations, is so escalated, so much, and it was because also of the Americans that Marcos became such a repressive dictator, that has really brought the downfall of the Filipinos, morally, economically, politically, everything,
Tonight's audience consisted of people, both Filipino and non, who came because they cannot ignore the injustices in a country more than 7,000 miles away.
It's deeply rooted in me, and actually when the martial law was declared, I was still there. I feel that there has to be a change.
We must not turn our back on it. I think it was Kennedy that said that revolts begin only in revolting conditions.
There are about 50,000 Filipinos that live here in Toronto, and Chernigan says he's amazed and grateful at the interest Canadians take in the situation in the Philippines. He, however, wants Canadians and the world to recognize that the basis of the problem...
And to help us understand all this, I'm joined in studio by David Werfel, a professor of political science at the University of Windsor. First, a conversation from earlier today with Juan Ponce Enrile, the former Minister of Defense in the Philippines and an architect of this rebellion. Mr. Enrile spoke to us by telephone from Manila, and I began by asking him if his forces would be strong enough to withstand an attack by Marcos's forces.
I don't think he has the capacity to attack us now. Our estimate is we have about 80% of the armed forces of the Philippines.
Why have you not attacked him then? Have the Americans told you to hold back?
No, we do not want to inflict violence on our former president. He has been a leader of our country for some time, and I think we have to be civil about it.
But surely at some point this deadlock must come to an end. Have you given him any kind of deadline?
Well, we anticipate that this will be settled in a political way. Maybe some common friends around the world would talk to him and indicate to him that the reality of the situation is that he has lost the support of the Filipino people.
You know President Marcos well, very well. Do you think that he will leave the Philippines, or do you think that he will die fighting in his palace?
Well, bravery is a relative term. I do not know about the threshold of his bravery, but I imagine that as a reasonable man, if he knows that his cards are up, I would say that he will probably realistic enough to say, well, time is up and I must go.
Mr. Enrile, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
David Werfel, you heard him. He said he wanted a reasonable transition with no bloodshed. Well, what are the chances of that?
I think that we would be very lucky indeed to see a transition without additional bloodshed. I think that Mr. Marcos, as he becomes more desperate, as he's cornered, will undoubtedly call upon some of his forces to fire. Hopefully not on this large gathering of civilians that are attempting to surround the Minister of Defense headquarters. But I think that in some sense I have a feel that we are in the calm before the storm, or at least not, if not a major storm, at least the last sputter of the Marcos dictatorship.
It's a difficult endgame for Marcos, isn't it? Because he must retain face by staying until the last possible minute, but does he have enough sense of the situation now to get out before he's trapped at that very last minute?
I think that is indeed the most important question, and I think that it will depend very much on the reactions of the moment, the way some of his own forces react, the way in which the key people on the other side, the way they act. I think it's very hard to tell. It could go either way. There could very well be a situation where he would recognize the need to get out and get on one of his airplanes that are sitting on the tarmac right now, or he could hang on so long that it became too late and some maverick group of angry soldiers would catch him and he would end up like Diem in South Vietnam.
In the end, would that be his decision to make? Or would someone like General Fabien Vert make the final decision about when it's time to take the act apart briefly?
No. Marcos has always been the brains of the outfit. Marcos does not act on Vert's instructions. It's quite the other way around.
All right. Professor Werfel, we'll talk later, of course, in the program. But first, let's take a look at the political circumstances, both in the Philippines and abroad, that led up to this drama unfolding in Manila. And let's review the events, particularly of the weekend. The Journal's Terence McKenna has prepared this report.
The dramatic weekend events began with the arrival in Manila of soldiers from regional military districts identified with the military reform movement. In a lightning maneuver, the defense headquarters were taken over, weapons were carried in, and the building was fortified. Inside, two men long identified as Marcos loyalists announced their resignations from the government and called on Marcos to step down. General Fidel Ramos, the West Point-educated former Deputy Chief of Staff, had long been a symbol of moral rectitude in an armed forces otherwise riddled with corruption.
The armed forces of the Philippines has ceased to be the real armed forces of the Philippines.
The story of Defense Minister Juan Enrile is different. Since his central role in the imposition of martial law in 1972, Enrile has been one of the loyal Marcos cronies. It is said he even enriched himself through his government service. Facing a purge this weekend, he threw in his lot with the military reformers and asked General Ramos to join him.
And we are not here to serve a man, but to serve a republic and a people.
Crowds of Aquino supporters surrounded the defense ministry, responding to a call from the Roman Catholic radio station, which announced the mutiny and encouraged the population to support the rebels. The crowds brought food and other supplies to the hastily assembled garrison. The crowds prevented Marcos from ordering an immediate counterattack. He could only go on television and appeal to the rebels to give up.
Stop this stupidity.
Marcos also produced officers from the palace guard who read confessions that they were part of an attempted coup d'etat and planned assassination attempt.
I am making a confession that I am a participant in a plot.
The rebels denied the Marcos allegations and said they supported a transition of power to Corazon Aquino, who spent most of the weekend in seclusion. On Sunday morning, Marcos ordered his tanks and artillery to surround the rebel headquarters, but they were stopped by unarmed crowds who stood in front of them. On American television, Marcos threatened to use force in spite of the crowds.
Some of this opposition and some of their own people are saying that the president is incapable of enforcing the law. They repeat that once more, and I'll stick the tanks and the artillery on them.
In the early hours of Monday morning, Marcos made good his threat. Filipino Marines started dispersing the crowd with tear gas and began an attack on the defense compound. But at daybreak, they suddenly withdrew. Helicopters arrived at the rebel headquarters as elements of the Air Force joined the mutiny. Through the weekend, the men at the White House were uncertain of what to say. They issued statements which seemed to support the rebels. Then yesterday, President Reagan called on Marcos to avoid bloodshed. Finally, only today, he called for a transition of power. The amazing thing about the Reagan administration's approach to the Philippines is how long it continued support for President Marcos after the writing was on the wall about the disintegration of his regime. Administration support continued long after even conservatives in the Congress were denouncing Marcos. President Reagan was apparently hesitating because of his belief that America should not abandon friends in their time of need, and because of his long personal friendship with Mr. Marcos. In his first year in office, Mr. Reagan dispatched George Bush to Manila in a show of support for Marcos.
We love your adherence to democratic principle and to the democratic processes.
At the time of the 1984 election debate, President Reagan was still suggesting that there was no alternative to supporting President Marcos.
I know there are things there in the Philippines that do not look good to us from the standpoint right now of democratic rights. But what is the alternative? It is a large communist movement to take over the Philippines.
Last fall, the administration received danger signals. The New York Times discovered that both the Pentagon and the Central Intelligence Agency had reported that Marcos was losing the battle against the communist insurgents. The report suggested that the communist New People's Army was growing at an alarming rate, the result of widespread anti-Marcos feelings in the country. The massive American military bases in the Philippines were now said to be vulnerable to attack by the insurgents. The failure of the counterinsurgency effort was blamed squarely on the widespread corruption in the Philippine military under the direction of General Fabian Ver, a cousin and close aide of President Marcos. Ver was still controlling the military, even though he was supposed to be suspended for possible complicity in the murder of Benigno Aquino. President Reagan was disturbed by the reports, and in October he sent a personal envoy to Manila to impress upon Marcos the need for reforms. The trip was supposed to be a secret.
Senator?
No comment. No, he's not going to be making any press statements, so there's no use in harassing him.
Did he like the...
Senator Paul Laxalt was given a rough reception, and Marcos sent him home without any firm pledges to change. In the wake of the Laxalt mission, President Marcos decided that in order to get the Americans off his back, he would call an election. Marcos then demonstrated his independence from the Americans by reappointing General Ver as defense chief only a few days after the election call.
You may resume your duties as chief of staff immediately.
It now appears that during the election itself, there was a major failure in American intelligence on the Philippines. In spite of the apparent massive surge of support for the Aquino campaign, American intelligence reported only 10 days before the vote that there was no way Aquino could win. The widespread election fraud and violence by the Marcos team and the Army was well documented on American television. Even the Republican election observers said Marcos was stealing the election. And yet the day after the election, Ronald Reagan inexplicably blamed both sides.
Well, I think that we're concerned about the violence that was evident there and the possibility of fraud, although it could have been that all of that was occurring on both sides. So we're going to wait. We're neutral.
The Reagan statement was widely perceived in the Philippines as further American support for Marcos. Every other American observer blamed only Marcos for the fraud.
We observed many disturbing aspects of this election. Fraud, abuse, violence, all of these things. And we were disturbed by this, as you would be.
Corazon Aquino was outraged.
Do not make the mistake, in the name of short-sighted self-interest, of coming to the support of a failing dictator.
Last Monday, presidential envoy Philip Habib was dispatched to Manila, reportedly in an attempt to bring about a coalition government there. Mrs. Aquino listened to Ronald Reagan's latest idea, but Mr. Habib was not about to convince her to join forces with the man who she believes murdered her husband. After a series of tentative press releases early last week, the Reagan administration took its first clear step away from Marcos only on Wednesday, when Secretary of State George Shultz testified before a Senate committee.
We have a stake in freedom. We have a stake in democracy. Let's put that first, over and above the basis.
Ronald Reagan often complained about the way Jimmy Carter acted in the last days of both the Shah of Iran and Anastasio Somoza of Nicaragua. Clearly, he was haunted by those precedents, but in the long for the right moment to change sides, starting off with unnecessarily strained relations with a new government in an area critical to American interests. Now, like Jimmy Carter, Mr. Reagan faces the painful task of putting aside his old friendship with a deposed dictator when the inevitable questions of exile and asylum come up. For the Journal, I'm Terence McKenna.
When the Journal returns, what's ahead for the Philippines? Are locked in a showdown with soldiers still loyal to Ferdinand Marcos. As we saw earlier in the program, American foreign policy has been a key factor in the circumstances leading to this crisis. And in a moment, we'll go to Washington for reaction. But first, Professor David Werfel. Dr. Werfel, you have lived, worked, studied in the Philippines for some decades. You know the players here quite intimately. General Ramos and Mr. Enrile, the man that we spoke to earlier today, who are they? Are they men who have suddenly had an attack of conscience and have gone over to the Aquino camp, or did they feel the hot breath of General Marcos on the backs of their necks?
Well, I think that there has been talk for a long time. Certainly for 2 years there have been rumors about the possibility of one or both of them together moving against Marcos. Certainly they have been unhappy by their downgrading vis-a-vis General Ver. And I think that probably the thing that triggered it just at this moment was that they were about to be arrested. But certainly they've had many differences with Marcos, and I think that in the case of Ramos, there's still a fairly widespread belief in the Philippines that he is a man of some moral rectitude. I'm not sure that the same applies to Enrile, however.
Well, Enrile worked very hard for Marcos's re-election, worked to the extent of bringing in just about every vote in his home bailiwick for Marcos.
I think he admitted that there were about 300,000 false votes in his region for Marcos.
If you were Corazon Aquino and you saw a man of this stripe coming across to your camp, wouldn't you want to start watching your back?
Yes, I think that it's going to be difficult to build a coalition with people like that. Mrs. Aquino's political strength is actually based upon her moral rectitude, on her image as a fresh face, as a really clean sweep of the old regime. And I think that this is going to, in that sense, undermine her insofar as she has to cede some degree of power to the Ramos and Enrile group.
They symbolize a problem for her, surely, which is that as her regime becomes more legitimate, picks up more authority, more and more of the people who have fostered abuses under the old regime will want to jump across and join hers. And she can accept only a certain amount of these people without endangering her moral authority.
Exactly.
But yet she has to administer. It's a problem, no?
I think that every regime, of course, is a mix of power and moral authority. And she has a particular problem because it is her moral authority that has attracted such overwhelming portion of the middle class. And if she tarnishes that and that middle class support wanes, it may very well start going back toward the communist camp.
Dr. Werfel, if you'll just stand by for a moment, we're going to move now to Washington. And joining us from Washington is Raul Manglapas, a former Philippine foreign minister who was forced into exile by Ferdinand Marcos, and Jeffrey Kemp. He was a senior fellow at Georgetown University Center for Strategic and International Studies and a former staff member of the National Security Council. Mr. Manglapas, if I could begin with you, we have been talking here about whether Cory Aquino can keep control of her administration if, in fact, she can take power, or whether people like the two recent recruits, General Ramos and Mr. Enrile, will be able to take power away from her. Are you confident in her strength?
I think both General Ramos and Mr. Enrile should recognize that it is, as General Ramos has been repeatedly saying it in the last few days, people power that has brought about this forthcoming change. And I don't think that they will try anything to disrupt the unity that has been forged by this people power, certainly not in the foreseeable future.
In the short term, but there are long-term problems in this, what is maybe a long-term administration. I'm thinking, for example, of Salvatore Laurel, who was the running mate to Corazon Aquino. They had a difficult time putting that ticket together. Now, will the ticket hold solid if, in fact, it takes power?
I think that in the long run, Mrs. Aquino will have the opportunity, given the powers, even though they may be democratic powers, still under the Philippine traditional system, they are fairly vast powers in the hands of the president. She will have the opportunity and the time to build her own permanent political base to deal with any challenges that may come up in the future.
She has at her back and also opposing her some extremely subtle, cunning, brutal man, and she has only 4 months worth of political experience. Does it not seem to you that this is a very, very dangerous experience for someone like her?
What do you mean at her back? Which is the brutal man you're referring to?
Most recently supporting her, but also opposing her. Some of the people who have recently moved to her camp must worry her as much as some of the people she's opposing.
Well, I'm sure this worries her, but I think if she's able to exercise her powers wisely and is able to build a coalition among the various worthy elements of the society, backed, I might add, by the church, which has played an unprecedented role in the current electoral process.
Jeffrey Kemp, if I may move to you, people have been saying, the analysts have been saying for the last weeks, the last months, the United States has absolutely critical interests here in the Philippines. In fact, is that so?
Well, the critical interest is to keep the Philippines democratic and friendly to the United States. And that means, I think, as Secretary Shultz has alluded to, in the last resort, democracy is more important than the bases. The most serious threat to the United States and to all our friends in the region would be a communist Philippines with Soviet bases in Subic and Clark. And that's more of a serious a threat than us losing the bases and not having anyone there.
Well, let's look at those two issues one by one. First of all, let's say you lose the bases even though you have a reasonably hospitable government there. Are those bases absolutely essential strategically to the United States now?
They're very important. Of the two bases, Clark Field is more important than Subic. There are alternatives. We can pull back to Guam. We can build additional facilities in Korea or Japan or even Taiwan. But it will be more costly. It won't be as efficient. And certainly with regard to Indian Ocean operations, the Clark Field is extremely important. But don't forget, the United States is not in the Philippines just for the United States. It's Japan's oil, it's Europe's oil, it's the trade of the world that goes through that region, and therefore there is questions being asked in the United States right now as to whether in the last resort we should be doing everything for everybody.
I know some senior members of the Reagan administration have questioned Cory Aquino's strengths and her command of the situation. They have said that it is possible that having attained power, she will be moved aside by some of the people to the left of her. Is that still a serious concern in the Reagan administration?
I'm certain the most serious concern in the administration right now is what will happen if Mrs. Aquino becomes president to the morale and efficiency of the Army and the status of the insurgency and the counterinsurgency operations against it.
Should the United States offer asylum to Ferdinand Marcos?
Oh, I think so, yes, absolutely.
Mr. Manglapis, how would you feel if President Marcos left the Philippines scot-free, taking some of his treasure with him, and went to live in Duluth?
I think that would be the lesser of several evils. If it'll take that to bring this dictatorship to a quick end as bloodlessly as possible, then I am in favor of seeing him get asylum in this country or any other country in the world.
But surely that's what the strategic thinkers thought about Iran. And it turned out later that letting the Shah of Iran into the United States was a terrible decision, at least if you wanted to keep peace in the Middle East. Is the United States and are the Filipinos, in fact, worried about the ongoing hangover of a former dictator hanging around in the United States?
What was left behind in Iran when the Shah left is far different from what Marcos is leaving behind today. If there's a unique phenomenon about the current process in the Philippines, it is that it is not the far left nor the far right that has triumphed. It is the moderate center that has emerged as all-powerful in the Philippines today.
Mr. Kemp, a final question to you. We are a long way from being done with this situation, but many of the analysts I've seen said that the United States seems to have played this one very skillfully, more skillfully than any equivalent situation. Do you agree?
I'm not sure I agree with that, but I certainly believe that right now you have in Washington a unique phenomenon we've not seen since before the Vietnam War. Pretty much total foreign policy consensus on this issue from the right to the left to the center, on the Hill, in the executive branch. There are differences of opinion, of course, about how it was handled, but the net result is that you have a unified administration, country, and legislative branch.
Jeffrey Kemp, Raul Manglapis, thank you both very much. Still to come on the Journal, the third choice, an alternative to either Ferdinand Marcos or Cory Aquino. Last few days, it's hard to remember that not everyone in that country favors either Cory Aquino or Ferdinand Marcos for president. There is a large political movement that has not thrown its support behind either leader. Many people in the Philippines are members of organizations that want to wipe out every trace of the old U.S. Marcos regime. They want an end to treaties with the United States, the removal of American military bases. The National Democratic Front is an umbrella organization representing groups like the Communist Party and the New People's Army. Byron Bokar is international deputy spokesman for the National Democratic Front. He joins us from London. Mr. Bokar, if the Aquino forces take power, will the people you represent lay down their arms?
not automatically, because it will depend on what Mrs. Aquino will have to propose to the armed opposition.
What would she have to propose to get you to lay down your weapons?
Well, we would like her to adopt some of the more progressive positions that she took around December 1984. For instance, on the question of the U.S. bases, she stood for removal of the U.S. bases, but during the campaign, she said that she was open for their retention up to 1991. And also on the question of land reform, her program of government that she eventually came up with during the campaign falls far short of the people's expectations. It doesn't provide for distribution of land to the landless peasants, which is at a central issue of what we're struggling for.
So what you are saying is that you will keep fighting unless she promises to kick the Americans off those bases and undertake a major land reform.
In the long term, yes, both unarmed and armed struggle, because the National Democratic Front is fighting for the basic democratic and national interests of the Filipino people. So it would be turning back on this commitment if the NDF suddenly agrees to a cessation of its struggle on something which is not clearly based on points of unity and agreement.
It seems finally that this war has been chugging along, taking a fairly constant number of lives every month for the last number of years. But in fact, it's no closer to resolution now than it was 10 years ago. How strong is your army now?
The New People's Army has now a fighting force of around 32,000 fighters, and it's now operating in 63 out of 73 provinces nationwide.
And will continue to operate at that level until Mrs. Aquino meets your demands?
Well, it will continue with its basic work of organizing the people and consolidating the organizations of the people in these areas, and it will engage in other forms of struggle as well, so long as the people's basic demands are not met by any post-Marcos regime.
Mr. Bocar, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Werfel, will the accession of Corazon Aquino, if it happened, take the wind out of the sails of the New People's Army?
Oh, I think so, at least for a few years, because there has been very wide middle-class support for the New People's Army and associated communist organizations building up within the last few years, when it seemed that there was no peaceful alternative to Marcos. But now Mrs. Aquino is showing that there may be.
She has offered them, or says that she intends to offer them, a 6-month ceasefire in which they will negotiate. I get the impression from Byron Bocar in London that that 6 months is not going to be respected really by either side, because she cannot possibly satisfy their demands.
They may not be active militarily during that 6 months, but no, I don't think it's possible for her to satisfy their demands. If she's smart, of course, she will meet enough of their demands to make an impact on the countryside.
If you had one final way of capsulizing the situation for yourself, very briefly, what would your final thought be?
Well, I can remember when I talked to Benigno Aquino a couple of years before he went back, and he was really very frustrated and remorseful, saying, I really don't want to be the successor to Marcos because it is an absolutely impossible task. And now his wife has just that task.
David Werfel, thank you very much.
Aquino, sworn in by a Supreme Court judge and opposition MPs, is the duly elected president of the Philippines, a direct and formal challenge to the Marcos regime.
that I will faithfully and conscientiously
Inauguration is a private affair.
fulfill my
Inside is heavily guarded palace. So for the moment, the Philippines has two presidents. One riding a wave of popular support in the streets, the other increasingly isolated with his authority crumbling. Yet there's one similarity. Both claim to be the country's legitimate leader. The escalation towards outright civil war started picking up 24 hours ago. Marcos on television once again, insisting he's still in command. Suddenly, the picture goes dead.
Any of these propaganda lies without...
Rebel soldiers were taking over the government television station. It was a crucial but deadly victory in the fight for the airwaves, the key links to persuading the population. Down came the pictures of Marcos. Then the opposition supporters went on the air, proclaiming support for Cory Aquino.
Channel 4 is on the air again to serve the people.
Marcos reappeared hours later on a station owned by his daughter. The Americans had just called for his resignation, but Marcos ignored them.
We have no intention of going abroad. We have no intention of resigning. And we will defend the Republic to the last breath of our life.
The president called on followers to bring their guns to defend him at his palace. But as sporadic fighting broke out around Manila, even the palace itself was under assault by a lone helicopter. The rebel leaders denied Marcos's charge that the defectors were really trying to grab power for themselves, rather than for Aquino.
The power belongs to the people, and they've given it to Mrs. Aquino.
But who would take power seemed academic to Aquino supporters. They launched a jubilant yet premature victory celebration, fueled by false rumors that Marcos had already fled the country. Aquino herself stayed in hiding for security reasons, though backers announced the imminent formation of a provisional government. And the Aquino camp's optimism grew with each new report of a prominent defection to their side.
Early this morning, the president of Philippine Airlines, Mr. Roman A. Cruz Jr., resigned.
But the fighting was far from over. Rebel helicopters destroyed government aircraft to make sure they never left the ground. Later on, troops outside the palace opened fire on Aquino supporters, hitting at least 5 people and leaving the evidence.
Some were firing into the air, and some fired directly into the crowd.
As darkness fell, the tension grew. The opposition feared assaults by Marcos loyalists, especially on rebel headquarters and the television station. Amid reports of mobilizing troops, Aquino supporters poured into the streets as human blockades. They made barriers from whatever they could. None said prayers to keep the tanks away. Others blocked the streets with fires.
We blocked them. Then they try to trick us, and they go here, but we also block them.
How many times have they tried to come through?
3 times.
I'm willing to die for Filipino democracy.
All night they kept a vigil, fearing the worst, that Marcos would make a last desperate bid to oust the rebels. That kind of power play might buy the president a little more time in office, but it would also use up what's left of his diminishing credibility both at home and abroad. Roger Smith, CTV News.
People who have been a casualty in this situation so far. There will be two presidents, if you wish, for a certain period. But I don't know that Mrs. Aquino is thinking, or anybody is thinking about right now, of marching onto the palace. I think one of the constants of this situation here is that people have avoided taking measures that could lead to shedding of blood. It's an unusual case where you're having generals giving orders to other military officers on TV, and it's sort of very unusual in that way also, that very much of what is happening here is happening on the media via...
See this election as
avoid in the Philippines the mistakes that President Carter made in Iran. That is, staying with an unpopular and losing side for too long and losing a strategic ally in the process. Craig Oliver, CTV News in Washington.
The Consul General of the Philippines in Toronto, Oscar Carino, has called on President Marcos to step aside. Carino said Marcos no longer has his confidence. The Philippines has no embassy in Ottawa. External Affairs Minister Joe Clark says Canada's position on the situation in the Commons. Alan Fryer reports.
Here in Canada.
In the House of Commons.
Earlier tonight, Corazon Aquino was installed as the president of a provisional government set up by rebels.
Appears to be on the verge of collapse. And tonight, even his own emissary to Washington seems to be conceding the point.
For the safety of his family, for the safety of the country, I wouldn't put this beyond the realm of possibility.
Also joining us tonight from the Philippines, the man who was Secretary of Defense under Marcos and is now due to become Secretary of Defense in an Aquino administration.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting tonight from Hong Kong, Ted Koppel.
Simply put, we are here in Hong Kong tonight because we cannot yet get into Manila International Airport. It's been closed to commercial traffic for several hours now. To say that the situation in the Philippines is uncertain at the moment is to understate the case. The Philippine military and diplomatic corps are torn right down the middle. The Catholic Church and vast numbers of Filipinos are calling for the ouster of President Marcos, and significantly, so now is the Reagan administration. Publicly, Marcos is still hanging tough and talking tough, but as Jim Laurie reports now from Manila, the man who has been president of the Philippines for 20 years seems to have come to the end of his rope.
The plans were not for one, but for two Filipino presidents to be sworn in. At the headquarters of the rebel military force, which has challenged President Marcos, General Fidel Ramos, former Deputy Chief of Staff and one of the leaders of the revolt, helicoptered to the inauguration of Corazon Aquino. Ramos joined by former Defense Minister Ponce Enrile, as Aquino was set to formalize her claim that she defeated Marcos in the February 7th elections, now with the backing of a sizable section of the military. While at Malacanang, the palace, President Marcos was set to go ahead with his own swearing-in ceremony. Outside, there was heavy security, and there were thousands of Aquino supporters harassing backers of the president trying to enter the palace grounds for the ceremony. Just hours before the scheduled inaugurations, sporadic fighting broke out in the city. Most of it centered around two television stations. Rebel troops moved out to defend a TV station they had captured yesterday. The rebel armored personnel carriers firing on pro-Marcos snipers in a nearby TV tower. After several hours of fighting, the Marcos snipers withdrew, and thousands of civilian supporters returned to celebrate the victory. Today's fighting coming on the heels of sporadic violence last night. Pro-Aquino demonstrators at the presidential palace were fired on by palace guards. While most of the gunfire was into the air, some was aimed at the crowd. At least 4 people were hospitalized. All around the city, civilian supporters of Aquino held barricades, put up roadblocks, devised ways to resist tanks or any other loyalist force. General Fidel Ramos, while he claimed to have the support of more than half the nation's military force, relied more on civilians.
The people out there went out and met the tanks with flowers, prayers, and rosaries, and used their own bodies to barricade the armor.
While Marcos seemed unable to muster much strength.
We intend, therefore, to use all the force at our disposal. I intend to protect the Republic. I intend also to protect my life.
But so far conscious that any use of firepower would cause serious loss of civilian life, Marcos has mounted only a sporadic challenge to the rebels. So Marcos remains isolated in the palace, stubbornly clinging to power. By all accounts, he has few options left. People in Manila merely wondering how soon it'll be before he is forced to leave the country. And Aquino apparently thriving on a continued groundswell of support, already appointing her cabinet ministers, readying her government even before the rebellion is complete. Jim Laurie, ABC News, Manila.
Joining me now is the former defense minister of the Marcos government, Juan Ponce Enrile. It's been an extraordinary couple of days for you. I wonder if you would bring us up to date, Mr. Enrile. Where are things now? Where do they stand?
Well, we have increased our military capability. We have complete control of the air. We have the 5th Fighter Wing on our side, the 15th Strike Wing, the helicopter, gunships available in the Air Force. And I believe that within tonight or tomorrow morning we will have complete control of the Air Force headquarters.
Now, what about the rest of the military? What indications do you have?
The ground force is almost at par. Tonight we have just gotten hold of one of our best units in the land, that is the Combat Scout Ranger Regiment, and this is a combat seasoned group. We have now a formidable ground force that can withstand any that the pro-Marcos forces could make or use against us.
Well, let me put it to you very bluntly, Mr. Enrile. If it came to a battle on the ground, as you know, until now, President Marcos has made the point that he thinks he could annihilate your forces. What is your assessment?
I think he is bluffing. He does not have the capability at all. In fact, right now, he has deployed, whatever forces they have are deployed in Malacanang Palace, and they are now fortifying that place. If we want to pulverize the palace, we can do it, but we do not want to do it.
Well, what are your plans for the next couple of days? I'm talking now about the military plans.
Well, we will have to abide by what we have started, that if possible, we do not want any bloodshed, we do not want any violence, and we will exert pressure on him. We will show him that he does not really have the mandate of the Filipino people anymore, and perhaps by that he would be willing to step down and leave the country.
Mr. Enrile, of all the people who are now on the other side, you probably know Ferdinand Marcos as well as anyone. Is stepping down in his personal character?
I think in the end he will realize that that will be the only option available to him, unless he really means what he said, that he is willing to die inside the palace.
We have to take a break. We'll be back with Juan Ponce Enrile under the Marcos government. And I wonder now, what kind of contact have you had with the United States government? Have you been talking with, meeting with the U.S. ambassador, or has there been direct contact with Washington?
I have called the American ambassador several times. First, last Saturday, when I got into the Camp Aguinaldo area, and I informed him over the phone that we received information that the men of the palace were about to round up all the members of the reformist movement, and as a consequence we had to take a position within the perimeter of Camp Aguinaldo. Then after we transferred across the street here in this Camp Crame building where we are now, I called him also and explained to him the critical situation that we were in, until finally the tide changed when the units that really have any meaning at all in the armed forces of the Philippines started defecting to our side. And the ones that guarded us actually were the Filipino people themselves. The entire road artery, a major road artery of this metropolitan area was blocked by the civilian population, because they wanted to show Mr. Marcos that he could not harm General Ramos and I, because they really believe in us, that we could restore some decent amount of decency, a certain amount of justice perhaps, certain amount of freedom and real democracy for the people of our country.
Let me interrupt you to ask you this. There's a certain irony now in that President Marcos seems to be practically a prisoner in his own palace at Malacañang, and you and General Ramos have been, at least until now, essentially prisoners in that military camp. Are you? Could you leave now? Are you free to walk through the streets of Manila?
Oh, yes. We can leave this place, in fact, where we will soon be I will soon be transferring to my old office across the street, and I would like to go home and see my family very soon.
Well, that was one of the key questions I was going to ask you. Both you and General Ramos had to leave your families behind. How are they? Do you know how they are?
Well, I have contacted my wife through the telephone, but I do not know where she is. But I know that she's safe, and my children have been dispersed, and their children too were dispersed because we wanted to avoid retaliatory measures that could be inflicted on them by the forces of Mr. Marcos.
Now, you and I are speaking early in the evening, Monday night, New York time, Washington time, but by the time this interview goes on the air, just a few hours from now, there can theoretically have been, in effect, 2 inaugurations. President Marcos plans to have himself inaugurated. I understand Mrs. Aquino plans to have herself sworn in.
That is correct. In fact, the inauguration of Mrs. Aquino and Mr. Laurel will take place here in the camp where we are in right now, with the people, a vast group of people before us. And I wonder whether Mr. Marcos can equal this crowd. I understand he's going to have his inauguration inside Malacañang Palace, and I feel that it would be a very sad commentary of his claim that he has the mandate of the Filipino people, because the contrast of the audience between the 2 ceremonies will be too much for anyone to perceive, to say that he really got the mandate of the Filipino people.
It does create a situation, though, where in theory the Philippines, in just a matter of hours, can have 2 presidents. And that creates at least the specter of civil war. What is your estimation?
Well, it's up to the president. If he wants to do that, I think at that point in time, our side would be prepared to undertake such an unpleasant situation.
You mean you would be prepared to go to war if you had to?
If we have to, but I hope we don't.
Has there been any bloodshed yet?
No, it's not so far. We have not had any casualties on both sides, except that the soldiers ringing the palace where Mr. Marcos is and his family are residing have been firing at the civilians, and tonight they wounded, I understand, at least 3 innocent civilians.
2 more quick questions of you, Mr. Enrile, and I know how busy you must be at this time. Number 1, if President Marcos announced that he wanted to leave, would you make it easy for him? The invitation has been made. Apparently the plane is there if he wants it. Would you make it?
So I think he's entitled to that. After all, he has been our president for 20 years. I've served him for 20 years. If he wants to leave, I think we can arrange that for him.
With his family, with some of his close supporters, how many people would he be allowed to take?
Well, with his family, I suppose.
Now, one more question. What was it, do you think, that caused the Reagan White House to throw its support to your side? I realize it hasn't yet been done in the most unambiguous way, but it certainly appears as though the White House is supporting the Aquino side now.
How is that again, please?
What do you think caused the White House to change its point of view?
In supporting the Aquino side?
Yes.
Well, I think it is quite obvious that in the perception of the White House and for probably the American public, the president really lost out in the last election.
All right, Mr. Enrile, thank you very much for joining us this evening again. It's a very busy time for you, I know.
I hope we'll meet again.
I hope we meet very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
When we come back, I'll be joined by Philippine Minister of Labor, Blas Ople. He has been dispatched by President Marcos to Washington to deal directly with the Reagan administration. Ople, Minister of Labor in the Marcos administration, dispatched to Washington to plead that government's case with the Reagan administration. Minister Ople, I get the impression that it's a mission that is not meeting with a great deal of success.
I wish I could claim that. Yes, I think I'm getting what I consider a fair hearing. Not that Washington remains highly susceptible to persuasion from our end at this time. The impressions...
You say it does? You say it does remain susceptible? I mean, I get the impression that it's all over but the shouting as far as Washington is concerned.
How is that again, Ted?
I say I get the impression that it's all over but the shouting as far as Washington is concerned, that they have given up on President Marcos.
Well, I think they are very candid about having reached the conclusion that given the situation in Manila, the confrontation between units of the same armed forces, a general political malaise following the elections, that the ability of President Marcos to govern is now questionable. I think that this is too pessimistic an assessment. I think that the opportunity to establish a government of reconciliation and a national unity regime remains, and I think solicitous hands can make further use of this.
Now, when you speak, Minister, of a government of national reconciliation, are you talking a government that would share power? Are you talking about President Marcos sharing power with Cory Aquino?
Such a government initiated by the legitimately elected president can actually contemplate his own voluntarily phase out in favor of a national unity regime that will incorporate all the major political interests and the whole spectrum of beliefs in Philippine society today.
Yeah, Minister, you must forgive me because I'm very far away from you. I know you're having a little trouble hearing me. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I wonder if you could put that in plain language. Are you telling me that President Marcos is willing to share power with Cory Aquino?
I think that he has given an indication of this by calling for a bipartisan Council of State. It is just a beginning.
Well, Minister, with all due respect, an indication is one thing. The Philippines now appears to be, and I don't want to overstate the case, but quite literally on the brink of a civil war with the military forces split right down the middle, some with the Aquino camp, some still loyal to President Marcos. If you'll forgive the observation, I don't think this is a time to be speaking in ambiguous terms. Is he willing to share power with Cory Aquino?
Yes, in my opinion, the president can consider a wide sharing of power with Mrs. Aquino and other political interests in the Philippines.
Is he going to say that publicly within the next few hours?
I am reading the president's mind as best as I can. I am not saying that this is equivalent to his taking an unequivocal position concerning this matter.
I understand that, but you are in the United States in order to speak with members of the Reagan administration, perhaps even with the president himself, and I assume that you have been empowered to tell him how far the president is willing to go. I'm speaking now of President Marcos. How far is he willing to go?
Well, I think the circumstances in the Philippines could urge President Marcos strongly, independently of other influences, to consider viable options other than holding supreme power that would prevent a deterioration of the present situation, which is pregnant with violence, and which, as you said, can even precipitate a civil war.
Minister Oakley, if it came to that, and if government of national reconciliation does not become possible, do you see it possible under any circumstances that President Marcos would leave the Philippines?
The president right now is very adamant about his desire to remain in the country, stay with his people, defend his legitimacy. But I think if it comes to that, and he can have a very clear reading of a new popular temper, seeking a change of leadership, I think President Marcos on his own volition and in the exercise of his patriotic duties can consider what I just called other viable options for himself and for the government.
Including leaving the Philippines?
As an extreme necessity for the safety of his family, for the safety of the country, I wouldn't put this beyond the realm of possibility.
Minister Oakley, I know this has been a very difficult time for you, and I appreciate very much that you joined us this evening on Nightline.
Thank you very much.
A little bit beyond our allotted time tonight, because joining us now from his home in Manila is Jose Laurel, an insider in the Aquino camp, provisional governor in the Philippines, and the uncle of the man who now claims to be the vice president of the Philippines, Salvador Laurel. Governor Laurel, let me ask you a question that I asked Minister Enrile. I'd be interested in hearing your response. He has worked much more closely, of course, with President Marcos over the last 20 years than you have, but you know him well. I'm speaking now of President Marcos. He is not a man who gives up easily. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, I think he's going to hold on as long as he can. That's the way I look at it. And he's going to try to hold on to the last vestiges of his power.
That makes it sound then as though at some point or another there is going to have to be fighting.
Well, we hope not. It all depends on the remaining forces that is supporting President Marcos.
What is it that the Aquino government is going to do once it has been established, and as you say, formally at least, that's going to happen in just another couple of hours. What is it going to do then to take power, to consolidate power?
Well, basically, this morning, they're going to be inaugurated. They're going to take their oath of office, and the new cabinet is going to be announced, and immediately take the problems of the military at hand.
Now, can you give us some sense, because obviously the fact that the former Minister Enrile and General Ramos came over on Mrs. Aquino's side has made an enormous difference. What role are they going to play in this new government?
Well, Minister Enrile is envisioned to be the Minister of Defense, and General Ramos, the Chief of Staff.
Now, let me ask you to use, we are almost out of time, but let me ask you to use your considerable political experience and sense of what is going to happen next. How do you see these next 24, 48 hours going?
Well, the 24 or 48 hours is still quite crucial, but the longer time goes on, the weaker Mr. Marcos gets. And we are quite sure that there are more defections that will happen within the Marcos camp towards the Enrile Ramos camp.
All right. Governor Laurel, it is very kind of you to have talked to us. I know what a hard day it's been. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you very much, Ted.
Tomorrow, we hope to be bringing you this program live from the Philippines. Peter Jennings will continue anchoring World News Tonight out of Moscow. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Hong Kong. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
The limit. The troops had orders to open fire in defense of government property. But the mob was determined to remove the barbed wire barricades. Mr. Marcos hardly left his palace since the phony elections destroyed his government's credibility over 2 weeks ago. A priest bravely tried to cool the hotheads.
We don't have to worry about anything anymore. Everything is all right for us. Just be patient. They have their orders.
But it was all too much for Mr. Marcos's palace guard. They fired into the air to frighten off the crowd. Not long after that, Mr. Marcos's wavering control over the military received a stunning setback. At least 7 army helicopters defected to the rebels, who were within the confines of Camp Kwame, 7 miles from Manila. With the country on the brink of civil war, professional soldiers using their common sense. And some did more than that. This rebel helicopter crew loaded up their rocket pods. Then they attacked the government airbase in Manila, destroying at least 1 helicopter on the ground, leading to the cancellation of international airline flights.
We're not going to abandon the office of the presidency. We have no intention of going abroad. We have no intention of resigning. And we will defend the republic to the last breath of our life and to the last drop of blood in our body.
A defiant president, grandchildren in attendance on a still functioning commercial television channel.
Thank you.
What a contrast to the now rebel-controlled government network preaching mutiny to Mr. Marcos's loyalist forces.
This is from Fred Tadjar of the University of the Philippines, making an appeal to his nephew, General Artemio Temi Tadjar of the Philippine Marines. Please join us now.
The key factor as the hours pass tonight is who retains control of the government radio and television network. At present, it's still the rebels, if that's what we should be calling them. Maybe they're almost the government. These people around me, they're the evidence of people power gathered voluntarily to resist Mr. Marcos's troops if they come in the night.
Brian Barron in Manila. And coming up, we'll have the latest White House reaction to the developments in the Philippines.
Richard Lugar, the Foreign Relations Committee chairman and observer of the election, told the Independent News he believes the Filipino military has decided to support Aquino and would be subservient to civilian control. Earlier, Lugar was asked about one of the leaders of the revolt, the man wearing the glasses, Defense Minister Enrile, whose men carried out torture and execution of Marcos's political opponents, according to human rights organizations.
Clearly, Mr. Enrile has been close to President Marcos throughout the years, had a definite role in the election that we just witnessed. So his defection is significant in terms of the shift of power.
If Marcos goes, what will that mean for the communist effort to take over the country through armed insurrection? And what will happen to America's military bases? We questioned 2 Filipino exiles, a senator and an army colonel who fought the communist insurrection.
The insurgency would lose steam because much of the popular support that they are counting on will now go to the newly formed government.
U.S. bases in the Philippines are far safer, will be far safer if surrounded by a friendly population than by a hostile population. And I think that these steps being taken by President Reagan will be remembered by the Filipino people, and there could be a better atmosphere of friendship prevailing in future relations between the United States and the Philippines.
Exiled Filipino Senator Raul Manglapes believes that Cory Aquino would be more willing to extend the U.S. lease on the bases at Subic Bay and Clark Field because of the recent role President Reagan has played. Nevertheless, State Department analysts feel that there will still be serious trouble in the future, even if Cory Aquino takes over peacefully. The analysts point to the grinding poverty that grips much of the nation. They warn that the economic challenges facing Aquino would be immense. Additional U.S. aid could help, and the House and Senate certainly seem to be in the mood to do that.
Although most members of Congress appear to be pleased at the prospect of Marcos getting out and Aquino taking power, some very conservative members of Congress have expressed fear that the Philippines might go communist under Aquino. Senator Jesse Helms told us, "We didn't do ourselves any good when we stopped backing the governments of Iran and Nicaragua. Look what we got there." For the Independent News, Jeff Kamen at the Capitol.
And we have this late word. Corazon Aquino has now taken the oath of office to replace Ferdinand Marcos, who refuses to step down. We'll have more details as they arrive in our newsroom. Bob Becco through the streets of the United States today. In San Francisco, Philippine Americans took to the streets, ripping apart posters of Marcos. In Washington, D.C., hundreds of Philippine Americans from all over the country showed up for a rally across the street from the White House. Many said they wanted to thank the Reagan administration for calling on Marcos to step aside. A key member of the Aquino political movement is Paul Aquino. He is the brother-in-law of slain opposition leader Benigno Aquino and is, of course, Corazon Aquino's brother-in-law. Earlier this evening, I talked with Paul Aquino here in New York about the Philippines' immediate future. What's next?
Well, I think the Marcos regime is finished. It's just a matter of hours, maybe a matter of 1 or 2 days at the most. Most of the military forces have already joined our camp. So, firepower-wise, people-wise, Marcos doesn't have it.
If President Marcos decides not to leave and not to fight, would your sister-in-law, Corazon Aquino, exercise her military option? She has one. She has the troops now, as you say.
Yes. Of course, the situation of a stalemate cannot go on forever. There is no question that we have the people power. And the
military power,
and the military power right now. If we do march to Malacanang, we could take over in maybe a matter of 1 or 2 hours.
If there is a standoff, are you concerned then that the military will decide, well, neither president is going to take over this country? Are you worried about a military coup?
No. At this stage of the game, there is no more option for a military coup. The reason for that is that there is already a deep division in the military.
There's concern, too, that she might be tempted to play with the communists. Move away from the United States to the left.
That's the line of Mr. Marcos. Yeah. That's the line that was peddled by Mr. Marcos. In the first place, the communism idea, or the thing that Mr. Marcos was peddling, was the communism as we define it in the Philippines, which is number one, godless. You know, you have to realize that Mrs. Aquino is a very religious woman, and no godless ideology would ever enter the picture.
Well, there is a communist insurgency fighting in the Philippines. Do you think that communist insurgency will continue to fight, or not?
I would say when things have settled down and Cory is the president, you can say that 80% of those insurgents will lay down their arms.
Because they are fighting against Marcos and not for a communistic country?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the way the Reagan administration has handled this situation in the past few days, at least since the election?
Well, the first Reagan statement was, I would say, you almost lost your bases with the first Reagan statement.
His talk about corruption on both sides during the election?
Yes, when that statement came out, many people in the Philippines said, oh my God, how can this be? Is the American president as isolated as our president? That was the initial reaction. Anyway, the later ones now, I'm hoping that Mr. Reagan would just say the United States recognizes Cory Aquino as the real winner of the election, who has the mandate of the people. And as such, we don't recognize Mr. Marcos as the president because he no longer has the mandate of the people. I think a statement like that would create a lot of, would bring back some measure, stronger measure of friendship and goodwill for the future.
Positions at Camp Crame in Manila today to attend the inauguration of Corazon Aquino in a northeastern suburb. And a short time later, Ferdinand Marcos was sworn in for another term in a heavily guarded presidential palace. More from Edie Magnus in Manila.
Fighting began at dawn. Rebel military forces who yesterday overtook the pro-government TV station today traded gunfire with 3 pro-Marcos snipers perched on a neighboring TV tower. All 3 of the loyalist snipers were killed, but there has been no large-scale violence here yet. Meanwhile, other leaders of the military rebellion were at the inaugural ceremony of opposition leader Corazon Aquino. Claiming what she says was the people's mandate at the polls, Aquino took the presidential oath of office.
That I will faithfully
and conscientiously
fulfill my duties
as President of the Philippines.
At Malacanang Palace, Ferdinand Marcos was also inaugurated as president. Despite intensifying pressures to step down, Marcos insists the victory is legally his, and today, amid tight security, he also took the presidential oath. Leader Marcos was clearly enjoying himself when he appeared before thousands of supporters who gathered in the palace yard to cheer him. But while Marcos still enjoys civilian support here, it isn't at all clear whether foreign governments will recognize him as president. The U.S. Embassy here declined to comment on who they consider is the president of the Philippines.
Edie, what about military units? There are claims being made by both sides as to who has the loyalty of the troops.
Well, that's right. The rebel forces daily now have been giving us specific numbers and specific names of units within various branches of the military who they say have defected to their side. On the other hand, Mr. Marcos has been decidedly vague. He simply says that the armed services are behind him. So if it came to an all-out military attack, it isn't at all clear that the forces he says are loyal to him would, in fact, launch an attack on the rebel forces. In addition, before they could get the end of the soldiers, they would have to plow through literally thousands of civilians here who have been setting up roadblocks and setting up themselves as civilian buffers against any military attack.
Edie Magnus in the Philippines, thank you very much. We apologize for that fading telephone line toward the end of her comments. Kathleen?
Meanwhile, Presidential Envoy Philip Habib is apparently on his way back to Manila. Habib left Washington, D.C. last night, 2 days after returning from the Philippines on what officials say is a flight to the Pacific. Kenneth Walker now standing by at the White House this morning. Ken, the White House has already called on Marcos to resign. What's Habib likely to do now? Tell him to leave?
Well, Kathleen, I think Ambassador Habib's job is to try to get Mr. Marcos out of the Philippines, if possible, with face. Even before the military revolt last week, the President Marcos, we are told, had begun discussions on leaving the country. He was said to have been adamant about remaining in the Philippines. It's not now clear even whether he has that option today.
And what government is the U.S. recognizing this morning? That of Corazon Aquino or Marcos?
Well, yesterday, Kathleen, the White House spokesmen were very coy, frankly, on that question. They emphasized that the United States recognized nations and peoples, not governments, which, of course, is not entirely correct. I think the administration is trying to protect its options here. They recognize that President Marcos, the time on him seems to be running
by waters. Routine they may be, but sources also say that the carrier and its escorts, originally scheduled to sail to Singapore, will, for now at least, stay close to the Philippines. A few hundred miles to the northwest, a 2,000-man Marine amphibious unit on Liberty in Hong Kong is also due for Philippine deployment. The ships carrying the men and their equipment are scheduled to sail for Subic Bay today, with arrival sometime later this week. Officials say the Marine movement is also routine, not necessarily connected with the crisis in Manila. In the meantime, at Clark Air Force Base, flight operations continue as usual. There are no reports of stepped-up activity. U.S. armed forces in the Philippines are not on increased alert. Pentagon officials say they detect no anti-American activities near U.S. bases and have no particular worry about the safety of the 14,000 U.S. servicemen and 27,000 dependents permanently stationed in the Philippines. Subic Bay and Clark Air Force Base are the largest such facilities outside the United States.
Because of their size, they are important to U.S. security. And because of their locations so close to the Asian mainland, many experts say they are nearly irreplaceable.
Signs it is a term he will not complete.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, February 25th. And as this day begins, we'll get the latest from the Philippines, where the 2 inaugurations underscore the Steve Mallory reports from Manila.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully.
That I will faithfully.
Corazon Aquino was sworn in as President of the Philippines this morning of a provisional government
backed by rebels who seem to have the support of most of the nation's military. At the presidential palace, President Ferdinand Marcos was also sworn in for another 6-year term. Accompanied by his family, he waved to a loyal crowd that had assembled on the presidential grounds. Marcos said he would deal firmly with the rebellion. On streets leading to the palace, thousands of people had gathered to support and oppose Marcos. The potential for violent confrontation continued throughout the day. Marcos supporters confronted Aquino supporters. They threw insults and rocks at each other. Pro-Marcos soldiers trying to protect a government television station shot at rebels and civilians in another Manila suburb. There have been several small clashes. The number of killed and injured has been small. These events suggest that President Marcos is losing his grip on power. Steve Mallory, NBC News, Manila.
U.S. commanders in the Philippines have put their troops on a higher state of readiness to protect the 2 big military bases there. The State Department, meanwhile, has issued a travel advisory warning Americans to avoid the Philippines. One who is not is presidential troubleshooter Philip Habib, who is on his way back to Manila. More on The View from Washington this morning from Steve Porter. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Bob. Ambassador Habib, who gave the president and his advisors a list of tough recommendations after 10 days in the Philippines, is headed back for a reassessment. And he's expected to assist in what the White House hopes will be a relatively peaceful transfer of power. Habib left Washington last night after spending most of the day at the State Department and on Capitol Hill, with Secretary of State Schultz briefing members of Congress on the crisis. The biggest concern expressed was whether Marcos might continue trying to stay in power through the use of force.
We believe that he cannot offer viable leadership, that he ought to avoid bloodshed, that Filipinos ought to work out the proper succession.
And there were warnings about what the U.S. reaction should be if there is serious violence.
I'm speaking now from a congressional point of view. I think there's a general feeling that if Mr. Marcos were to leave with a great deal of bloodshed, that he's not going to be welcome in the United States under any circumstances.
Administration officials this morning say the United States will work with any government which emerges as a result of the will of the Philippine people. But they insist that it's the Filipinos themselves who have to determine what that government will be. Bob?
Steve, thank you. More Filipino diplomats this morning defected from the Marcos ranks. Diplomats in Peking.
And the people are currently determining what their will is. We should note that the U.S. did have an observer this morning at the Aquino inauguration. There was not an observer at the Marcos inauguration, but officials here caution that we should not...
As president of the Philippines, near Manila, Aquino took the oath of office as president of a provisional government declared by military rebels. A short time later, Marcos was sworn in for a new term at the presidential palace. Mikhail Gorbachev...
Also taking the oath of office, also claiming to be the president of the Philippines because her supporters say it was stolen by Mr. Marcos. Good morning, I'm David Hartman.
Television is linked to the outside, cut off by rebels. Marcos is virtually a prisoner in his own palace, his last stronghold. And there are reports that American bases in the Philippines have been put on a higher state of readiness. U.S. envoy Philip Habib is in Hawaii en route back to Manila.
Corazon Aquino was sworn in as president this morning at a sports stadium, a stadium filled with cheering supporters. In sharp contrast, Marcos took his oath at the palace. The Marcos ceremony was to have been broadcast over a private television station, but the rebels got there before his speech started. And while rebels and Marcos forces battled for control of the station, viewers saw not Marcos, not the inauguration, but a John Wayne movie. John Sheehan reports on the fight for the airwaves.
At first, Corazon Aquino's peaceful demonstrators tried to sing the Marcos soldiers out of Channel 9. Marcos commandeered the station after the rebels captured the government-run Channel 4. But then, it was too late for singing. The reinforcements who had been welcomed by the crowd as a new batch of defectors turned out to be troops still loyal to Marcos. A priest attempted to negotiate an end to the bloodshed.
But we will ask me what is their guarantee. We will guarantee we will not shoot them. Okay?
But the shooting starts again, killing a Marcos sniper on transmitter tower.
Just shooting and blood, all those cards.
This morning's dual inaugurations, Mrs. Aquino's swearing in by her supporters and President Marcos's oath-taking inside his palace, leave the revolution far from resolved. And Philippine soldiers are killing each other, unable to decide which president to follow.
We are in the rather extraordinary historical position of having two presidents of the Philippines this morning. How do you assess the array of power on each side?
Well, that's pretty hard to do because the city of Manila can be deceptive. You've seen situations like this, Forrest. You can look out here over the city and it all seems very peaceful. Around the installations held by the rebels, you'll find happy mobs of people. A few blocks away from that, you can find Philippine soldiers of the two factions shooting each other, killing each other.
Now, is there any possible way that Marcos can hold on to power without ultimately there being a civil war?
There could be some kind of a negotiated settlement, but that's a long shot. The negotiations are many-sided. They involve the United States, they involve the Catholic clergy here, and even within the opposition, there are negotiations going on among Mrs. Aquino, Ramos, and Enrile. So it's a very complex situation.
Do you have any sense of how those negotiations might break down and what is being proposed by either side?
I think that first, Mrs. Aquino and her supporters and advisors have to decide what's acceptable to them. Could they possibly deal with Marcos?
And the United States?
Well, the United States plays a very heavy role. If, for instance, the United States were to recognize the Aquino government, that could make a big change. We don't see an indication that they're about to do that. Any negotiated settlement, however, given the conflicts going on in this city, is very hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine for us a dignified solution when there's some very undignified killing and dying going on.
That was John Shea in CBS News in Manila. We can tell you now that UPI is reporting that President Marcos has offered former Defense Minister Enrile, who is now a rebel, that he, Marcos, is willing to leave in exchange for a guarantee of safety for his family. That's all we know about that at this moment. Now, this question of negotiated settlement could be very important. There are calls for Marcos to step aside, now coming from within his own administration. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke with Blas Ople. He is the labor minister in the Marcos government. He's now in Washington. Ople called on Marcos to, quote, make a major sacrifice and preside over a peaceful transition. And he says the Marcos inauguration makes this possible.
He considers himself the duly elected president. He has just been inaugurated. I think that was absolutely essential to Mr. Marcos's ability to rethink the situation. I think if he could preside over such a transition and then remove himself voluntarily from the process in a magnificent act of self-abnegation, then this could clinch what Mr. Marcos had always wanted, a place in history, a place of dignity and honor.
Now, the comments of this man offer an intriguing view of the thinking inside the Marcos administration, and in a few minutes we're going to hear more of that interview with Labor Minister Blas Ople. U.S. Envoy Philip Habib is in Hawaii. He is en route to the Philippines. Now, as you know, the pressure for Marcos to step aside is now coming from the White House. Let's get the latest on that from Bill Plant, who is standing by. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning to you, Forrest. Well, the view from here is that it is only a matter of time before Ferdinand Marcos steps down as president of the Philippines. The question seems to be only over the mode of his departure. Now, the outlines of the deal are clear, as you just heard from former Minister Ople. It seems that Marcos is trying very hard to be able to step down with some degree of dignity. That may or may not be possible. Negotiations have been going on, which involved the Reagan administration since sometime yesterday, when it became apparent to everyone here that Mr. Marcos could not last and was willing to negotiate since he wasn't using any kind of massive display of force. The fact that Philip Habib is on his way back to Honolulu is another tip-off that the United States is deeply involved in this matter. But in a sense, they're only watching and waiting because they were caught off guard here when those two cabinet ministers resigned a couple of days ago. But the view is that Marcos is leaving. The question is how soon. The answer probably very soon. And the only real question, I guess, is how does he leave? Does he flee the country, or is he able, as he wishes, to take part in some form of transition government?
Yeah, it's very clear that to Mr. Marcos, Bill, it's important that he have some sort of face-saving device as he leaves the country, and that he is at this point certainly thinking about leaving the country. Do you have a sense of how Washington is playing this, what they'd like to have come out of it?
I don't think there is a clear-cut view of whether this government wants Marcos to stay in the Philippines or whether he should come out. It is clear that the United States has made representations to him that he could have asylum in this country. It also seems clear that that he doesn't want it, or at least he didn't as of yesterday. He may have to change his mind. But there is an effort to help him leave office.
Bill Plant at the White House. Thank you, Bill. Well, you can see that things are changing very rapidly. Throughout this morning, we are going to be analyzing the changing situation in the Philippines, and of course, we'll have the very latest developments as they occur. Let's get the rest of this morning's news.
Jameson gave us. There's word of a report that Mr. Marcos has contacted former Defense Minister Enrile and offered to step down in return for safe passage out of Manila. Are you aware of that?
No, and I wouldn't put much credence in a report of this sort.
Why?
President Marcos is not the type of person who would be soliciting this kind of service from his former defense minister. I think that President Marcos will consider this option only on the basis that he does so voluntarily and not as the result of, let us say, external duress that compromises the sovereignty of the country that he represents. However, I think President Marcos, having satisfied the requirements and the formalities of a new term, and having asserted the legitimacy of his presidency, should now voluntarily and freely consider passing on power.
At this point, wouldn't you admit that his continued resistance would mean unnecessary bloodshed?
That could be one implication. But I think President Marcos should initiate a process where power is transferred to a new multi-partisan body representative of the major political interests and the whole spectrum of political beliefs in the society towards a new national consensus. President Marcos should initiate this and at the same time remove himself from the process. I think he is called upon to render this signal sacrifice and service to prevent the crisis in the Philippines from exploding into a civil war.
Mr. Minister, I must ask you at this point, are you speculating or are you speaking on instructions on Mr. Marcos' behalf?
Since the inauguration of President Marcos yesterday, the cabinet serving him had been dissolved, and he is free to make new appointments. However, I continue to perform as his special representative in Washington until this appointment is revoked. And in my capacity as the elected member of parliament from the province of Bulacan in Central Luzon, with a term that lasts until 1990, I would like to make an appeal to President Marcos right now that he consider immediately initiating this process of reconciliation, and at some early stage of this process voluntarily remove himself and pass on the powers of government to a new multi-partisan group representative of the various interests in the country. The National Assembly, which is now frozen in inutility, ought to be convened at once so that it can play its intended role under the Constitution as the principal and highest lawmaking forum in the land.
Do you think Mr. Marcos understands the U.S. offer of asylum may be contingent upon how he leaves office?
Mr. Marcos is not a duvalier. He's not a Shia of Iran. He is a man imbued with a tremendous pride and dignity in himself and in his own country. And I don't think Mr. Marcos is pining right now for the crumbs of a welcome in the United States. He is a man who has served tremendously the security of the Philippines and the United States and of the world.
I understand. Final note, you've appealed to him now. The president has appealed to him. Will he step down?
The president will consider that if he is allowed to perform his legitimate duties.
American bases in the Philippines provide a substantial proportion of the national income of the Philippines, and that they would be loath to allow those bases to depart. It is possible that extremist groups, and we must remember that the net effect of all of this will be to strengthen the communist insurrection, that extremist groups may launch some attacks, but I do not think that there is serious danger to the bases at this time.
But do you think all of this disarray gives the communist insurgency increased power?
Oh, unquestionably. The military will now have this heady feeling that they can participate in politics to serve as arbiter of what the nation's destinies are. It's much more fun, as it were, to play the political game around Manila than it is to be out in the bush fighting the communist insurgents. They will have been encouraged. The military establishment and the government, I fear, will have been weakened.
Defense Secretary James Schlesinger, thank you very much for joining us from Washington to bring us up to date on the Philippine situation. The time now is 16.
How do you see this thing unfolding and resolving?
Well, first of all, let's hope the report is true. If it isn't true, let's hope that a report like it will be true very soon. The Marcos era is over. Everyone agrees on that. But it is critically important that his departure be safe and peaceful. It would be a horrible legacy for him, for the course of his country, and for the United States if he were to die in the course of the next few days.
Is Mrs. Aquino the leader of the country now? I mean, do you consider her such, and to what extent should the United States recognize her at this point?
David, it's not for us to decide who the president is, but it certainly looks to me like a combination of the election, the real election results, which everyone agrees gave her a majority, plus her the enthusiasm that she has set off make her the only possible leader of the Philippines in the next phase. Anyone else would not have any kind of legitimacy at all. But if she becomes the president, she's going to face a very tough job in getting the government and the country together after what it's been through.
Larry, how do you see all this?
Well, I think I agree with Richard. I think Mrs. Aquino is the obvious only other choice. I think it is more than imperative for President Marcos to leave, and the sooner the better. I hope this report is correct as well, and I would again make the point that this is just the beginning of our problems in the Philippines. We've got now, assuming Marcos leaves, there's no question, I think Mrs. Aquino is going to have trouble governing the country in the instability that's now part of that country. And I think it's going to be imperative for the United States to do everything it can, given its involvement in the past months, to assure that the transfer is a good one and that, in fact, the Philippines work well in the future.
How can we do that? How can the United States legitimately participate in the affairs of a foreign country?
Well, we do it fairly regularly. We've done it rather regularly in the Philippines, I think, for the last few months. I think the fact of the matter is, obviously, they have to govern themselves, but they're going to have assistance and help, economic and so forth, from the United States to make it work.
That poses a very tough question, David. We're going to have to give the new government a lot of aid. Under Graham-Rudman and other budgetary constraints, this is going to be hard to do, and I hope the Congress, which has played such a major role in events the last few weeks, is prepared to face up to the fact that we're going to have ongoing responsibilities, and they're going to cost money. And it's in our strategic and national interest that we help, but we're up against probably the worst congressional budgetary year in history.
Well, I think it's also true, Dick, that we've got a government that's going to be new and untried and is not going to have any real idea, at least at first, of how to deal with the problems of the Philippines.
That raises, Father, a question to you. You've spent a lot of time in the Philippines. How concerned are you that post-euphoria of a Mrs. Aquino, let's say, government, that all these groups, military, civilian, that have supported her in this process may all of a sudden begin to disseminate and start to pursue their own personal goals and power?
Yeah, that, of course, is the greatest challenge that she faces, transforming this
convergence of interests that supported her candidacy into a coherent force for good government. I don't think anyone at this stage can be complacent about the success of her response to that task, but I think there were real signs of hope. When we were there last month, I was very struck by what seemed to me to be a new phenomenon in Philippine politics, and that was the coming together of people from different walks of life, different social strata, in support of her candidacy. And her candidacy touched off a tremendous emotional wellspring among people in the Philippines, I think to the surprise of her closest supporters. I was told, for example, that with NAMFREL, the volunteer citizens group that was going to monitor the elections, that when it was thought that Doy Laurel would be the candidate, there was a kind of mediocre response. But then when Cory Aquino became the candidate with Laurel as vice president, there was an outpouring of volunteers, 500,000 volunteers to work in that organization. I'd say this, that I think we've seen the possibility, the seeds at least, of a new political culture in the Philippines when some of the best minds in the country, men and women who would ordinarily be apolitical and stay out of the process. I'm thinking of like a man like Jaime Yangpin or Jose Concepcion. I think now that they have staked so much, their lives and their fortune, in support of the Aquino candidacy, I think that they will have to be enlisted in the work now of building a government.
No, I would agree with the father. And Cory Aquino, if she becomes president of the country, is facing a monumentally difficult task, and she has no experience in it. But the interesting thing, David, is that everybody who's seen her on the American and Filipino side in the last 3 or 4 months, and who knew her for 20 years, has been astonished. The United States government never expected her to do this well in terms of the way she's handled herself. Yesterday, I talked to her brother-in-law, Mr. Aquino's brother, and he said, you know, she used to be a housewife. Now she always was strong. Her Catholic upbringing, her inner strength was real, but she has shown leadership qualities which go far beyond what they expected. And that's a tentative but hopeful sign.
But could I interrupt, because I want to ask Larry this one last question. How does a new government deal with the communist threat, and how concerned are you that they will not deal with it?
I think the threat's a serious one, and again, the question is, how quickly are they able to organize themselves? Do they have the support of the military? I think it is also true that if they deal with some of the social problems, which you hope they will, that'll begin to take some of that pressure off. But I think we have to expect that communist insurgency problem is going to be with the Philippines for some years under the best of circumstances.
Larry Eber, Father O'Hare, and Richard Holbrook, thank you, gentlemen, very much for being with us this morning. We will, of course, continue to keep you updated.
Coming up this half hour, our economics reporter Robert Krulwich will join us, and he will examine one of the issues that has brought the Philippines to this point. Those are the reports of the fabulous Marcos fortune that is in this country, and he'll try to look into that.
There are other things going on in the world, Maria. We'll have a look at some of those. You remember their names, Chad and Jeremy. They were the rock group from the 1960s. They were rock and folk tops, you might say. They're back on stage, but wait a minute. This time they're doing musical comedies, and they're playing Southerners in the United States. These are Britishers, so we'll see how they handle that this half hour. We'll also have a preview of tonight's Grammy Awards. But first, let's get the latest news from Faith Daniels. Faith?
Forrest, 2 presidents lay claim to the Philippines this morning, a division being settled in the streets. At least 10 people died in overnight fighting between rebel and Marcos forces. One symbolic, if not bloody, victory for the rebels. They took control of a private television station that had been under the control of Marcos. Marcos now has no access to television, one of his last links to the outside world. Rick Fredrickson has more from Manila.
Corazon Aquino said it was the will of the people that she take control of the government from President Marcos. At a ceremony in a Manila country club, she announced her own provisional government after taking the oath of office from a Supreme Court justice.
To the service of the nation.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Aquino named running mate Salvador Laurel to head her cabinet as prime minister. To no one's surprise, the top 2 military officials who defected from the Marcos side were also given powerful positions. Juan Enrile was named Minister of National Defense, and Fidel Ramos was promoted to full general and put in charge of the military. Following the Aquino ceremony, President Marcos took his oath of office at the presidential palace. But shortly after the broadcast started, at a television station loyal to him, the signal was interrupted. A Marcos aide called it rebel sabotage. Meanwhile, sporadic violence continues in Manila. At least one gunman climbed a TV antenna and began shooting at the government television station seized yesterday by the opposition. A number of people were shot. One isolated military battle that typifies the continuing power struggle in the Philippines. Rick Fredrickson, CBS News, Manila.
Earlier on this broadcast, we spoke with Philippine Labor Minister Blas Oplay. He's in Washington right now. He called on Ferdinand Marcos to phase himself out of power, to preside over an orderly transition of government. Mr. Oplay says the symbolic act of the Marcos inauguration will make it possible for him to pass on power.
Was any problem there?
I am not sure if Mr. Marcos would choose to stay in the United States. I have not talked to him. I do not know his preferences. It is possible that he may accept the offer if given.
We have a report right now that President Marcos is on his way to Clark Air Force Base as we speak. Can you confirm that for us?
No, I am not in a position to confirm that he is on his way to Clark Field.
Mr. Salvador Laurel.
That's something we would like to check.
Okay, sir, we will let you go and do that. Mr. Salvador Laurel, thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Right.
7:34 right now. Let's move on to the news desk. Bob Jameson. Bob?
Bryant, these reports of the first discussions between President Marcos and the rebel leaders about Marcos stepping aside come as presidential troubleshooter Philip Habib is on his way to the Philippines, expected to help in a peaceful transition. They also come at a time when even Marcos loyalists appear to be leaving the fold. One such loyalist is the Minister of Labor, Blas Oplay. He rejected the idea that Marcos would even talk about stepping down. He did, however, this morning, a few moments ago on the Today program, talking to Bryant, make an appeal to Marcos to step aside and establish a new government in the Philippines.
I would like to make an appeal to President Marcos right now, that he consider immediately initiating this process of reconciliation, and at some early stage of this process voluntarily remove himself and pass on the powers of government to a new multi-partisan group.
Ironically, all of these developments occurred as both Marcos and Corazon Aquino took the oath of office today in separate ceremonies. Mrs. Aquino said she was assuming power in the name of the people. She said she expected all appointed public officials to resign. Marcos, sworn in at the presidential palace, said at the time he would overcome all obstacles and finish his term. But Marcos's supporters are dwindling in the streets.
Party ought to be without bloodshed. I mean, I'm certain many are concerned about his dignity, and I think it means a lot to millions who supported him, but I think many of us are more concerned about whether or not he leaves under some cloud of violence. I would hope that he could play some part in the transition of power to Mrs. Aquino and do it very quickly and either depart the Philippines or have some decision made that he's no longer going to be in power.
When you say do it very quickly, what kind of time frame are you talking about?
I don't know. We've had briefings, but of course the events have overtaken even the briefings we had on yesterday. We're led to believe that it's imminent, that it's a matter of maybe hours, but who knows? I'm not certain what Mr. Marcos has in mind. He's now sort of shut off from the world because of his lack of access to the media. So it's hopefully it'll end today sometime.
As this situation changes, as you said, so rapidly, what role should the United States play in this? Should they help to get him out quickly, within a couple of hours? Should they offer a plane?
Oh, I think we offer whatever facilities we can. If a plane is needed, if whatever help he needs to either depart the country or to find some safe refuge within the Philippines. But I would hope that it's done very quickly. Then I think we need to focus on what happens after the what happens in the post-Marcos area. We don't know too much about Mrs. Aquino. We know that there are loyal supporters of President Marcos, and so we're going to have to take the next step. I think what we should be focusing on now is what happens when Marcos leaves, and hopefully he'll leave very quickly, quietly, and without violence.
Okay, and we will, of course, try to keep people up to date on that rapidly changing situation. And right now, we want to sort of change subjects to talk to you about the family farm crisis, which is a...
He and his wife have no foreign investments at all. The CBS Morning News has searched. We cannot find any property owned outright, either by Mr. or Mrs. Marcos in America. They may own property here, but not in their own names. 2 years ago, a Filipino architect sued Mrs. Marcos here in New York, and he alleged Mrs. Marcos does business in New York State systematically and continuously, but said his complaint she employs agents, representatives, and/or nominees to keep hidden her involvement. Well, a House of Representatives investigation says it has found such agents. First, the Bernstein brothers, Ralph and Joseph. You see them here in this Village Voice profile. They lived as kids in the Philippines. Their uncle still does business there. Congressman Solar's charges that the Bernsteins, one's a lawyer, the other's in real estate, are secretly working for the Marcoses, buying properties here in New York. They deny that. Second, the House committee says Vilma Bautista, a Philippine official at the UN, is secretly working for Mrs. Marcos, holding her properties. Mrs. Batista has diplomatic immunity. She did not cooperate with the Congress. Nevertheless, the House committee suspects that behind these agents, the Marcoses are the real owners of the following properties. The Crown Building on 5th Avenue and 57th Street, right across from Tiffany's, was bought for $51 million by unidentified persons through an offshore corporation, Canadian Land, registered in Curacao in the Caribbean. The company's directors, the Bernsteins. Herald Center, a shopping mall right across from Macy's department store on 34th Street, bought for $60 million by unidentified persons through a British Virgin Islands corporation. The New York agents, again, the Bernsteins. The Lindenmere, a 10-acre estate on Long Island, bought by one offshore corporation, Luna 7, transferred to another Caribbean offshore corporation, Anchor Holdings. Lawyers for both, Joseph Bernstein. Meanwhile, Mrs. Marcos's friend Vilma Bautista, her name appears as a purchaser of 5 apartments in the same luxury apartment building, Olympic Tower, right across from Rockefeller Center. According to the San Jose Mercury News, Mrs. Bautista bought apartment number 1 in 1976 for $270,000. Then numbers 2, 3, and 4 in 1977, adjoining apartments for $688,000. Number 5 was sold last February for $1.1 million. The paper says Mrs. Bautista purchased as agent of another offshore company controlled by a Marcos family friend. She says she knows nothing about those apartments. She suggested that maybe there's another Vilma Bautista, though press reports say that the purchaser gave her business address. There are also properties alleged to belong to the Marcoses. The Village Voice claims the Marcoses own a 13-acre estate in Princeton, New Jersey. The Philippine News in California says the Marcos children have lived there. The New York Times, citing intelligence sources, says Mrs. Marcos has a vast jewelry collection and real estate in New Jersey. Those are the abbreviations there: Texas, California, Hawaii, and Virginia. And Corazon Aquino's supporters during the campaign claimed the Marcoses controlled this property on East 66th Street in New York. President Marcos says that is wrong.
Well, I certainly think they're barking up the wrong tree. We don't have any properties in the United States.
Again, we at CBS have been unable to find any direct link between the Marcoses and these properties. They may own them, but their names are definitely not on them.
I expect those questions will continue to be asked.
That's true.
Bob, thank you for talking with us this morning. It's 9 minutes before the hour.
Best ways of doing it.
All right, now some of you declared presidents in that country today. Cory Aquino and Ferdinand Marcos, both inaugurated as president yesterday. And this morning there are reports that Ferdinand Marcos may be negotiating to leave the Philippines, possibly to seek asylum in the United States. This morning in Washington, we'll talk with American congressmen for an American reaction to what's going on in the Philippines.
Canada has lost a great Canadian, Tommy Douglas, who by many was considered to be the social conscience of this country for more than 50 years, died yesterday in Ottawa. We'll pay tribute to him later this morning. The news is next on Canada AM.
The news portion of Canada AM is brought to you by Remington.
Willing to step down under certain conditions. Salvador Orell, who is Corazon Aquino's vice president, said on an American network this morning that Marcos has discussed this move with the opposition. Orell says that they are in a position to guarantee Marcos' safety. This development follows 2 separate inaugurations today. Roger Smith has that story.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me your oath of office.
Corazon Aquino was first to take the oath, sworn in Tuesday morning by a Supreme Court judge as the duly elected president of the Philippines. Aquino claimed power, as she put it, in the name of the people. An hour later, Marcos prepared for his own inauguration inside his heavily guarded palace. The ceremony was being broadcast live when trouble struck. Someone, presumably pro-Aquino saboteurs, pulled the plug on the broadcast, and the last Marcos-held station later fell into rebel hands. But the swearing-in went on, and Marcos vowed again not to give in to pressure to resign. Marcos then made his first semi-public appearance since the current crisis began, appearing briefly for a few thousand people gathered on the palace grounds.
So for the moment, the Philippines has two presidents, one riding a wave of popular support in the streets, the other increasingly isolated with his authority crumbling. Yet there's one similarity. Both claim to be the country's legitimate leader.
The violence has been escalating for the past 24 hours. Early Tuesday morning, presidential palace guards opened fire on demonstrators. Since daybreak, at least a dozen people have died in clashes, as troops loyal to Marcos tried to take back a rebel-held television station and another police office. Rebel troops moved into Manila International Airport Tuesday afternoon, virtually taking it over and all but shutting down air traffic. Huge numbers of Aquino supporters remain in the streets as human blockades against pro-Marcos tanks. But as night falls here in Manila, there's talk of more attacks and counterattacks in the cover of darkness. Roger Smith, CTV News, Manila.
Joining us on the line now from Manila is Roger Smith. Roger, the rumors are running rampant this morning about an imminent departure by Ferdinand Marcos. What can you tell us about it?
Well, both the rebel soldiers and now Salvador Laurel, the Cory Aquino's vice president, say they have talked to Marcos and that it suggested that Marcos himself raised the question of safe passage out of the country. But I think, Tom, it's important to at least consider that this might be a technique that the opposition is using to undermine the morale of Marcos' troops. After all, Marcos has no access to television now. Yeah. He really has no way to come on and refute the rumor if it's not true.
Roger, in fact, we have been hearing confirmation most recently from a secretary to Corazon Aquino. There was one other rumor going around. I suppose that is the mood of Manila today, and that is a lot of rumor that, in fact, Marcos has already left for Clark Air Base. Have you heard anything about that?
We have not heard that yet. There are as you say, there are rumors floating around all over the place, but according to Enrile and Ramos, the rebel soldiers, talks are still going on with Marcos, and that Mrs. Aquino may become involved later directly.
Roger, one other development was that the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the largest business group in the Philippines, has just declared its support for Corazon Aquino. Now, in light of that, the taking over of the TV stations, the mass defections from the armies, despite whether these rumors are true or not, is there anything that Marcos can do to hang on, or is this just now a matter of time?
It seems to be, and once they start talking about leaving the country, one assumes they've got to go very quickly. It just seems that Marcos does not have the command of the armed forces that he needs to launch any kind of effective counterattack, to oust the rebels and put down this people's rebellion by the Aquino supporters.
Roger, thank you very much, and please stand by.
Final days or even in his final hours. CBS News has just learned that Marcos is on his way to Clark Air Base, which of course is the U.S. installation in the Philippines. We don't yet know where he is headed, but it appears that he is going there to leave the country. So right now we want to look ahead to the Philippines after Marcos. Our guest is author Stanley Carnow. He is, of course, preparing a television series and a book on that nation, similar to his works on Vietnam. Mr. Carnow joins us this morning right now from Washington. And good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
The question has got to be on everybody's minds right now. It appears that the president is leaving the country, perhaps giving up power. What has got to happen in the Philippines right now?
Well, the immediate problem for Cory Aquino is to turn a movement into an organization. I was there during the election campaign. Her movement, her campaign operation was just phenomenal. It was astonishing. She crystallized all the opposition that's been growing up against Marcos for years. But a movement is not an organization. A movement is not a government. And now she's got to proceed to melding and cementing a government. And she's going to have a lot of problems. The first one is she's taken people into her movement who may not agree with her entirely. For example, she just named Enrile, the former defense minister, as the defense minister in her government. Now, he served Marcos for 20 years. His presence in that government is likely to antagonize and alienate a lot of her supporters. But she's got a bigger problem ahead, which is she's got to deal with the fundamental problems of the Philippines. When you look at that country, it's very rare that I've seen a country that is, which has a social system and an economic system that is so backward, in a sense, almost medieval. The differences between the rich and the poor are shocking.
Do you think she can do it? Do you think she can retain power without having the government give way to a military regime?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen, but I think there will be a lot of tensions within her movement, within the organization that she has to create. Now, the very advantage she had during the campaign of not being a professional politician could be the thing that works against her in power. She is a marvelous woman. She's inspired, and of course inspired largely by the memory of her husband, who was assassinated 2.5 years ago.
Let me ask you, Mr. Carnell, what kind of movement, what kind of power does this give the communist insurgency? A lot of people talking about that this morning as Mrs. Aquino tries to take power. What kind of thing will happen here?
Well, I think that the communists are going to make headway, are going to progress, as long as the basic problems in the Philippines are not solved. That is, unless there's a drastic overhaul of what is almost a feudal society in many respects. And of course that poses problems for the United States. The United States, by having taken a lot of responsibility, enormous responsibility for the ouster of President Marcos and indirectly the support of Mrs. Aquino, has raised the expectations of so many Filipinos that America is going to come to their aid. America will rescue them in the event of an increased and growing communist insurgency.
Should they?
And I think this is going to pose an enormous dilemma because we're going to be faced, I think, with growing obligations, growing responsibility for the future of the Philippines. And many of the same people who have clamored for intervention in this period, and incidentally, the intervention, I think, and the influence has been positive, but many of the same people are going to begin to worry in the period ahead and ask the question, what are we getting ourselves into?
What are we getting ourselves into? I mean, first of all, you've mentioned some of the things that we're getting ourselves into in the Philippines. Do you think that the United States should offer asylum to President Marcos and his family? Should they come to live in this country?
Well, of course, I don't think that's a major problem. But the real problem is the longer-term problem of what does the United States do if, and I think it is likely, that the communists step up their insurgency. Are we going to have to send Marines or U.S. military advisors into the Philippines? We have bases there that need protection. We've got a whole range of problems that face us. And we have a Philippine population which has, much of which, by the way, is very pro-American, which has watched the United States play almost a decisive role in the events of the last month.
Okay, Mr. Stanley Carnell, thank you very much for giving us your insights into the Philippines after President Marcos, which appears to be that's exactly what we're getting this morning. Thank you very much.
More important for Cory Aquino than to get him out of the Philippines at this time.
What about the fact that there is a moral issue? There are many people, including Cory Aquino, who consider Marcos responsible for the death of Benigno Aquino, the opposition leader, Cory Aquino's husband. There are many people who think that he should stand trial for that and for violation of human rights in the Philippines. Doesn't that present a moral problem for the Americans?
Well, it could, but I think one would let the legal process unfold. After all, it appears as if the opposition is allowing him to leave, potentially by agreement. If under legal procedures an indictment is brought against him, then one leaves that to the international legal setting. At the moment, it's my understanding we do not have an extradition agreement with the Philippines, but that may or may not be corrected, or it may or may not become the subject of some of these negotiations at this time.
All right, we've been talking strictly speculation at the moment, Congressman, because these reports are unconfirmed, whether or not Marcos is indeed trying to get out of the Philippines. As of today, you have two people declaring themselves president of the Philippines. Cory Aquino, president of a provisional government, Ferdinand Marcos claiming he is still the president. Who should the Americans recognize as the president of the Philippines?
Oh, I have no doubt whatsoever. We have little choice. In fact, we should, with a great deal of alacrity and positiveness, recognize Mrs. Aquino. And I would stress that this is virtually an unprecedented situation in world politics at this time. I can visualize a setting of about 120 years ago in Japan, when you had the forces of the emperor lined up against the last great shogun, Tokugawa Keiki. And at the very last minute, Tokugawa Keiki abdicated as armies were confronting each other and avoided a civil war. And frankly, goes down in Japanese history as a great hero, not for having won his last battle, but for having refused to fight it.
You seriously believe that President Marcos is going to go down in the eyes of anybody in the Philippines as a great hero?
I don't think he's likely to, but I do think that if one is given two sets of alternatives, fighting to the end or abdicating, he'll get far greater historical appreciation for abdicating than fighting.
You're on the subcommittee that's been looking into President Marcos's financial holdings in the United States. According to that subcommittee, he's worth about $350 million. If he does come to the United States, would that be frozen? Would the assets be frozen, or would he be allowed to take his money and do with it as he wills?
Well, that's a very good question. I would stress that we're talking about a footnote in terms of assets. It appears that he owns a quarter to a third of $1 billion of New York real estate, but that we didn't probe any further than that. He could own assets that make him equivalent of a Rockefeller in fortune. Whether those assets will be frozen will obviously take a good deal of legal proceedings. My own view is that when you loot a treasury, you ought to be held accountable for that looting.
I need a fast answer on this, Congressman. Philip Habib, the special envoy, is on his way, apparently, again, to the Philippines. What's he supposed to do there?
Well, I think he's probably going to go and try to give a stamp of legitimacy to the new provisional government. It's very important at this time that when the new government takes over, if it does, and I'm fairly confident it will, that the international community give it as much legitimacy as possible.
Congressman, thank you for talking with us this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Leach, he's a Republican from Iowa. He's with the Subcommittee on Asian and Pacific Affairs. 21 past the hour. We'll be right back.
Is now in sight. Reports say that he has been in touch with opposition leaders and has indicated that he may be willing to step down under certain conditions. Salvador Orell, who was also sworn in as vice president along with Corazon Aquino, today spoke with NBC News.
Yes, I talked to Minister Enrile and General Fidel Ramos this morning, and they confirmed the fact that they talked to President Marcos this morning for almost 2 hours. And Mr. Marcos seems to be amenable now to the idea of stepping down, provided certain assurances are made for safe conduct. Now, I do not know if he has agreed to leave the country or to stay. That's something that we are still confirming.
CTV's correspondent Roger Smith is in Manila. He joins us now on the line. Roger, what is the latest on all these rumors?
In fact, Tom, there are reports that President Marcos may have already abandoned the presidential palace, that he might be on his way to Clark Air Base by helicopter to get a flight out of the country. A helicopter was seen leaving the palace just 25 minutes ago. We're not sure who was on it. Troops and tanks have started leaving the palace grounds, which is a suggestion that Marcos might have left. Outside the palace gates are thousands of Aquino supporters who are chanting, Cory, 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 and the feeling seems to be sweeping the crowd that Marcos, if he hasn't gone, is just about to leave.
Roger, that's the scene around the palace. What is the mood in Manila now? I mean, these have been an amazing 24 hours for that city.
Well, of course, it depends whose side you're on. The morale of the Aquino supporters, they see victory in sight. They see Marcos leaving. Of course, they're jubilant. Marcos supporters, the loyal troops in the military, are obviously not very happy and perhaps worried about what's going to happen to them after Marcos and his family leave the country.
Okay, Roger, thank you very much. Please stand by for more. We go now to Washington, where CTV correspondent Craig Oliver is standing by. Craig, has Washington reacted at all to any of these rumors?
The White House will not confirm that Marcos is on his way out of the country. But significantly, they also will not deny it. And in cases like this, their frequent pattern is, as they say, to lead us away from certain stories. So one gets the feeling over there that Marcos, if he's not physically rolling out to the airport, has made some kind of a deal. What is known is that overnight, the White House spokesman, American diplomats on the scene, and Aquino supporters were trying to work out a deal with Marcos, and the United States was using its major leverage, which was to make it clear to Marcos that if he stayed and put up a fight, he was persona non grata in the United States.
Craig, you heard the report from Roger, who said that about 25 minutes ago a helicopter was seen leaving the presidential palace. This may or may not mean that Marcos is on his way out. But if he is the feeling in Washington that he would be granted asylum despite the fact there have been 14 deaths in the last 24 hours?
Yes, it is, because the feeling is that that is what the Aquino forces would want Washington to do. Yesterday, hundreds of Filipinos were demonstrating in front of the White House, including Aquino's brother-in-law and a key political supporter. They unanimously said they would have no resentment of the United States for taking in Marcos because they know that's the only way to stop the bloodshed. The view at the
or may already have negotiated to ensure his safe passage out of the country. Earlier this morning, NBC's Brian Gumbel asked Leif Opel, labor minister in the Marcos government, how Marcos will make his decision. Here's that interview. Roger Smith.
The party is spread out onto the streets. As the word spread, President Ferdinand Marcos is out, Cory Aquino is in. Good evening. A new day has now dawned in the Philippines, and with it comes new challenges for Corazon Aquino, the new president of the Philippines. The transfer of power came earlier today with little bloodshed. Ed Caldwell with details now from the international desk. Ed?
Rich, change was in the air as Filipinos awoke Tuesday morning. As promised, President Marcos took the oath of office as president for another 6-year term. That was in the palace amid tight security. At the same time, opposition strength was growing. About an hour after these pictures were taken, an agreement was reportedly struck. Marcos would step down in return for safe passage out of the country. A short time later, a helicopter whisked the embattled leader and his family to Clark Air Force Base. They are still reportedly at the American base, uncertain where to go. The Reagan administration has offered Marcos a safe haven. He reportedly has not accepted, at least not yet. As word spread that Marcos had fled the palace, mobs converged on the residence. Before long, they stormed the gates and looted the palace, burning pictures of Marcos and his wife, despite pleas of calm from opposition leaders. The new president, Cory Aquino, kept a low profile through most of the day. This morning, she too took the oath of president and promised to unite that country.
I call on all those countrymen of ours who are not yet with us to join us at the earliest possible time so that together we can rebuild our beautiful country.
Her job will not be an easy one. Marcos ruled the country for over 20 years, and forces loyal to him remain in the Philippines. U.S. reaction to the change coming up later in the newscast. Rich?
Thank you, Ed. Local reaction here in Western New York seems to be siding with the new government. We talked with people at random on Elmwood Avenue in Buffalo's Allentown section. Is the defeat of President Marcos good or bad, we asked?
I think it's very good. The people showed what they wanted to do. And there are times you have to put people over politics, I think.
With all the people there, it's been fairly non-violent so far, so I think probably all in all it's best for them.
I think Reagan did the right thing in forcing him to, make sure that the people were happy, and obviously they don't want him, they want Aquino.
Marcos has been to the United States a good friend, and the two bases are there because of him, and nobody knows exactly what the new government will do.
My feelings are it must
of Ferdinand Marcos.
This consulate has been open to everybody.
This pandemonium. There were reports of looters swarming the presidential palace as Marcos' guards left their posts. Corazon Aquino is now the new president of the Philippines. Her government recognized almost immediately by the United States and scores of other nations. She is representative of a tide of democratic fervor sweeping the islands, a fervor dampened for decades by militaristic rule and authoritarian behavior. During Marcos's regime, the Philippines were modernized, but millions of dollars were siphoned off the economy through official corruption, much of it being acquired by the Marcos family itself. In the end, though, it was Marcos's disregard for economic reform and human rights which brought about his demise, as dissent and dissatisfaction.
2 days, the Reagan administration had called for Marcos to step down and offered him...
has been a Christian missionary in the Philippines. He says Marcos was...
Smiling and excited Filipinos gathered in their places of business today, talking happily of a safe, secure future for their homeland.
I'm planning to go home, you know.
So am I.
Really?
I love to.
At last, no? Okay.
Peace and quiet.
Up to 50,000 Filipinos live in Canada, 2/3 in Toronto. Many kept the faith in Marcos until the assassination of opposition leader Benito Aquino. Discontent at home was shared by Filipinos here, and support has shifted to Cory Aquino. Only today has fear of a violent struggle ended.
They never believed that Marcos will step down peacefully, and because personally what they thought of Marcos, that he's going to die in his post.
I'm really very, very happy, and I prayed last night that there will be a very peaceful transition of power.
I hope President Marcos also will have a better life wherever he is.
There was little talk of the future of Marcos as Canadian Filipino leaders gathered at the Ontario legislature. Delegates from all three federal parties endorsed Prime Minister Mulroney's announcement of support for the Aquino government. Opposition, now government supporters, hailed the rebirth of democracy in the Philippines.
The people united will never be defeated. This is not a triumph of one military faction over another. It's a triumph of a people coming together through a national will and national determination to restore democracy.
Maintain close contact with family and friends at home.
You know, it's sad that you're leaving them, but then, you know, you're also anxious to see what the other side of the world looks like.
It's a big relief, you know.
The sentiments of two men when they left the Philippines for Canada. For Benny De La Luna, it happened in 1969 when he graduated with a degree in nursing. For Sam Munoz, it was 1972, and he had yet to complete his third term as a barrio captain, a local politician.
What I've seen is the government is not doing properly, or they're not giving, they're not creating a job, or they're not making the economy better.
Now, Sam runs the Philippine International Variety along with his wife, Flora.
An office in Rome, Italy,
And Benny, with his wife, Grace, and 4 brothers and sister, comprise Philcraft International, a worldwide distributor of china and cookware. The Munoz and the De La Luna family are among 100,000 Filipinos living here in Canada, 5,000 in Hamilton. They're scattered throughout the city. Many work in hospitals, and many have their own businesses like this one. But it's a closely knit family, and today they share in new hope for their homeland. Benny used to attend Congress meetings in the Philippines. He recalls these words of Benigno Aquino.
He said, if you remove the opposition, you pave the way to tyranny. And ever since, you know, that is stuck in my mind, and how true it is.
Tomorrow, he hopes to talk to his cousin, a priest who has been a political prisoner in the Philippines for the last 10 years. In Hamilton, Connie Smith, TV 11 Newsroom.
The Philippines has left the country aboard a U.S. Air Force plane, first stop Guam. This after a hectic day which saw Marcos give up power and fly aboard a U.S. helicopter from his palace to Clark Air Base north of Manila. Here in Washington, the Reagan administration was quick to extend formal recognition to Corazon Aquino, the new president of the Philippines. Our report on all this begins in Manila with Jim Laurie.
As President Marcos was helicoptered from Malacañang Palace to Clark Air Force Base, thousands converged on the presidential palace. There were some ugly scenes en route as Marcos loyalists clashed with Aquino supporters, the two sides throwing rocks and bottles. The Aquino crowd overwhelming Marcos supporters, many being badly beaten, a number of the Marcos people seriously injured. Armored personnel carriers guarding the approaches to the palace were withdrawn. Troops loyal to the Aquino forces moved in behind the crowd, firing into the air, forcing Marcos supporters back and propelling the advance toward the palace. Finally, at the main gates, it was over the walls, into the palace grounds. The crowd swelling moved into both the palace offices and the Marcos private quarters.
The people poured into the palace residence, ripping up portraits of President Marcos and his wife as they went. And there were others of the Cory Aquino organization desperately trying to maintain order and prevent extensive looting.
Once inside the palace, the crowds moved through the rooms where the president and his family lived and worked for 20 years. Desks were rifled. People even raided the palace kitchen, the food preparation evidence of a hasty Marcos retreat. Most Filipinos learned of Marcos' departure over the government radio and television station, seized by Aquino forces 2 days ago. The television commentators showing obvious emotion as they announced Marcos had left.
And it certainly took a long time coming.
Later, Corazon Aquino, now President Aquino, took to the air.
The long agony is over. We are finally free, and we can be truly proud of the unprecedented way we achieved our freedom.
While there was scattered violence in Manila, in most places, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in spontaneous celebration, setting bonfires, a jubilant demonstration only 10 hours after the final public appearance of President Marcos. Marcos, after being sworn in for a 4th term, addressed an invited crowd from the palace for the last time. His wife looked on sadly. Marcos thanked his supporters. At the same time across town, a swearing-in ceremony for Corazon Aquino. She surrounded by the men who brought her to power with the rebellion that began 4 days ago. Aquino announcing the formation of her government, including her running mate Salvador Laurel as Prime Minister, Juan Ponce Enrile and General Fidel Ramos being given their old jobs back as Defense Minister and Military Chief of Staff. And outside the gates of Clark Air Force Base, people waited, flashing Aquino victory signs, waited for news of what was to happen next to Ferdinand Marcos. Jim Laurie, ABC News, Manila.
It was Defense Minister Enrile who became the last object of Marcos's final desperate effort to hold on to power. Ted Koppel is in Manila, and a short while ago, Enrile told Koppel about a telephone call in which Marcos offered the Defense Minister a deal.
Why don't we do this? He said, well, let us create a transition government. I shall be the honorary president, and you can run the government the way you like it. And after 1987, I shall not run again. I will not continue as president. But I would like, however, to live in the country, he said, and be assured that I shall have protection. And I said, Mr. President, as far as living in the country and be protected, I can assure you that having worked with you for 20 years and with these men having worked with you, we will see to it that you will be protected, and that includes your family. On the other hand, I said, with respect to your desire for a provisional government, I think it is too late in the day because we are now committed to serve under Mrs. Cory Aquino, and we are about to go to her induction ceremonies.
When Enrile returned from the swearing-in ceremonies, he received a second phone call from Marcos. This time, no talk of a deal, simply a plea for help.
He said, well, will you kindly call Ambassador Bosworth for me and see if he could ask General Allen of JUSMAG with his men to provide us security to leave the palace. And so what I did was to call Ambassador Bosworth about it, and then I told him, will you please, Mr. Ambassador, call the president and find out what he wanted, because he is asking if your military people could possibly help him be extricated from the palace. And I think Ambassador Bosworth did that.
Ted Koppel and his interview with Defense Minister Enrile. It appears that Marcos was very busy on the telephone during those final hours. Yesterday afternoon, as he attended a meeting on Capitol Hill, Senator Paul Laxalt got a phone call from Marcos. Laxalt had visited Manila last October at the request of the White House. Marcos wanted Laxalt's thoughts on the feasibility of power sharing. Laxalt didn't think it would work, but went down to the White House to check with the president. From there, he called Marcos back to say power sharing wouldn't work. In an interview a few minutes ago, Laxalt told us what happened then.
Then he asked me the tough question, the gut question. He said, well, Senator, how do you feel? Should I step down? And I said, I hate to tell you this, Mr. President, but I think your time has come. I think the time has come for you to cut cleanly. Then the oddest thing happened. There was absolutely no response on the end of that line.
You thought you'd lost the line?
I really did. I didn't know what had happened, and it must have gone on for probably close to a minute. It seemed almost interminable. Finally, I said, Mr. President, can you hear me? And finally, in this very weak voice, he said, yes, I hear you, Senator. He said, I'm so very, very disappointed. And there was the greatest sadness in his voice.
What did it seem to you was his physical condition? Could you tell?
He appeared to be almost a broken, tired, dispirited man.
The news that Marcos had stepped down produced relief and satisfaction all over Washington, but perhaps nowhere more so than at the White House, where Secretary of State George Shultz lost no time in coming to the briefing room to extend best wishes and formal recognition to the new government. Details from Sheila Cast.
Secretary of State Shultz had praise for everyone, the Filipino people, their new president, and their old one.
We praise the decision of President Marcos. Reason and compassion have prevailed in ways that best serve the Filipino nation and people.
The relatively peaceful transition in the Philippines put President Reagan in such a good humor, he vented enthusiasm in a wet Washington snow. At the Philippine Embassy, they demonstrated their enthusiasm more explicitly with a huge banner in Cory Aquino's colors. And on Capitol Hill, even legislators who had been critical of the Reagan administration today had nothing but praise.
It's a time for all of us as Americans to rejoice in the triumph of democracy in the Philippines and to give credit to our own government for the role it played in helping to bring this about.
I don't believe that this day could have been achieved if it hadn't been for the extraordinary, skilled leadership of Cory Aquino and President Reagan.
The United States offered Marcos and his supporters safe haven in the U.S.
As he continues on his life, we wish him to have a life of dignity and honor.
But Marcos's future is uncertain. His first stop is Guam for a medical checkup. U.S. officials say they don't know where he'll go next. He wanted to stay in the Philippines, but officials say conditions there are too volatile for that. Sheila Cast, ABC News, the White House.
Foreign governments, and certainly the Philippines, to attach the ill-gotten assets of the Marcoses over here.
The turning point may have come when Marcos called Senator Paul Laxalt yesterday to ask if the president really wanted him to leave. After meeting with Mr. Reagan, Laxalt told Marcos the president wanted him out, but would guarantee his safety. Marcos then asked, what do you think?
And I said, Mr. President, I'm not bound by diplomatic restraints. I'm talking only for myself, but I think you should cut and cut cleanly.
After a long pause, Marcos said he was very, very disappointed. As for the new leader, U.S. officials were praising her today, saying initial fears Mrs. Aquino would be weak and run by the left had been wiped out by her savvy performance. They said she was forming a centrist government with a strong military, but a Philippines expert said she'll have a tough time.
Cory Aquino is starting out with tremendous public support in the Philippines, but she also has tremendous problems, tremendous political interests she's going to have to accommodate.
Officials here think that Mrs. Aquino will do much better than Marcos did in reforming the Philippines. But officials here also acknowledge that after a strong man falls, no one can be certain of what happens next. Tom?
Thank you, Chris. We'll have more on the People's Revolt in the Philippines later in this program, and in a moment, we'll have a report on today's hearings here in Washington.
That the United States has done. This is something that the people of the Philippines have done. They are our close friends, and we respect them. We honor them for this outpouring of democracy, and we stand ready to work with the new government of President Aquino.
Economic and military situation. Congressional observers brought home eyewitness reports of massive election fraud earlier this month. And it was a U.S. Senator, Paul Laxalt of Nevada, President Reagan's closest friend on Capitol Hill, who first took President Marcos the message that he was losing support in the administration. And over the past 24 hours, as Ferdinand Marcos's world was crumbling around him, it was to Senator Laxalt that he placed a last desperate call. The senator recounted that conversation to reporters today.
To him by the State Department people yesterday was valid. I indicated that it was. He then asked whether or not the transition portion of the statement would indicate that he should stay on until the conclusion of his present term in '87. I told him I wasn't that conversant with that particular phrase. He then asked whether or not something could be worked out whereby power could be shared. He felt that if the new government came in, that they would need and require his services in connection with things such as IMF and the communist insurgency. I told him that I hadn't had any discussions concerning power sharing, but that in my view that it was impractical. He didn't comment concerning that. He then indicated that he had a strong desire to stay at home in the Philippines, and that he wanted assurances from our government that there would be no vindictiveness or revenge concerning him, his family, and associates. I indicated to him that that certainly was a negotiable item, and I thought that that could be worked upon. He stated that he still had extensive support. He intended to go through with the inauguration. He still considered himself president, that he enjoyed some 85% support from the Army, and that unless something satisfactory could be worked out, that he did not intend, as he said, to give up. I then indicated to him that I would discuss this with the president. Now, bear in mind that this was at 3 o'clock in the morning, his time. I asked him whether or not he'd been up all night. He said, yes, we all had been. He says, we've been all night long afraid that the palace would be stormed and everybody would be killed. He indicated that there had been a helicopter dropping of a grenade, that 2 of his close security people had been wounded. He was irate about that. He indicated that there were reports coming from our people there that we were going to have naval ships come up the river and assist the opposition against him. I told him that I found that incredible, that I didn't believe it, but that I would check it out. I thereafter met with Secretary of State Schultz and some of his people, and thereafter we proceeded to meet with the president. After meeting with the president, I then called President Marcos and reaffirmed the message. He asked whether or not the president wanted him to step down, and I indicated the president wasn't in the position to make that kind of representation, certainly not that kind of demand, that he had hoped that there would be a peaceful transition. Then he asked me the gut question. He said, Senator, what do you think? Should I step down? And I said, Mr. President, I'm not bound by diplomatic restraints, so I'm talking only for myself, but I think you should cut and cut cleanly. And I said, Mr. President, are you still there? And finally he came on and he says, yes, I'm here, Senator. He says, I'm so very, very disappointed.
The story of Senator Paul Laxalt. White House and State Department officials of all ranks and enthusiasms heralded the end of the Philippine crisis as a triumph for U.S. foreign policy and diplomacy. Most in Congress and elsewhere seem to agree, even some of the Reagan administration's most severe critics in the past. We get a debriefing on how that policy and diplomacy actually work now from the State Department official most concerned. Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Paul Wolfowitz. Mr. Secretary, we just heard the step-by-step story of Senator Laxalt. When Senator Laxalt said cut and cut clearly, cleanly, was that the crucial phrase? Is that what finally did it?
I think many things did it, and I think, you know, you said it's a triumph of American diplomacy. I think the words triumph and jubilation and so forth are words for Filipinos. The Filipinos did this. I think Marcos saw the reality around him in Manila and the Philippines. I think that conversation with Laxalt was a historic conversation, though, and I think that this man, who he knew was a friend of his and wished him no harm, said, "The time has come, Mr. President. That's the reality." I think that helped him face it.
Can you put that Laxalt conversation into a context? What else was happening at the time, and what caused, do you know what caused President Marcos to call Senator Laxalt in the first place?
I can only speculate. I think we all can, but first of all, the most important thing is what was happening in the Philippines. It was clear, I think, to everyone that Marcos had lost the support of his people. He had lost the support of the business community in the Philippines. He had lost the support of the church. Now, on Saturday, he lost the support of one of his major generals and his defense minister and a major section of his army. And by the time that call took place, which I guess would have been about, as the senator explained, at 3 a.m. Tuesday morning Manila time, yesterday afternoon our time, I think he could see that he was losing the support of major loyal elements in his own army. And those elements that still remained with him were unwilling to carry out his orders, unwilling to roll over nuns and roll over people. And the kind of power that he had commanded in the past was just melting away.
But Senator Laxalt said that Mr. Marcos also said, "I want to find out from you, Senator, if what I am hearing from the State Department, the United States State Department, does in fact reflect the position of President Reagan in the United States government." What was he hearing from the State Department, and who was he hearing it from?
Well, I think, in fact, he was hearing a number of things, but in fact, the record is there out pretty much in public. There were 3 important statements that were issued by the White House during the course of the weekend, the last of which was an expression of very strong concern at the use of violence. It was a theme throughout, in fact, that Marcos not attempt to resolve this crisis by force. And early in the morning, our time, Monday morning, Washington time, which would have been just as dusk was settling in on Manila Monday night, when the most disturbing reports of an imminent attack on the Enrile Ramos headquarters came to Washington, we issued that final statement, which was prepared by the Secretary of State and other senior advisors and checked with the President at about 4 in the morning. And it said that attempts to prolong the life of this government by force are futile, and the only solution to this crisis is a peaceful transition to a new regime, to a new government.
From your perspective, was that the crucial point for the United States?
I'm not sure there is a crucial point. I think, in a sense, the crucial point of this whole most recent period we've been in was the announcement Saturday afternoon in Manila by one of the most respected generals in the Philippine Army and by Marcos's own defense minister that they were deserting him and that they were calling on the troops to rally to Mrs. Aquino. And the defense minister himself said that he knew personally that this election had been stolen.
Did we know, the United States government, know that the defense minister, the former defense minister, and General Ramos were going to do what they did before they did it?
No, we did not. In fact, I don't think they decided until very much at the last minute. I think they feared they were about to be the victims of a crackdown.
After they did it, what kind of communication was there between them and the United States government?
Well, in fact, Minister Enrile phoned Ambassador Bosworth almost immediately after they had done it and informed him that this had taken place. And there was contact throughout the weekend, both by our ambassador and people in Manila.
What was the nature? What were we saying to them? Right on, guys, we're behind you, or cool it, or call us when you resolve things. What was the message we were giving to those 2 men who were in a very tense situation?
Well, I think it was several messages, and again, this is clear if I can take it back to the.
Sure.
It's in the public record. The first statement that we made, which was one that began by calling attention to this truly major development, that now major elements within Marcos's own military were saying He's lost his legitimacy. The election was stolen. It's time for a new government.
So the U.S. did side with those two guys.
We had, at that point, one major concern, and that was to avoid violence, because if Marcos had attempted to take those camps that they were holding by force, he might well have succeeded. He had more guns at the time. If that had taken place, I think we'd be facing a very different future in the Philippines with Marcos or without him. The fact that this crisis was resolved substantially non-violently, and I know you showed at the beginning here a clip of a sniper incident, and I know television likes to show exciting clips like that. What is really remarkable is that there was almost none of that, that almost nobody was killed in this thing. The real event, I think, and I know this was what the president saw that impressed him, was nuns sitting down in front of tanks. And then you have to remember that's not the end of it. It's that tank driver up there who said, whatever my orders are, I'm not going ahead. When I say this is a Filipino solution, I mean those Filipino nuns, and I mean those Filipino tank drivers. There was a restraint throughout this that makes me much more hopeful about the future.
You were the point man for this. You and I would assume in conjunction with Ambassador Bosworth in Manila. I mean, I would assume it was to you that Secretary of State Schultz and others turned to for information.
It's not modesty. This really was a team effort in two respects. Within the State Department, our Undersecretary of State, Mr. Armacost, was a former ambassador in Manila. He's played a very crucial role in this process.
And your humility aside, let me ask my question is this. When did you conclude professionally, as a State Department professional diplomat, that in the last 2 or 3 days that Marcos had lost the support? You said a minute ago, you said it was clear to you that Marcos had lost the support of the Philippine people. When did you conclude that was, in fact, a fact?
I think one can argue he lost the support of the Filipino people earlier, but what was decisive was that now he was losing the support of his own loyalists. And I think when a man like Ramos was a man of great integrity, and I think very much respected by the opposition as well, but he clearly was a loyal man. He's not a man who is normally given to bold actions. When a man like that took the step that he did, to me that meant Marcos' ability to govern the Philippines is finished.
And you transmitted that opinion to everybody who would listen to you, I assume, you and your team.
I would say, in fact, a very powerful consensus developed within the State Department and within the Defense Department, with whom we worked very closely throughout this, in the National Security Council. I'd say almost everyone I know came to that perception about that time.
I used the word, in introducing you, the word triumph of U.S. foreign policy and diplomacy. Is the triumph, Mr. Secretary, in that Marcos is gone, or that Marcos is gone with little or no bloodshed?
Well, I think, can I quibble a little bit? I don't use the word triumph. I feel relieved.
That was my word, I agree.
I feel relieved that there's been no bloodshed, and I feel very hopeful that maybe now the Philippines can get on with the basic reforms that for several years now we have been saying are necessary. Our agenda was never getting rid of Marcos. Our agenda was getting political reform, economic reform, military reform. I think, ironically, if he had done what we urged him to do, he would probably still be the president of the Philippines.
Which is clean up his act.
Right.
Essentially. Would you anticipate that Mrs. Aquino would have a very warm feeling toward the United States based on our official conduct over these last several weeks?
I think it's not just the last several weeks. I think for 2 years we have been very clear about what we stand for in the Philippines, and that is basically democracy. We have made it clear that while we have a big interest in the bases, that our policy in the Philippines is not hostage to the bases. And in fact, we said, while we're concerned about communism, and there's a strong communist insurgency in the Philippines, that the key to defeating that insurgency is democratic reform. So I think we have been clear. We've been on record for over 2 years. I met Mrs. Aquino once in January of '85 in the Philippines. I was actually pleased to say I was publicly attacked at the time by one of President Marcos's ministers for interfering in their internal affairs just for meeting with her. I was impressed at that time by her sincerity and her good feeling toward Americans. And I would think that the things that have happened in the intervening 18 months would only reinforce those basic feelings.
And she should have received good signals. In other words, the Aquino regime, that has just begun today, should look upon the United States government as now constituted as an ally?
I believe so. I think we have done what an ally should do. We have stood for the right principles. We have stood for the welfare of the Philippines as well as the United States. And I think she appreciates that fact. I think the great mass of Filipinos do.
Back to President
Might
Marcos.
say, Jim, just
Sure,
an observation in that regard. One of the things that really struck our presidential observer delegation that were sent out there was the incredible warmth with which they were greeted everywhere they went. If they had this little sign that said U.S. Presidential Observer, it was just an outpouring of pro-American feeling.
Now, back to President Marcos. Why did he go to Guam? What was involved in getting those U.S. helicopters in that palace, getting him and his family on those helicopters out to Clark Air Force Base, and then later tonight, our time, to Guam?
He had basically a sort of very short rest at Clark, which is, you know, or maybe I should make clear, that's Filipino territory.
Sure.
They have sovereignty, but we use it. It became clear very quickly that he wasn't welcome in the Philippines, and then he had to get out, and I think the judgment was the best thing was to do it quickly. He's not in the greatest of health, and he's been through a very, very difficult few days here after trying several months. So Guam was the closest place. He can get some medical attention. I think it's only temporary. I don't know where he'll finally end up.
That was my next question. Is there any indication of where he wants to go?
Not a clear indication, but our president has made it clear that he's welcome in the United States. I just briefed a large collection of congressmen up on the Hill, including some of his most bitter critics over the years, and I think my impression is they all understand the importance to the United States of standing by people even when they're down, and I think they understand the importance to resolving this crisis that we made a pledge to Marcos of his safety.
But hasn't he sent the signal that he doesn't want to come here, or did I get that wrong?
I think it's quite clear that he would prefer to stay in his own country. And that's not an outlandish idea. President Sukarno of Indonesia, for example, died in 1970, 5 years after he'd been overthrown. He lived out his life there, nevertheless. But in the circumstances, it looked like that wasn't possible.
You expect him to end up here then, right? Eventually?
It's too early to say. If I were a betting man, I'd say that's the most likely outcome.
Okay, I'll take your bet. No, I won't take your bet. I'll just go with you on that. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin?
We now have the views of two congressmen involved in the Philippines event. Stephen Solars, Democrat from New York, chairman of the Asian and Pacific Affairs Subcommittee, and Congressman Bob Livingston, a Republican from Louisiana who was a member of the official American observer team during the recent elections. Both gentlemen join us from Capitol Hill. Congressman Solars, we just heard the Secretary Schultz say basically this is not something the United States has done. To what extent is that true?
I think this was primarily a triumph of the Filipino people, Robin. It was one of the few authentic democratic revolutions in history. It may have been one of those rare occasions, I don't know actually of any other, where it was the people who were protecting the army rather than the army that was protecting the people. To the extent that we did have some role to play in facilitating a peaceful transition to a new government, which is the confidence of the Filipino people, I think all Americans can be proud of the role we played. But clearly, the primary credit has to go to the people of the Philippines themselves who were willing to put their lives on the line for democracy in one of the most moving demonstrations of courage and of a commitment to the democratic process that I think any of us have ever seen.
But would that have been able to happen? Would they have had that courage had not there been large American footprints on the situation several months ago?
I think that they have been demonstrating this courage for several years now. Ninoy Aquino's willingness to return to the Philippines was a classic example of...
That's Corazon Aquino's husband who was assassinated.
Yes. And in fact, the button I'm wearing right over here has his picture on it. I thought this was an appropriate day to put it on because his spirit has been resurrected in the Philippines by the courageous campaign which his wife carried on. And I think what it demonstrates is that Ninoy Aquino did not die in vain, and that the hundreds, the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of other Filipinos who risked their lives for democracy resulted in the end of the dictatorship and the establishment of a new government which will permit the restoration of democracy in the Philippines.
Well, I don't want to push this too far, but let me ask Congressman Livingston, would all this have unfolded if the United States had sat here with its hands folded, going back several months ago, and done nothing?
Well, I don't think so. I think that you have to say that the United States had a delicate role to play, though. We rode down the middle of the road, trying not to take sides on one side or the other, but making sure that our primary interest was on behalf of the Philippine people in terms of bringing them, to whatever extent we could, or encouraging political reform, military reform, and economic reform. And with those quiet messages that we were sending through diplomatic channels to President Marcos and to his administration and to the Filipino people in general, gradually that came to pass. In fact, I think that you have to say that President Marcos more or less picked up the challenge, anticipating, I suppose, that he was going to overwhelmingly win the election with the support of his people when he, in front of David Brinkley on his show, called for those elections. He called for the elections, though, and he predicted that he'd win. He frankly, I think in retrospect, it can safely be said that he didn't win, and now we are where we are. But it was the very quiet behind-the-scenes work of the Reagan administration, the State Department, which I think brought us to where we are today.
Congressman Solars, you've been very active in holding hearings at which President Marcos and his family were accused of a lot of, if not direct misappropriation of American funds, heavily investing in American real estate, with the implication, perhaps, that there was a misappropriation or misuse. He told Senator Laxalt, in a passage we didn't hear tonight, he was reluctant to come here because he felt congressional committees will go after him. Are you going to do that? Are you going to pursue him? Has he been granted some kind of immunity from any such action by this pledge that was made of his safety? What is your feeling about that?
Nobody from the administration has spoken to me about this, Robin. Let me say that prior to today's developments, we had no plans of bringing Mr. Marcos before our committee. We certainly have no intention of harassing him. The committee has not yet completed its investigation of the hidden wealth of the Marcoses in the United States, and we may well be holding some additional hearings on this subject in the future. But I think it would really be premature at this time for me to give anybody any absolute assurances with respect to what we might do in the future in terms of calling Mr. Marcos before us. I can only tell you that we have no present plans of doing so at this time.
Do you think, as a matter of honor, as part of this pledge, Congressman Livingston, that Mr. Marcos and his family should be immune from any sort of proceeding if he is allowed to come here?
Well, I don't see that you can make him immune to Philippine law. Certainly, the new administration over there in the Philippines has to make up their own minds as to what action they might take from this point on, civil action, I'm particularly speaking of. But insofar as President Reagan's assurances that he would be he would be allowed to remain safe here in this country if he were to leave expeditiously, as was described earlier in the program, I'd have to tell you that, in my opinion, frankly, we ought to let bygones be bygones. The events of the Philippines unfolded as peacefully as possible. There was some violence, there were some deaths, and we regret that fact. But by and large, it could have been a lot worse than it was. President Marcos decided to give up the ship, and he's in Guam or going to Guam now. If he comes to the United States, frankly, it would be my hope that we would allow him to live out his life in peace.
What do you think, Congressman Solars, the Congress is going to be going to want to do about the pressing economic and social and military problems that remain in the Philippines for Mrs. Aquino to face?
Well, I think it's very clear, Robin, that the reestablishment of democracy in the Philippines is not by itself a panacea for the problems that confront that country. The communist insurgency is not going to disappear overnight. The economy, which has been ravaged by a decade of crony capitalism and government-led capital flight, will not instantaneously recover. Having helped to bring about the end of dictatorship, I think our country has an enormous stake in the success of democracy in the Philippines. And Mrs. Aquino is clearly going to need all of the help she can get in her effort to consolidate democracy in the Philippines and then to begin to deal with the underlying economic and military problems which confront her country. I'm planning to go out to Manila next week in order to meet with President Aquino and with Prime Minister Laurel in order to find out from them how they feel the United States can make the most effective contribution to their efforts to deal with the many problems which still confront them.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that, Congressman Livingston? And do you have, can I couple with that, do you have any anxieties about Mrs. Aquino as president?
Actually not. I've talked with people that know Mrs. Aquino, who've spoken with her closely over the last few weeks as these events have unfolded. And I'm confident that Mrs. Aquino is a deeply religious person and a person who wants democracy for her country. So I'm satisfied that, frankly, because of the role that the United States has played over the last couple of years, to walk down that fine, narrow line down the middle, that we'll be able to deal very warmly with Mrs. Aquino. And having spoken with both her supporters and the supporters of President Marcos over the last few weeks, I can tell you that it's my firm conviction that the Filipino people probably are as pro-American today as they've ever been. And I'm convinced that we'll have no trouble in dealing with them in the future.
Well, Congressman Livingston, Congressman Solars, thank you for joining us from Capitol Hill.
Thank
Jim?
you, Robin. That brand new Aquino government wasted no time in setting up shop here in Washington. Judy Woodruff has that story. Judy?
There's been an active opposition movement to the Marcos government in the U.S. for some time, working with members of Congress and talking with members of the Reagan administration in hopes of undermining official support here for the Marcos regime. Today, some of these opposition figures showed up at the Philippine Embassy in Washington as what they called a symbol that the embassy belongs to the people again. The ambassador under President Marcos was said to have resigned. One of those who participated in a news conference at the embassy was Gerson Alvarez, president of the Ninoy Aquino movement in the U.S. Mr. Alvarez is chairman of a Foreign Service Transition Committee and is expected to assume a post in the Aquino government, either here or in the Philippines. Mr. Alvarez, what is your feeling at this point about this man you worked against for so long and now he's finally left your country?
Well, I hope he really comes and settles down here. I've been a refugee here for 13 years. I think the laws here have been fair. I think he should be dealt with fairly too. I'm sure that while he lives the short remaining years of his life, he will be a living symbol of the mistakes that could have been avoided.
How do you feel about the way he's handled his final days? Were you surprised that there wasn't any more bloodshed than there was?
I was surprised because I've always been made to believe that Marcos is a stern and a ruthless man. So we're expecting the worst. That's why we're very happy too with the intercession of the American government. I think the conversations that he's been holding with American policymakers put a lot of sense into his planning and thinking of the whole problem. And of course, the oblique intimation that there was no more that great American support which he had used to run the system for some years had helped a lot. I do believe that American foreign policy can count on this transition as one of the feather on its plume.
Do you think the Reagan administration handled this correctly then? Is that
Yes, the day before the fall yesterday, we were having a massive demonstration in front of the White House, and we were demanding for more, more, more. Of course, when we were saying that, we were happy that they already had done something. But activists that we were, we wanted to have everything. And they did well, I think. They should be congratulated. We should be grateful for it.
But you do believe they were helpful, that they didn't prolong his stay in any way?
Definitely. I think they were helpful within the parameters of their responsibility as a power, as a big power.
And it was the support, in other words, that you, as someone active in the opposition movement, was counting on. It was the kind of support that you expected.
Yes, our best friends, of course, were in the Senate, gentlemen like Mr. Solars, and in the House, and then Mr. Laxalt, and so on down the line. But the government itself, the executive arm, didn't stand on the way. I think we had friends in all segments of the government.
There have been reports that Mrs. Aquino was upset and even offended by what President Reagan said at his news conference a few weeks ago when he said there were appearances of fraud on both sides in the election. Do you know if that's the case?
Of course, yes, I know that was the case, and we were all offended.
I mean that she felt
yes, of course,
upset
yes.
about it.
That was communicated to us, and we tried to make inquiries, and I called up the State Department, and someone responsible in the State Department told us, look for the results. But nonetheless, we didn't let down our guards. We started to put on pressure, look for friends who could communicate the message. And the whole mix of decisions, I think, worked out well.
And what do you see now as the prospects for a relationship between the new regime, the new Aquino regime, and the Reagan administration?
I think the traditional relationship which we've always had with America, the perception of America as a friend of the Filipino people, will even more be stronger. I think America has played a very restraining and a very moderating role in this change, but it did play a role.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
There will be some memories of the days when they supported Mr. Marcos, but I think it's more than made up with the conduct of foreign policy in these last many days when the people began to assert themselves.
The one thing that has united the opposition, or one of the things that's united the opposition in the Philippines in the past, has been the desire to get rid of President Marcos. Now that he is gone, what is going to continue to hold the opposition together? There were several opposition leaders saying today that Mrs. Aquino faces a very difficult task in holding together all these disparate groups.
There's no doubt, but I think her mandate is vast, very wide, and very deep. And that's going to carry a long way. It's going to be for some time before that leadership, which is solidly supported by the massive population. See, the factions of the different political organizations there are represented by personalities and leadership. And perhaps the differences will be along these lines, leadership, personality lines, or party lines. But this time the people have acted, and the reaction and support for Mrs. Aquino's candidacy was overwhelming. It was even more overwhelming, and they were sure that they were prepared to die for her.
Briefly,
so,
go ahead. Briefly, what do you see as her main responsibility, her main task right now?
I think the first order of the day will be an economic reconstruction program. We will really have to look into the mess that Mr. Marcos has left behind. Of course, there's going to be political reforms. He's going to look into the Constitution to restore a truly viable democracy, to expunge from the constitutional provisions those despicable powers that Mr. Marcos had taken unto himself, and really make a working democratic government that will also be able to handle needs of food, clothing, and shelter.
And you'll be a part of that new administration. Mr.
I'm going home in a week's time, so I hope I can make some contributions.
Mr. Gerson Alvarez, we thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
For more than 20 years. He flew out of the Philippines this afternoon for the U.S. territory of Guam in the South Pacific. He was reportedly taken off a U.S. Air Force jet on a stretcher and is now in a military hospital. Marcos was forced to leave his palace after he was abandoned by all but his closest allies. The new president is Corazon Aquino. Marcos stole victory away from her in the presidential election almost 3 weeks ago. But she won today after the Catholic Church, the military, and hundreds of thousands of people joined her peaceful and persistent campaign of civil disobedience. When word got out that she was finally the president, there were celebrations in the streets. Jean-Francois Lapine reports from Manila.
Nobody had ever thought it would happen so suddenly. Here they were, hundreds of thousands of them in front of the palace of the man they had feared for so long. For some, it was like a religious ceremony, the end of a long sacrifice. For others, it was time for revenge. But this time, nobody was there to stop them. And when they finally forced open the gates of the palace, it was as if a revolution had broken out.
For the crowds who came here tonight, this was their most important symbol, to cross the gates of the palace to make sure their freedom was real.
It's a liberation. Liberation from tyranny. Freedom from fear and violence. It's a kind of victory parade.
My heart is jumping in joy.
I think it's the Philippines' most finest hour.
All night they continued to come in an endless flow. And as a form of celebration, they scattered Marcos's files and documents all over the palace lawns. A few hours earlier, violence had broken out between the first crowds arriving on the spot and loyalists left inside the palace after Marcos's retreat. Many were wounded in the clashes, but the presence of praying nuns helped ease the tension. So much so that when Marcos's soldiers did leave the palace, they were embraced by those who stood outside. Marcos's former defense minister, Juan Enrile, later thanked the president for the way he had left the country without ordering any bloodshed.
As officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we want to salute him. for that act of compassion and kindness that he extended to us all.
The new president, Corazon Aquino, also appeared on television to congratulate the people for their long and patient struggle.
A new life starts for our country tomorrow, a life filled with hope, and I believe a life that will be blessed with peace and progress.
Do not destroy the palace, any part of the palace. It's ours, it's for the people.
Late in the night around the palace, the earlier excitement was giving way to a more peaceful ritual. Thousands of curious people were just discovering where Marcos had lived. They smashed his pictures, but they left most of the place intact, as if they now realized it would be their own. Jean-François Lépine, CBC News, Manila.
Ferdinand Marcos was very reluctant to leave the presidency. He was a desperate man, grasping for any way at all to stay in power. But when he called the United States early this morning, he was advised to go. He had lost his strongest ally. The U.S. has offered him asylum, but it's formally recognized his opponent as the new president. Joe Schlesinger reports.
The United States was quick to recognize the new government of the Philippines headed by Corazon Aquino.
We pay special tribute to her for her commitment to nonviolence, which has earned her the respect of all Americans.
But even as Washington was abandoning Marcos, it still paid tribute to him.
In his long term as president, Ferdinand Marcos showed himself to be a staunch friend of the United States. We are gratified that his departure from office has come peacefully.
George Shultz spoke as if the United States were only an interested observer on the sidelines.
This has not been something that the United States has done. This is something that the people of the Philippines have done.
While this was true, it was also far too modest. President Reagan was actively involved in giving his old friend, Ferdinand Marcos, the final push through a mutual friend, Senator Paul Laxalt. A few hours before he fled, a desperate Marcos phoned Laxalt to find out whether the Americans could arrange for him to hang on in some capacity. After seeing Reagan, Laxalt called back and said,
Mr. President, I'm not bound by diplomatic restraints. So I'm talking only for myself, but I think you should cut and cut cleanly. I think the time has come. And there was the longest pause on the other end of that phone. It seemed to last minutes. And he finally, I said, Mr. President, are you still there? And finally he came on and he says, yes, I'm here, Senator. He says, I'm so very, very disappointed.
Even Reagan's most bitter domestic opponents paid tribute tonight to his skills.
His leadership has been important, it has been significant, and it has been skillful, and deserves credit for it.
For the second time in 3 weeks, Reagan has proved that he's tough enough to get rid of allies who've lost control. First, there was baby Doc Duvalier of Haiti, and now a much tougher call, Ferdinand Marcos. But now that he has ditched some of his rightist allies, Ronald Reagan will no doubt be calling for stronger American action against some of his leftist enemies, notably the Sandinist regime of Nicaragua. Joe Schlesinger, CBC News, Washington.
Prime Minister Mulrooney has congratulated Corazon Aquino. He praised her as an inspiration for the world. He said she has shown a profound dedication to the principles of nonviolence. For Canadians of Filipino descent, the feelings about the new president are virtually unanimous. Claude Adams has this report.
Finally, after days of uncertainty, many of Canada's 130,000 Filipinos could celebrate what they called a rebirth of democracy.
To present
to Marcos appointed diplomats like Oscar Carino, they brought a symbol of reconciliation, a yellow flower.
The yellow flower.
Thank you.
The people power.
Yes, I accept it with all alacrity, with gratitude.
And in Ottawa, the top Filipino representative in Canada prepared to toast the new Aquino government.
I don't know if I am supposed to say this. I want to look over our storeroom and look for a bottle of wine and open it to celebrate.
And so it went across the country. Relief that 2 decades of Marcos dictatorship had ended without civil war. 3 generations of the Doloroso family, with their roots in the Philippines, talked about their feelings when Marcos finally stepped down.
This morning, upon hearing that he finally quit, I stopped working and suddenly pray that thanks God.
All of them hope to visit a free Philippines later this year. In the Vancouver consulate, the reminders of the old regime came down and the painting of Marcos went into a dark corner. Amid all the celebration, just one warning about the future.
The doubt about Mrs. Aquino is an honest doubt. She will have to prove herself through her tenure.
For all the emotion today, there was remarkably little anger directed at Marcos. One Filipino Canadian said this was not a day to settle old scores, but rather a day to celebrate new heroes, the people who drove Marcos out. Claude Adams, CBC News, Toronto.
Philippines.
And Marcos is not in control of the Philippines. Crowds of Corazon Aquino supporters have thronged the streets of the capital, even storming the palace in the celebration following Marcos's departure.
It's a day of great joy for many people in the Philippines, but others are tempering their optimism with some reservations about the future. As head of the new civilian government, Mrs. Aquino has a tough job ahead of her. She must satisfy the people who brought her to power. She also has to manage an opposition that is still substantial, both from supporters of the old Marcos regime and from communist and nationalist insurgents.
Salvador Laurel is the Prime Minister in the new civilian government. He joins us from Manila. Prime Minister Laurel, what do you see as the greatest challenge you face, or is getting rid of Ferdinand Marcos the greatest thing you could have done?
Yes, and we're glad that we did it without much bloodshed. There were very few casualties, and let's say it was a bloodless transition that the people were able to do. It was a magnificent display on the part of our people of courage. I think it was their finest hour.
In the great euphoria now, are people properly mindful of the challenges you face ahead? Do they realize the tasks ahead of you, or do they expect too much right now?
No, they are realistic about it. They know the mess that has been left behind by Mr. Marcos, and they know that and we've never given them any illusions that it will be an easy task. As a matter of fact, we have forewarned them that it will be difficult to first bring about political stability, and we will have to do that right away, and that's what is getting most of our attention right now, political stability, before we can commence economic recovery.
Given the fact that Ferdinand Marcos, whatever you think of him, nevertheless won almost half the votes, how do you reconcile with all the people that supported him that now have so much to lose, who are going to be terribly bitter about your people taking their jobs from them?
The truth of the matter is that half of the people did not want him to stay. They made it appear that he was voted by half of our people, but that is a false representation. The truth of the matter is about maybe less than 10% voted for him, and they were all mostly bought votes or people who worked with the government.
But Prime Minister Laurel, are all fears about revenge seekers now, for example, attacking those Marcos people who still have jobs and power that they're going to want to hang on to?
Yes, there will be
are they going to be at risk?
Resistance on the part of people who have gotten used to being in power during these last 20 years, and I'm sure they'll be reluctant to leave, but many of them know that they cannot stop this anymore. And so they will have to be resigned to getting out of the country or just standing by.
But you think that that transition can all be peaceful? You don't think they're going to fight to hold on, the private armies, for example?
I don't think so. I don't believe so. As of now, many of them have left the country. In fact, some of them were stopped at the airport and prevented from leaving. I believe that we should not worry about that right now.
People stopped at the airport. Have you arrested people already?
Yes, a few who are trying to leave the country were stopped at the airport and are under detention. Now, there are other criminal elements who try to loot some public offices, like the armory in Malacanang was looted by unknown people, and then there is an attempt on the part of some of the communist groups to take over some of the towns in the country.
If we could end on the opposition you nevertheless face now, you and Mrs. Aquino yourself. No one seems to think that the guerrillas are going to come down from the mountains and give up their guns. How do you pacify the whole country now?
Well, it seems everybody didn't expect this to happen in 4 days. My own estimate was that it would take at least 3 weeks to 3 months, the way Mr. Marcos was positioned. He still had a lot of guns and firepower under his control at the time Minister of Defense Enrile and General Ramos decided to defect from him. In a way, Minister Enrile felt that, as he said this last night, that Mr. Marcos could have used his firepower to make it a very bloody mess.
Prime Minister Laurel, a final very quick point. Corazon Aquino is surrounded by contenders. You yourself wanted to be the presidential candidate and she the vice presidential. Can she survive with so many conflicting egos around her?
I think so. Mrs. Aquino, our new president, is a strong-willed woman, and she cannot be fooled easily. She knows what she has to do, and that is basically giving our people a government that will deserve the confidence of the people. In other words, a no-nonsense government that is clean, efficient, and credible.
And you are happy to serve her?
Yes, I'm quite happy to serve her, and we are going to work together.
We thank you so much for talking to us tonight.
My pleasure. Thank you.
A Canadian filmmaker was among the bystanders caught in the throng celebrating Ferdinand Marcos' departure. Nettie Wild joins us from Manila. Nettie Wild, that crowd that swept you along was like a cyclone, they say. Were you frightened?
It was funny, actually. I wasn't, because although there were thousands of people pushing me along, in fact, my feet didn't even touch the ground for different parts of the way, there was this incredible feeling of, funnily enough, of excitement and almost joy, because these people were actually going to be able to get to the palace. They had given up early on of being able to get actually a hold of Marcos, and they just wanted to get to the palace to see what it was like to walk in the gates.
And what was it like to get inside that palace with them?
Well, it was incredible. As we went into the actual doors, the entire palace was wall-to-wall people. There were people running up and down the corridors. There were people on every single floor. And there was a funny kind of feeling in that people were taking things as mementos, but at the same time they were calling out to each other not to destroy anything, don't loot the place, because this was the people's palace and they were taking it for themselves, not to destroy it. I saw a woman carrying a confidential document folder under her arm, and when she opened it up, it was private letters from President Marcos. She was obviously a member of the urban poor, and this was going to be her memento. Other people were just looking and touching, and it was an amazing feeling in that palace.
Did they not trash the place? Some reports said they pulled down chandeliers, that they moved and pushed and took everything in sight.
I didn't see any chandeliers coming down. There were some people who were looting, there was no doubt about it. Again, the interesting thing about it was that while there were, I would say, proportionally speaking, a small number of people who were looting, the vast majority of the people were calling out, you know, don't destroy things, come down, come out of the palace. So that it was a time of celebration more than destruction.
Nettie, thank you very much. Good to make contact with you tonight.
Thank you.
Now we are joined by Father James B. Reuter, who has worked with the Catholic Church in the Philippines for the past 48 years. Father Reuter, those crowds who stormed the palace and wanted some evidence that Marcos had come down, presumably think of him as a moral monster. What do you think of him?
He was a moral monster, he was. And the crowds have borne oppression ever since 1972. They were just overcome with joy. It was a spirit of liberation.
What has he left behind for Mrs. Aquino?
A sinking ship. He has dismantled everything in the country, economically and every other way. So for her to put it back together again is a very big job. But I think that she could do it. I think she can.
What do you see as her greatest challenge, the primary need right now? What must she do above all else?
There are two great challenges, and maybe they are both closely allied. The first is the hostility that remains between the forces on the side of Cory Aquino and the forces that were linked with Ramos, all of the cronies. They have complete control of the whole country, more deeply
You mean the
than you would
forces
ever
linked
know.
with Marcos, not Ramos?
I'm sorry, no, not Ramos. The previous group, for instance, Castillo, who has a little army in Bacolod. For instance, Bobby Benedicto, who controls so much of the money of the country. For instance, Cojuangco, the blood cousin of Cory. These men, somehow she has to reconcile them or do something with them, and at the same time reestablish the economy that they control. This is a tremendous challenge for anybody, man or woman.
Presumably she's going to count a great deal on the church, on church leaders like yourself.
Well,
has the church become too politicized? Are you afraid of being swept now into that political process?
No, the church has never been politicized. It's the politics that have come into us. All that we have ever done is stand for human rights and for the people. But politics have come right into every avenue of human life. So that if the church was going to stay out of politics, we'd have to be dead. We would have to vanish. Because the whole of civilization here is in the claws of the government. The church will not be political at all. That is, you're going to have no church people who will hold office. But what they will do is help Cory in all the ways that they can. First, in trying to get a spirit of friendship, a spirit of cooperation, of love, if possible. And then secondly, they will work for the poor, for the people, for development. And then third, they will give principles and advice, that's all, which she hardly needs. She is a Catholic convent school girl. She's a Benedictine girl from St. Scholastica's. The church will continue in a supportive role, but they will not be political.
Father Reuter, we're so glad to have reached you tonight. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you.
When we return, we'll go to Washington for a reaction to the change of government in Manila.
We are joined in our Washington studio by Walden Bello of the Institute for Policy Studies and by Richard Fisher of the Heritage Foundation. Mr. Bello, I hope you heard Prime Minister Laurel a few moments ago. He said that people have been arrested already. Is there some volatility ahead as this government tries to wrest power from those who've had it so long?
Well, I think this will be a necessary process of bringing the officials and cronies of Marcos who have been responsible for human rights violations to justice. This is something that's expected from the country, and Cory Aquino herself promised during the campaign that she would give to Ferdinand Marcos and to his cronies something that Marcos never gave the Filipino people, and that is the due process of law. So there is this process that of applying justice, which has to be applied now to Mr. Marcos's people. Now, the big task is how do you do this without at the same time destabilizing the situation. And so that is a major task ahead of Mrs. Aquino.
Mr. Fisher, do you see the same problem of stability? Because presumably they're going to be trying to take away power from people who've gotten awful used to it and have liked it for quite a long time.
And they will also need their cooperation in the future. The vast sums of money that the Catholic priest mentioned earlier that are held by certain select individuals, Mrs. Aquino will desire this money to remain in the country and to be used for further economic development. Mrs. Aquino's campaign was characterized by her desire to establish a reconciliation throughout the country. I don't think that she will move very quickly to come down hard on the former supporters of the president.
Mr. Bello, what if she doesn't move hard and fast? Is there going to be struggle within her own government, for example, about how to deal with the various pressures on her, whether from the insurgents or from Washington or from the poor people in her midst?
Well, I think that there have been a lot of expectations about the Aquino government, especially on the part of the poor of the Philippines. But I think there will also be this, this feeling among people to give her some time. But at the same time, the expectation will be that she will come down, and I can't predict the time period on Mr. Marcos's cronies. I think people do want those people to be brought to justice. And here's one problem right now. Mr. Marcos, the whole problem of Mr. Marcos, I think that the Aquino government will be under severe pressure, both internally and from the Filipino community here, to get Mr. Marcos back to the Philippines, and that he be brought to justice, because it will, if
now, is that a real expectation, Mr. Bello? Because as you know, the Americans have already said that they would offer him haven, but they wouldn't accept any request for sending him back.
Well, I can speak for the Filipino community here in the United States, and I think that we are going to generate a lot of pressure to get him back to the Philippines, and I think you could expect that from the Philippines too. And the situation then is this, that if Mr. Marcos is not brought to justice, a lot of the lower level cronies of Mr. Marcos will begin to create a defense that they were just carrying out command responsibility, and why is the government being very selective in just prosecuting them and letting Mr. Marcos go?
Okay,
So,
I want to ask Mr. Fisher about another problem ahead, and perhaps help us broaden the discussion.
Sure.
Is she got a unified government sitting around her own cabinet table? Presumably there are some men there that Washington's very happy about, thinking that they will see things their way. There have been some suggestions that she and former Senator Laurel, now her prime minister, don't always agree on things. What kind of pressures is she going to have internally?
Well, there are a wide range of individuals that have advised her over the course of the campaign.
But now they're around her cabinet table.
Now they're around her cabinet table. She has not appointed her total cabinet yet, only the defense minister, her prime minister, and the chief of staff. The character of the rest of her cabinet will be an indication of the tenor of her government.
Okay, let's be specific. The basis. We don't exactly know how she feels, but we sure know how Washington feels about those bases. Are there many points of view there? Are there going to be quarrels and arguments about how to proceed on that question?
Well, I think Mrs. Aquino has made her position clear. Over the course of the campaign, she said that she would accept the presence of the bases until 1991, and then a new military bases agreement will be negotiated. And in this process, she will take into account the wishes of countries in the region. And
not a big problem, that one?
I don't think so. Not a big problem.
Okay, how about, Mr. Bello, fighting the insurgency? Is General Ramos going to be unleashed now to try to secure a military victory to solve that problem that tormented Marcos so long?
Well, I would just like to say, first of all, just in reference to the basis, that I think that it will be a problem. I think that there will be tremendous pressures from the population to finally get the process started of withdrawing those bases, and the Aquino government will have to respond to the demands of the nationalist movement here, which is a fairly influential movement in the Philippines. In terms of the insurgency, I think that this is, of course, what the principal U.S. objective was in throwing its support at the last minute, it must be known, to Cory Aquino, so that there could be a government that could pursue an effective counterinsurgency drive. But I think that the United States is in for some surprises. I think that Cory Aquino's government will probably seek an accommodation and negotiated settlement with the New People's Army and the left and the nationalist movement in the Philippines in its effort to become a government of the whole people and to respond to the needs of the whole people. And so I think rather than confrontation, what the Aquino government, and I would say the left and the nationalist movement, will bring a spirit of conciliation and accommodation to their relations. And I think this is going to be a problem from Washington's point of view.
But in two cases, Mr. Fisher, what he's saying is the vast coalition that she headed and that she was able to bring together long enough to defeat Marcos could, in fact, produce tremendous pressure on her. He's just told you two things, presumably Washington is not going to like very much.
Well, I would like to just disagree with Mr. Bello on one point. I think there is tremendous desire on the part of the Filipino people to maintain our military bases. I think they regard those bases not as a symbol of oppression, but as a symbol of the American commitment to their well-being. It's just a point of fact that the bases alone account for up to 7% of the Philippines' gross national product.
And you think they'll want to keep them? All right,
yes, as a realistic move, yeah.
Mr. Bello, in a sentence, any lingering bitterness, do you think, among the Filipino people that the United States didn't move fast enough to get rid of Ferdinand Marcos? That's what you seem to imply in your last answer. They only came in, you said, at the very last minute.
Oh, yes. I mean, I think my opinion here reflects the opinion of the Filipino community here, that it was a sort of an opportunistic move after backing this guy for 14 years and sticking to him till the end in the infamous Reagan press conference, and finally jumping at the last minute. I think that people in the Philippines want a new deal from the United States, and that is a foreign policy. They will structure their relations with the United States based on sovereignty.
I, Corazon Cojuangco Aquino, do solemnly swear.
She too was sworn in as president.
The long agony is over. We are finally free, and we can be truly proud of the unprecedented way we achieved our freedom.
Salvador Laurel, the new prime minister, once a Marcos crony. Rich, politically smart, he brings experience she needs to deal with the Marcos infrastructure she inherits. Juan Ponce Enrile, the new defense minister, worked for Marcos for 20 years. Will his loyalty and that of the military carry over into the early and what promises to be trying days of the Aquino presidency? General Fidel Ramos, the new chief of staff, a West Point graduate. Can he reform the military and deal with the communist insurgency at the same time? But the first thing Mrs. Aquino will have to do is heal the wounds inflicted by the years of Marcos's regime. In campaign speeches, she said her first order of business would be to restore the nation's self-respect and confidence. But the people will expect more. To do that and bring long-term economic recovery, she must tap the energy of this popular support and sustain the momentum of democratic reform. The people seem ready. Steve Mallory, NBC News, Manila.
After weeks of saying they didn't want to interfere with the democratic process in the Philippines, it was learned today that the U.S. did indeed have a very large role to play in persuading President Marcos to step down and flee his native country after 20 years of absolute power. We have more in this report.
Marcos was at Clark Air Base just over an hour when the administration announced this country's long relationship with him was over.
The president is pleased with the peaceful transition to a new government of the Philippines. The United States extends recognition to this new government headed by President Aquino.
Top officials called it a Reagan victory, and a buoyant president posed for cameras this morning throwing a snowball. Officials said the offer of a safe haven for Marcos was instrumental in getting him to step down. That to avoid bloodshed in the Philippines, they would welcome Marcos and his associates to the U.S.
We want to see them continue on in dignity and honor, and we will do everything that we can to see that that comes about.
But while members of Congress applauded Marcos's fall from power, some said they will try to take away his fortune invested in this country.
I certainly think it would be appropriate to permit foreign governments, and certainly the Philippines, to attach the ill-gotten assets of the Marcoses over here.
The turning point may have come when Marcos called Senator Paul Laxalt yesterday to ask if the president really wanted him to leave. After meeting with Mr. Reagan, Laxalt told Marcos the president wanted him out, but would guarantee his safety. Marcos then asked, "What do you think?"
And I said, Mr. President, I'm not bound by diplomatic restraints. I'm talking only for myself, but I think you should cut and cut cleanly.
After a long pause, Marcos said he was very, very disappointed. As for the new leader, U.S. officials were praising her today, saying initial fears Mrs. Aquino would be weak and run by the left had been wiped out by her savvy performance. They said she was forming a centrist government with a strong military.
Officials here think that Mrs. Aquino will do much better than Marcos did in reforming the Philippines. But officials here also acknowledge that after a strong man falls, no one can be certain of what happens next.
In Ottawa, Prime Minister Mulroney praised Cory Aquino as an inspiration for the world, but the opposition was criticizing the government for not officially recognizing the Aquino government yesterday.
Why does this government...
Marcos loyalist soldiers.
I mean, sleeping in the streets is not my idea of fun. There are bigger things at stake here, and we put aside our own personal interests, whatever that may be, and said, well, I think this is one chance for us to work together.
And what drew them together was hatred for their ex-president's corruption and his final perversion of the nation's fledgling democratic institutions. Marcos apparently never understood how universal the hatred was. A movement that detested all the former president represented. Jim Bitterman, NBC News, Manila.
The jubilation and relief felt by millions of Filipinos today was also shared by politicians in Washington. And the raid
to Ferdinand Marcos tonight by helping him leave the land he once ruled. Marcos resigned today as president and was flown by U.S. transport to Guam. The Reagan administration, which urged Marcos to quit, applauded his action and offered him a home. Marcos has not said where he will go after Guam. A State Department official says Marcos wanted to stay in the Philippines, but the new government of Corazon Aquino ruled that out. In her first public statement as president, Aquino said the long agony is over and that a new life starts in the Philippines tomorrow. As the plane carrying the fallen president pulls into Andersen Air Force Base in Guam, he, along with many Filipinos and Americans, may be remembering his rise to power. 6 years ago, the Philippine communist insurgents numbered only a few hundred militants, and official corruption was an issue for only a grumbling handful of dissidents. A different world for Ferdinand Marcos then. Amid a display of military pomp that became a hallmark of his administration, Marcos faced his second inauguration with the haughty aplomb of someone who knew who he was. It was to be his final term, though. Using the communist insurgency as a pretext, Marcos then declared martial law and had all his chief political enemies arrested. Later, a new constitution introduced, which extended his presidential term indefinitely and named him prime minister as well. He lifted martial law in January 1981, but 2 years later, his top rival, Benigno Aquino, was gunned down. Marcos' reputation never recovered, and he was forced to call another election, this time.
The palace where he had lived and governed for 20 years. But almost miraculously, the departure of Ferdinand Marcos from the Philippines was accomplished nearly without bloodshed. Good evening, I'm Ted Koppel in Manila, and this is Nightline. Even on this, his last day in power, Ferdinand Marcos tried to strike a deal to stay on.
He said, how can we really solve this problem, settle it? What really do you want?
Tonight, the incredible behind-the-scenes story of how President Marcos was driven out of office and into exile.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Manila, Ted Koppel.
What has happened these last few days in the Philippines is not only unusual, it may be unprecedented. A rebellion that could have become a civil war, which ended in a matter of days and cost remarkably few lives. We're about to show you what could be recorded by cameras and what reporters can document. And then you will hear from two men who were on the inside and who are now willing to share some of what they know about activities behind the scenes. The U.S. ambassador to the Philippines speaking publicly for the first time in the wake of President Marcos' departure, and Juan Ponce Enrile, who led the military rebellion against Marcos. But first, here's Judd Rose.
Finally, it was over. Ferdinand Marcos had fled, and in the capital he left behind, the Philippine people seized the night.
We are happy because at last we are free again, like birds. For 20 years we are in in a cage. But now we are free again.
Everyone here knew it was coming, but when Marcos left, it came so quickly, it was an emotional wallop just the same.
I guess it seems like we waited for this forever. And it certainly took a long time coming.
By the time rebel-controlled national television gave Filipinos the news, Marcos and his family were at Clark Air Base north of Manila. A small crowd gathered there, but tens of thousands surrounded the Malacañang Palace, the president's home. And for a time, what some called a bloodless revolution was bloody indeed. As demonstrators tried to swarm into the palace, Marcos loyalists opened fire on them, wounding dozens and killing one. Finally, troops backing Aquino arrived and pushed back the crowd, but only for a while. As it drew near midnight in Manila, the demonstrators finally stormed the gates of the palace to take back what they said was theirs.
This is the food that has been stolen to the Filipino people.
They raided the Marcos refrigerators. They looted Marcos' property. They rifled his files and defiled his portraits. It was a burst of long pent-up fury spent on a palace that was the very symbol of the Marcos dictatorship.
You have to pardon the Filipinos if we acted this way, because after 20 years, the first time that we have really seen Malacañang.
And it was. Marcos had shut the public out of his heavily guarded palace all these years, and now it was theirs. Still, it was an unseemly display for the peaceful warriors of Corazon Aquino's People's Movement, and so the new president appealed for restraint.
May I request our countrymen who are now in Malacañang to please stay calm and observe sobriety for the sake of our country.
Despite the violence, the prevailing sentiment in Manila overnight was not a cry of anger or vengeance, but a shout of joy and release. Everywhere you went in the capital, you'd find a combination street festival, victory parade, and New Year's celebration. They wanted not Marcos, but Aquino. They rallied outside her home in Quezon City, next to Manila. They chanted her name and flashed the hand sign that symbolized her campaign. And they cheered for the woman and the symbol.
It means 20 years of hardship gone. 20 years of being chained, being told what to do, being told what to say. I mean now it's just plain freedom to do whatever you want.
For now, all this city of 8 million wanted to do was celebrate, and so they did. At almost every intersection, the air was thick with the smell of burning tires and alive with the whistle of fireworks. Traffic was jammed for blocks at a time, and no one seemed to mind a bit. Why is this day so important for the Philippines?
It is important because it is democracy against dictatorship.
It was, in fact, a dictatorship that, built up over 2 decades, fell down in a matter of days. Only hours before Ferdinand Marcos resigned his presidency in disgrace, he had himself sworn in for another term and joined his remaining followers and his wife Imelda in song. For Marcos, it was a swan song. At the same time, Cory Aquino was being inaugurated as president, too. And today, as the sole leader of the Philippines, she began to look beyond the trauma of recent weeks.
Since we have been fortunate enough to have very few victims in this struggle, I hope to continue it that way. And certainly Mr. Marcos's leaving will contribute to a more relaxed atmosphere, and we can start healing wounds at this point.
Will there be a new Philippines tomorrow?
I hope so. I mean, everybody's riding on that hope.
Is it going to come true?
Oh, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, who's to tell? But we've certainly got all our hopes riding on tomorrow.
Now, tomorrow is here, and this country, so long under the rule of a strong man, turns to a self-described housewife to lead the way out of economic chaos and political disarray. Hers would seem an impossible task, but then who would have bet on a peaceful revolution led by People Power? Together, they gave birth to something here last night, and now together, they must fight to keep it alive. Judd Rose for Nightline in Manila.
When we come back, how it looked from the command center of the rebel camp. Military manpower was staggering, 150 to 1 in favor of the Marcos forces. The man who led the military side of the rebellion had been Marcos' defense minister. On Saturday, Juan Ponce Enrile defected.
When you came here to Camp Aguinaldo, what was your immediate plan? Saturday afternoon, you came here. What was
Our
your
immediate plan was to establish a defensive position and then generate political support, and hopefully we will come into a stalemate. You see, when I arrived here, the first thing that I did was to call my wife to notify the press. Second, I called Ambassador Bosworth and I told him that there is an effort to arrest the members of the reformist group, and I have gathered them here in Camp Aguinaldo, and we are going to make a stand, and I think that we are going to have a very substantial amount of violence, and I requested him to inform his government about it. I called General Fidel Ramos, Lieutenant General Fidel Ramos, and I informed him that there was disinformation about the rounding up of the members of the reformist group, although he's not a member of the reformist group. And I said, we are going to make a stand. Are you going to be with us? And he said, yes, I'll be with you.
When you brought all your men here, requires a lot of food.
That's correct. We did not have any food. There was hardly any water, but by about midnight, after I went on the air and I called our population about what was happening in the world, about our predicament, the whole front page of this camp started to get filled with people, and food and water was no problem for us. They were giving us food here in this camp.
Those were critical hours, those first few hours. I mean, if General Ver and his forces had moved against you right away, you probably would not have been able to survive.
Maybe not, although I think, considering the quality of our troops, if they employed 3 battalions against us, I think we would have been able to take them on. But on the other hand, they did not actually know our actual troop disposition. And I told him when, by the way, the president was trying to reach me after my press conference, but I did not wish to answer him because I did not want him to know our actual condition, because he is a very perceptive person, and if he knows that we were in a weak position, we would have been annihilated. So I did not answer him, and then General Ver called up, and then I talked to him, and I told him we have a defensive position here in this camp. We have occupied it, and I would suggest that you do not approach us, otherwise we will consider any approach of troops as aggressive, and we will start firing at them. We will not make the first shot, but we will return the fire if we feel that we will be threatened. That was our position. And when daybreak came, there was no attack. There was no effort on the part of the government. And I think that their miscalculation was the fact that they thought that we had 3 battalions inside the military camp. So on Sunday in the afternoon, as I said, about 4 o'clock, we started to move out from here to consolidate our forces with General Ramos. And to our big surprise, we were being cheered by the population in front of the camp instead of being jeered. In fact, I could hardly pass through the crowd. It was so thick. And I said to myself, we have generated political support I was almost certain that victory will be ours. When I arrived here that afternoon, after talking to these people, I assessed our position, and I knew that we were in a very precarious situation. We have good combat trained contingent, but the ratio and the type of armaments that would be employed against us would be so telling that probably we can inflict casualties, but we will be annihilated. And so we did not know. It was a matter of life and death for us.
They could have used artillery against you.
Oh, they could have used tanks. They could have used armored personnel carriers. They could have used the Marines.
Air power.
They could have used helicopter gunships, or they could have used commando-type operations. They could have used artillery pieces or mortar fire.
Why didn't they?
But they didn't.
Why?
I don't know.
When we come back, the remarkable story of what went on behind the scenes and how, until the bitter end, President Marcos tried to manipulate the rebels into rejoining him. On his last day in office, yesterday, President Marcos was working the phones, gauging how much time was left and whether he could still pull this one out. Among those Marcos called, U.S. Ambassador Stephen Bosworth and his own former defense minister, Juan Ponce Enrile.
The telephone rang, and my aide said the president wanted to talk to me.
Marcos?
Yes, so I talked to him and said, sir, what can I do for you? And he said, well, you know, I said, there are people shooting at the palace, and will you please, he said, stop them, because I think we should avoid violence. And I said, Mr. President, we do not have any men around the palace. And then he said, well, why don't we do this? He said, well, let us create a transition government. I shall be the honorary president, and you can run the government the way you like it. And after 1987, I shall not run again. I will not continue as president. But I would like, however, to live in the country, he said, and be assured that I shall have protection. And I said, Mr. President, as far as living in the country and be protected, I can assure you that having worked with you for 20 years and with these men having worked with you, we will see to it that you will be protected, and that includes your family. On the other hand, I said, with respect to your desire for a provisional government, I think it is too late in the day, because we are now committed to serve under Mrs. Cory Aquino, and we are about to go to her induction ceremonies.
When Enrile returned from the swearing-in ceremonies, he received a second call from Marcos. This time, there was no talk of a deal, simply a plea for help.
Will you kindly call Ambassador Bosworth for me and see if he could ask General Allen of JUSMAG with his men to provide us security to leave the palace.
What kinds of phone calls were you getting, for example, from the defense minister, the former defense minister?
Well, he would call from time to time and tell me what was happening on that side. I was getting communication from the government side, giving me their view of the scene.
Where did the balance tip? At what point?
I think probably very early Monday morning, when the crowds in front of Aguinaldo and the hours just before dawn had dwindled, when they were exchanging tear gas grenades from both sides. And when those people who were still there, not the military, but the civilians, in effect placed themselves in front of the gates at Camp Crowman. And at about that same time, 3 or 4 of the helicopter gunships and their crews defected from Villamore Air Base and landed in Camp Crowley. And of course, that was a very visible signal that all of a sudden the Ramos and Greeley forces were beginning to accumulate.
Lead us insofar as you can through those last 24 hours. You got calls from President Marcos. He was turning to Senator Laxalt. He was turning even to Enrile, asking for help. Did he turn to you for help?
Well, I've not had a chance to compare notes with Senator Laxalt, so I don't really know what the content of his conversations was. We were attempting to avoid at what was clearly the final stage of this national movement, to do what we could to assure that it would not end in tragedy. And President Reagan and his government, this embassy, were committed to trying to assure that the final stage occurred in the same nonviolent fashion that all the rest of it had occurred. So we were attempting to be helpful in terms of facilitating the final movements. And when the decision was made by the President Marcos, that he thought that for the sake of his family, and I think quite importantly for the sake of his country, that he should leave, then we were able to be of assistance.
What specifically did he ask for?
He asked for very little. He asked for basically transportation. He had not made any clear decision as to where he ultimately wanted to go, but did want to leave the Malacañang, and once that was communicated to us, we were able to help him do so.
Did he call you directly to ask for that?
I spoke to him by phone, yes.
How soon before he actually left?
Well, I spoke to him a couple of times in the course of that afternoon, once earlier that morning, but I guess my last conversation with him was about 30 minutes or so before he left.
And the helicopters were ready at that time to go in?
Well, we had been preparing during the course of the day on a contingent basis so that we would be able to do this if and when it was required.
Did he seem distraught when he spoke with you?
No, he seemed very calm.
It's been, in some respects, the most extraordinary revolution that I can recall ever having witnessed, either near or far.
You know, change has occurred here, and it's a change. It has occurred basically through a democratic process. The last 4 days have, you know, without too much hyperbole, been simply an extension of the counting process. And they now feel that they've got the count right.
When we come back, a few closing observations about the extraordinary events of these last few days. This is most easily understood in vignettes. General Fidel Ramos, Chief of Staff of the Philippine Armed Forces, sits in the office of his headquarters surrounded by his battle staff, some of whom are watching television, most of whom are slouched in fatigue. A constant stream of colonels and generals files into the room, their body language expressing discomfort. They are all latecomers to the cause, slinking onto the winning team. An aide to General Ramos regards them with open, lip-curling contempt. Bootlickers, he says. No, says the Chief of Staff, they're all welcome. We need everyone now. This is a man who ordered his troops weeks ago to instruct the general public on how to deal with troops loyal to President Marcos. Give them candy, he said, flowers, crucifixes. Remind them that they're your brothers and they will not attack you. And ultimately, it was the crowds of civilians, tens of thousands of them, who placed themselves between the rebels and the numerically superior Marcos forces. General Ramos' most effective shock troops were the public and the media. Now the fight is over. General Ramos has promised an interview to a reporter at 3 a.m. At 4, an embarrassed colonel admits that the general, who hasn't slept since Saturday, is so exhausted that although the colonel has tried 3 times, he's been unable to wake the general. A few hours later, an equally exhausted Ferdinand Marcos is carried off a U.S. Air Force plane on a stretcher in Guam. The battle of wills in the Philippines is over. Tomorrow, Peter Jennings reports live again from Moscow on World News Tonight, and we'll be coming to you again from Manila. That's our report for tonight. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
How to give the enemy presents of food and cigarettes. How to block the roads every time the armor came out of the palace grounds and force the soldiers to go back. But tonight, in victory, People Power went on a rampage. Perhaps an omen that People Power is a weapon that changes its meaning once a battle is won. The test for President Aquino now is whether her ability to motivate the people translates into an ability to govern them. John Sheehan, CBS News, Manila.
Now that Philippine opposition leader Corazon Aquino has taken power, she will have her own opposition. One of the leaders of that opposition is Blas Oplay, who served as Ferdinand Marcos's Minister of Labor. He knew Ferdinand Marcos for more than 20 years and reflected on the man who just left the Philippines in a conversation here in Washington Tuesday evening. Mr. Oplay, you talked to Ferdinand Marcos more than 24 hours ago. What was his mood? Why did he give up power?
Well, the president had assessed the situation immediately after his inauguration, and I think determined for himself that he had lost the authority to govern. That was very critical to his decision. As you know, there was a great outpouring in the streets for his opponent, and half of his army had, in effect, rebelled.
Do you think he understood that much hostility and opposition to him, where it came from, why the people had turned against him?
I think it took a long time and some effort for him to recognize that although he gave the forms of democracy, the people felt that a certain substance, a certain believable hardcore to it had not gone along with the forms. And I think that was the reason the people thought that an alternative should be found.
Did he understand that, though? Did he understand how the Filipino people, thirsting for democracy, had turned against him?
I think that he will spend a considerable part of the remainder of his life trying to analyze what happened. And of course, there is a certain complexity to phenomena of this nature in politics. And I think basically this is the work of flatterers around him, and eventually the propensity to listen only to what one liked to hear. And this is, of course, not peculiar to the president. It is a function of his staying too long in power.
The influence of Ms. Marcos on him.
Yes, this was, everybody thought a very strong and sometimes excessive influence. But understand that Mrs. Marcos, this is true of most wives, but in her case, it is even more pronounced. She cared very deeply for her husband's interests. She cared very deeply for his place in history. And so this very close attachment impelled her to try to influence his ways and his policies. Many people thought that this was a very charming exhibit of wifely concern, affection, and solicitude. Others thought that in time this militated against the president's freedom of action, his liberty to decide freely on matters of profound importance, or even in lesser matters like people selection.
She got involved in choosing the people around him.
Well, she had a good part of that.
Do you think he ordered the assassination of Benigno Aquino?
This will be debated for a long time and will probably never be resolved. But until the evidence comes around, I choose to believe that the President Marcos, did not order the assassination.
Is he capable of that kind of order?
Many people, considering the iron will attributed to the president, would say that he would have that capability. But again, in the Filipino culture, such reputations can be exaggerated.
Where will he go now?
The president, I think, leans towards staying in Hawaii, where the flora and fauna, you might say, are very reminiscent of where he came from, where there is a very substantial community of Filipinos originating from his own province of Ilocos Norte, and therefore there is the opportunity to relate to one's own roots, even in Honolulu or in Hawaii. I think he will apply himself to the writing of books, to synthesize his own very exceptional and unique experience as a leader of the Filipino people, and perhaps to bequeath some advice to future rulers in our own country.
We thank you for reflecting on this time in the Philippine crisis.
Well, thank you very much. I owe a lot to CBS for the hospitality with which I was received, together with the case for the Philippine government, in a debate that had become extremely lopsided. And I thought you, by opening your space and time to me, you helped redress the imbalance of that debate for the benefit of the American public. Thank you.
We thank you for your participation.
Blaso Plate, former labor minister in Manila under Ferdinand Marcos. Night Watch continues in a moment. Stay with us. To learn about that, Tuesday evening I spoke with Senator Richard Lugar, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and head of the U.S. Observer Team at the Philippine elections.
Senator, when you look at the future of the Aquino government, what can the United States do and what should it do?
Well, we've done the right things to date. We are largely responsible for the smooth transition that has occurred. Specifically, we encouraged President Marcos to leave. We provided the conveyance for him to leave. And we also affirmed immediately our support of Mrs. Aquino as president, recognized her politically. She is appreciative of that, I'm advised. She is working closely, at least, with our ambassador as he consults and asks questions, and Phil Habib will be there shortly to visit. But I think, giving credit where credit is due, Mrs. Aquino has demonstrated that she is a remarkable political phenomenon. For those who underestimated her, who called her just a housewife, for example, and demeaned her abilities, it must be astonishing that this person put together an opposition that was very disparate, that President Marcos apparently felt could not come together, and she remained at the head of the march. She waged a remarkable campaign using people. She had no money to speak of, disparate media. And finally, in the post-election period, did all the right things in terms of her demonstrations, her solidarity with the Catholic Church.
Do we know who her close advisors are? Who will be influencing her decisions as she shapes this government?
Well, we know some of them. We've all become acquainted over the weekend with Defense Minister Enrile, who is now to be Defense Minister for Mrs. Aquino. He comes because he made the move, and it was a critical one. It was not one that the United States planned. It was not one that Enrile planned. They made it because they thought they were going to be arrested, and they had to go then. But then Mrs. Aquino, with cardinal assent of the church, encouraged the people to surround the fort where they were, and the people poured out.
And the people protect the army.
Sure, and they had to be protected. They had very few weapons. They had very few men. It was, once again, a miscalculation, I think, on the part of President Marcos and his people, who felt that after all they had the arms, they were a short distance away. There was no reason why they could not cause capitulation in a very short time.
The other people around Ms. Aquino, does Salvador Laurel have power?
Yes, Laurel will be vice president and prime minister, I'm advised. So he has been given special authority as a leading political figure, as the manager of this situation. And of course, she and he have developed a fairly good relationship after a stormy political courtship in which he had the party and she had a movement, and she came with the movement and brought together his organization.
Do you expect her to be primarily symbolic and he's going to run the government?
No, I think that would underestimate substantially her role. She is in charge, and anyone who doubted this, as President Marcos, for instance, tried to throw some sand in the gears over the weekend, suggesting that this was really a military coup, that Mrs. Aquino might not even be a part of this government. She is the president, and Ramos is the chief of staff, and really is her defense minister. The order is very clear.
Did the administration move fast enough?
I think so. I think that the president, after he made the statement that the government was largely responsible for fraud and abuse, set the stage for other findings. When the movement came by Enrile and Ramos, then our president realized our American military aid might be used upon the very people that we were hoping were going to reform the Army. That was an impossible predicament. He moved really to cease and desist, and finally to encourage Marcos to leave at 5 a.m. in the morning, an unusual time for a presidential statement.
What did you learn watching this? What did surprise you? What lessons are there?
First of all, that the Philippine people, like the American people, as we went to these precincts, we were grabbed. People wanted to shake our hands and embrace us, and take pictures of us because we were Americans. They could see our badges. It was a very moving experience, and we have that going for us. Secondly, we affirmed democracy. We finally said the Philippine people must determine this, and they did in their own way. Belatedly, as the election process was flawed, but not finally deterred. And democracy is our strong suit. That is what we need to affirm. We did so, and I think kept the faith.
Thank you, Senator Lugar.
Richard Lugar, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. There's more of Night Watch ahead. Stay with the Philippines. Joining us now is Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Paul Wolfowitz. Thank you for coming on what has been a long and busy 3 or 4 days for you. A relief because?
Because it had a peaceful ending.
Did you worry that it would not? Was it close to not being a peaceful ending?
I don't think one ever knew. I think as you look back, it probably was never quite as close as we feared. But from the time it began on Saturday, that was in my mind, the major concern, that the potential for violence was enormous, that if violence began, we'd be in a whole different situation in which the possible options for us and for the Filipino people would have been severely restricted, severely narrowed.
When he was on that very thin ice of going either way, what made the difference?
Well, I think as in so many points in this development in the last 2 years, what has made the difference over and over again has been the Filipino people. And I don't just mean the sort of the mass of people which were so evident, but even on the Marcos side, I think there has been, with all the hostility and all the bitterness, a remarkable sense of self-restraint, and Mrs. Aquino, in a way, exemplifies it. She, in the statement that she made of celebration today, said about this day that it was due to the courage, the heroism, I think, of the Filipino people, and most of all, our commitment to a peaceful outcome.
Did Fabian Ver, the President Marcos's close friend and military leader, want him to send planes in and attack?
That's what he seemed to suggest in that press conference. I don't know. It could have been a very bloody thing, of course, if that kind of thing happened.
That would have probably unleashed civil war.
And also brought about something else that's much to be feared, I think, and that would have been the disintegration of the armed forces. One of the things that has emerged from this is a Philippine armed forces that is still, it has a new leadership now. It's clearly going to have to rid itself of the old Ver loyalists, but it can maintain its integrity as a professional armed force. And that's important because if that army disintegrates, there's only one other organized armed force left in the Philippines. Belongs to the communists, and neither Mrs. Aquino or any other Democrat will survive very long in that situation.
How dangerous is the threat of the NPA?
It's substantial.
And growing.
And growing, but our point has been that if the Filipinos will do what they themselves know is necessary, they can deal with this effectively. They dealt effectively with the communist insurgency in the 50s, they dealt effectively with the Muslims in the 70s, and they know that the way you deal with it is not just through armed force, but through a whole broad strategy that is political and economic as well as military.
What role did this government play in engineering the transition of power?
We didn't engineer it. The Filipinos engineered it. I think the role that we played, if you say, beginning from Saturday when this crisis broke, was in perhaps adding a great deal to the voices that were calling for nonviolence and for restraint. And if there or somebody was whispering to Marcos that you should bomb Ramos, the President of the United States was saying as loudly as he could in public and private, don't use violence, don't make the situation worse. I think that was our biggest contribution. Beyond that, I suppose we also, by stating certain facts about the reality that Marcos had lost his ability to govern, it was clear when he lost the loyalty of major elements within his own armed forces after all the other blows to his power, that he had only a shell of power left. And I think by saying that we may have hastened things, but it was the Filipinos who did this, and that's what I can't say often enough. There are people who were going around saying this is a triumph of American diplomacy. It was a triumph for the Filipinos. For the United States, I think we used our influence, we used it right, we used it well, but we also understood the limits of our influence, and that's why we used it well.
When was the decision made that Marcos had to go?
I think it was, I don't think it was ever quite put that way. It was clear pretty much from Saturday, from the developments that took place when Ramos and really announced that they were breaking.
And there began to be defections flowing to them.
Right, and just that fact alone, the fact that two men who had been as loyal as they had to Marcos had to abandon that loyalty, and that one of them in Relay declared from personal knowledge that the election was fraudulent on top of all the other evidence of fraud. It was clear that Marcos had completely lost his ability to govern in any meaningful or effective manner. But I think the decision that he had to go, again, I don't mean to sound like I'm playing the same record, but it was a decision of those Filipino crowds, of those nuns to sit down in front of the tanks, and the decision of the tank drivers that they weren't driving over Filipinos.
Will it change American foreign policy? Have we learned something here? Is there a lesson? Does it provide something for you as you look at your responsibilities over the next couple of years?
I think there's a lot of food for thought. We tend to get too mechanical about lessons here, to say, well, there are these lessons from Iran, let's apply them to the Philippines. One of the lessons is that these countries are enormously different. I think it was absolutely right for the United States to push Marcos as hard as we did for reforms, because reform was what the Philippines needed. Reform was not what Iran needed. Iran was a different kind of problem, a different situation, and the alternative in Iran, which we should have recognized, was Khomeini, which makes the Shah look, I think, like a golden age. The alternative in the Philippines is a moderate opposition committed to nonviolence, committed to the democratic process. There's another alternative, and that's the communists, and we shouldn't have any illusions about them. I think one point I'd take away from it, we have a lot more options in countries that have that kind of centrist alternative, that have that kind of commitment to democracy, and therefore we have a stake in promoting that sort of thing as much as we can.
And making sure we develop ties with them early.
Yes, which we certainly did in this case.
Thank you very much, Paul Wolf. It's a pleasure to have you on the broadcast.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
We'll get the latest from Manila. There's other news this morning. Jimmy Cephalo is here with a tragic story from pro basketball and all the sports news. Joe Whitty has a flood warning for the Pacific Northwest and a snow alert for other places, plus a business report from Alan Abelson. I'm Bob Jameson for Connie Chung, and this is NBC News at Sunrise. Of opponents, as well as former associates of Ferdinand Marcos. Marcos is leaving Guam, where he spent the night, aboard a U.S. Air Force jet for Hawaii, where he will arrive later today. In Manila, Aquino's aide said now the war is over. Jim Bitterman reports.
In 24 hours' time, 20 years of politics was washed away. We could start healing the wounds, the new president of the Philippines said this morning. Now, said her vice president, we have to start picking up the pieces. He meant it figuratively. But on the once manicured lawns of the presidential palace, the still celebrating crowds were still scattering the pieces about. It seemed more than anything else like an exhibition at a state fair. People brought their children. It was something they should see. And took pictures of each other standing where a week ago they wouldn't have dreamed they could have stood. But lying before Filipinos is more than just a cleanup detail. This is a desperately poor nation of 54 million people where the average wage is $2 a day and the unemployment runs to 15%. The single driving force that held them together in revolution, their hatred for Marcos, began losing its strength the moment he finally left. As daunting as it was for Filipinos to stand up to Marcos' armies, they now face something equally as difficult and far more complicated, addressing the problems he left behind. Jim Bitterman, NBC News, Manila.
While the White House denies any direct involvement in forcing Marcos for office, there is evidence this morning that a key role was played by an intermediary for President Reagan. Senator Paul Laxalt told Marcos Tuesday night that the time had come to quit. Washington now is focusing on the future of two important U.S. military bases in the Philippines. Steve Porter has more from Washington. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Bob. Well, the celebration that you talked about in the Philippines certainly does extend into the White House this morning. Officials there openly boasting about how a carefully planned and executed strategy produced the exact result they wanted, a bloodless transition.
Administration officials say they're now ready to work with Mrs. Aquino, and they downplay her campaign rhetoric against the presence of American military bases in the Philippines.
On the basis of things that she has said directly to us, she has no question in her mind about the fact that we are there properly.
Schultz said U.S. military aid would continue, though additional economic aid would depend on talks with Mrs. Aquino's new ministers. Many on Capitol Hill are relieved.
I think Mrs. Aquino has been very impressive in her ability.
Cory Aquino has spearheaded from just 6 months ago to the present an absolutely remarkable political movement.
I don't believe that this day could have been achieved if it hadn't been for the extraordinary, skilled leadership of two extremely important leaders, Cory Aquino and President Reagan.
The president revealed his feelings right after the departure of Marcos from the Philippines by symbolically tossing away another international crisis when he threw a snowball out in the Rose Garden behind the Oval Office. Ambassador Philip Habib now has the responsibility of solidifying relations between the United States and the new Aquino government in Manila. He's expected in the Philippine capital shortly. Bob?
Steve, thank you. The fall of the Marcos government has triggered celebrations by Filipinos in this country. In San Francisco, a scheduled protest march was quickly changed to a victory parade.
That billions of dollars are going to flow. I think there are still prerequisites which we have to hold high as part of the standards by which we'll judge our relationship.
My sense is that they're going to need a substantial increase in the level of American assistance in order to deal with the underlying economic and security problems that continue to confront the country.
President Reagan will likely congratulate the Philippine people tonight when, in a major address, he'll argue for increased defense spending and for more aid to the rebels fighting in Nicaragua. Jacqueline Adams, CBS News, the White House.
CBS News will provide live coverage of the president's speech beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight. Philippine Americans from coast to coast are rejoicing in the triumph of Corazon Aquino. In San Francisco, Filipinos gathered at their embassy. They danced for joy, wearing the yellow headbands symbolizing the Aquino campaign. In New York, Filipinos hearing the news rushed to the Philippine mission at the United Nations.
Marcos is gone. Isn't that a reason to celebrate?
Well, I'm very happy because we avoided bloodshed.
I'm so proud of Aquino. As a Filipino, I've never been so proud.
Cory Aquino is going to take over and really is in control of the military, and I think everything is going to be fine. It will just take some time.
Imagine losing the elections, not being president anymore, and having to retire.
How would you cope with that?
I would go into media, I suppose, but I'd rest for a while and play golf.
Recent post-election revolt may have occurred on Saturday with the defection of two of Marcos's top military leaders. And last night on ABC's Nightline with Ted Koppel, Defense Minister Enrile described what happened when his group of defectors confronted forces loyal to Aquino.
I think that their miscalculation was the fact that they thought that we had 3 battalions inside the military camp. So on Sunday in the afternoon, as I said, about 4 o'clock, we started to move out from here to consolidate our forces with General Ramos. And to our big surprise, we were being cheered by the population in front of the camp instead of being jeered. In fact, I could hardly pass through the crowd. It was so thick. And I said to myself, we have generated political support. The rule of Ferdinand Marcos. Good morning, everybody. I am David Hartman.
And I'm Joan Lennon. It is Wednesday.
Has acknowledged that she will need time to overcome the massive problems that her country faces. In a few minutes, we'll talk with a man that she is counting on for a lot of help. Her Vice President, Salvador Laurel, will also talk with a U.S. State Department official who knows what really went on in the final days of the Marcos regime and the Marcos decision to leave office. And also, we'll talk with the leader of the Filipino Armed Forces, the new Chief of Staff, Fidel Ramos, coming up in a few minutes.
And back here at home last night was the...
Thank you.
How would you describe the mood in the Philippines this morning?
Well, it's still very festive. The euphoria is starting to settle down. A few people are still cheering in the streets. They danced all night last night. They're starting to buckle down to work now. The banks have just opened, and we are taking over the ministries in the cabinet.
As you know well, that euphoria must give way to some difficult realities. As you see them, what are your government's priorities in these first few days? Is it the democratic rights of your people? Is it the threat of communism? Is it the stabilization of your government? What?
The main objective of the new government is political stability. Right now, we want to unite the people, bring about reconciliation so that political stability will be speeded up. You see, political stability is the key to economic recovery. Mr. Marcos left behind an economic mess, and that's what we've got to face right now.
What will happen to those people who 24 hours ago were functioning within the Marcos government?
They have all agreed to abandon their offices. They have offered to resign. I was in conference with the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Virata, and he has agreed to turn over his office to the opposition, now the party in power. And I already took over the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because I was just appointed Foreign Minister this morning.
I saw where you said you would like a positive commitment from President Reagan that he'll help the Philippines. Don't you believe you have that kind of commitment?
Yes, I think he has already done that by coming out openly in favor of recognizing the new government. Now, I was referring to the aid, economic aid that is needed by the country.
Will you ask for additional aid?
Yes, I think we will need some additional aid.
What can you tell us this morning to allay the fears or the concerns of those who are greatly concerned about the continued stability and safety of Subic Naval Base and Clark Air Base in the Philippines?
I don't think the United States should worry about the stability of the two military bases here. President Aquino and I are committed to respecting the two military bases until expiry date in 1991. After that, all options are open.
One final note, we note that Mrs. Aquino started out on this as a reluctant candidate, as you know,
yes,
with her only goal, the ouster of Mr. Marcos.
Yes.
Now that that is achieved, what can you tell us about the extent of her commitment? Does she intend, in fact, to run the government, or will she be more of a figurehead?
No, she will really run the government, but she will be availing of the talents of many of the people here whose credibility is very high. You see, we have to present a government now that will enjoy the confidence of the people, because that is exactly what Mr. Marcos' government didn't have, the confidence of the people. and that's why it collapsed. Now our objective is to come forward with a credible government, and I believe that that is the key to political stability.
I add just one last quick question. Have you any problem with America's offer of asylum to Mr. Marcos?
No, we are not worried about that, and it doesn't bother us. I think the United States did that out of humanitarian considerations. And I think Mr. Marcos is entitled to be treated as a human being.
Mr. Vice President Salvador Laurel, we thank you very much for joining us, sir. We wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
5 minutes past the hour now. Let's press ahead and get caught up on the rest of the day's news with Bob Jameson.
Reporters left Guam aboard 2 U.S. Air Force jets. Marcos spent his first night in exile in Guam after flying there from Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, his first refuge after fleeing the presidential palace. The 68-year-old Marcos walked off an Air Force jet in Guam unsteadily, but without assistance. He suffers from a kidney ailment. Guam's governor said Marcos wanted only to hit the sack. It has become clear this morning that while the White House may not have pushed Marcos from office, an intermediary for President Reagan did play a key role in his decision to quit. Senator Paul Laxalt, in telephone calls Monday night, made it clear there would be no support from Washington, only advice to quit. In Manila on day 1 of the administration of Corazon Aquino, the cheering is beginning to change to sobering thoughts of the problems confronting the Philippines. Economic problems, a staggering foreign debt, simply running a country paralyzed for much of the past few months. More from Jim Bitterman.
The revolution was over, and the people were trying to hang on to what they had. 13 crates full of newly printed Philippine money worth $3 million was seized from the driver for Ferdinand Marcos' brother-in-law. Private planes were stopped at the airport. No one would explain what had been in the armored car standing open next to this one. But the revolutionaries weren't completely successful. At a Justice Ministry office, files and documents were going up in smoke, and the man who was burning them wasn't happy to be photographed.
Who are you? This is the police.
In Manila Bay, the presidential yacht sailed off. It wasn't sure who was in command. There seemed good reason for the new president to move quickly to install her people. She introduced those who would run her government and set out their top priority.
Our first concern will be to help improve the lot of the poor, the unemployed, and the underemployed.
The American ambassador, who long championed Mrs. Aquino's cause with those less supportive in Washington, brought his government's respects to the new president. Throughout the day here, the new leaders received enormous support from around the world, praising the
Laurel. He's the new vice president of the Philippines and foreign minister and prime minister. He gave up his own race for president to become Mrs. Aquino's running mate. I talked with Vice President Laurel in Manila earlier this morning. I asked him how difficult he thought it will be to maintain this political unity that they achieved in driving out Ferdinand Marcos.
I don't think it will be difficult getting together. In fact, that is the thing that's going to push us through. Unity is the key to political stability, which is necessary for economic recovery. So right now, I don't expect any problem as far as unity is concerned.
You're an old pro in politics in the Philippines. How concerned are you that some of the old political rivalries might arouse and people might start pursuing their own personal goals, personal power?
I don't expect that kind of problem at this point. The people expect so much out of this new government. They expect, you know, having been liberated, you should have seen the people dancing last night in the streets. It was like Bastille Day, and we cannot disappoint the people.
Mr. Minister, does Mrs. Aquino, President Aquino, plan to prosecute General Ver and any others believed to have been involved in the assassination of the president's husband?
She just created or established a commission on good government and appointed former Senator Jovito Salonga to head that. And that matter has been placed within the ambit of that commission. So it will be former Senator Salonga who will be handling that problem.
There are many people here in the United States concerned that the new government, the Aquino government, is going to be less pro-American than the Marcos government. What's your reaction to that concern?
Well, I don't think we should look at it from that standpoint as to who's going to be more pro-American. The important thing is that we are pro-Filipino, and that we serve our people well. But one thing is certain, we do intend to keep our relations with the United States as close as possible. In fact, perhaps closer than during the Marcos regime. The United States, in our opinion, in the opinion of the new leadership, is the closest nation to the Philippines, and we should keep it that way.
In the months and years to come, what help do you want and need, and what participation do you want from the United States?
Well, we expect the continuation of aid to the Philippines. After the mess that has been left behind by Mr. Marcos, we will need a lot of aid from all friendly countries, and principally the United States of America.
Your economy is an absolute mess, as you know, Mr. Vice President. What are you going to do about it?
Well, the first thing is to give the people a credible government. You know, we have to restore the faith and confidence of the people back to the government, because that was what was lost by Mr. Marcos, and that's why his government collapsed. Now, confidence is the key to political stability, which in turn is necessary for economic recovery. So we have to do first things first. We have to bring about political stability in this country before we can talk of economic recovery.
We understand that your government is offering amnesty to the communist guerrillas. What specific indications do you have that large numbers of them are going to rejoin your society?
I am confident that given a credible government, given a democratic moral order, and a general amnesty, 90% of the people who are now fighting in the hills and considered as members of the new People's Army, 90% of them will lay down their arms and come home. They are not communists. They're only people who were driven to fighting in the hills because of the unwanted regime of Mr. Marcos. Now that Mr. Marcos is gone and democracy reestablished, I am confident, because I've talked to some of them, that many of them will lay down their arms and come home, given a general amnesty.
Mr. Minister, local elections coming up in May. How concerned are you that leftover Marcos supporters are going to make it impossible for you to do the job that you know needs to be done?
I'm not worried about that. As a matter of fact, many of them are already starting to join the UNIDO, which is the political party to which President Aquino and I belong. There is a realignment of political forces now taking place, so that even in the parliament, the Batasan, there are people from the KBL, which is the party of President Marcos, who are offering to transfer and join the party of President Aquino and myself.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Minister, thank you for joining us, and good luck.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Earlier this morning, that was Salvador Laurel. He is not only the new Vice President of the Philippines, he is Foreign Minister and Prime Minister as well. When we come back, we'll talk with an American State Department official about the relationship between the United States and the new government of the Philippines. 16 after.
This could be a boom country, with the people's confidence already restored.
President Aquino has already said that she will honor the agreements concerning Clark and Subic air bases until 1991, when the agreements come to term. Is it possible that in exchange for increased aid, the president would be willing to offer guarantees about the future of those bases?
Well, that's possible, but because President Aquino has said that all options are open after 1991. That means that if the United States is interested in extending the term of the U.S. military bases, should be open to any proposal. Then if any agreement is reached by the negotiating panels, my proposal, I think Mrs. Aquino, the new president, agrees with this, is to submit the new agreement to the people for approval in a plebiscite. If the Filipino people accept the new agreement, that would be more conducive to stable relations, closer relations between the United States and the Philippines.
Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for talking with us this morning.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just one moment.
7:18 right now. Almost immediately after Corazon Aquino became president of the Philippines, our government recognized her as the legitimate leader of her country. Secretary of State Schultz congratulated the Filipinos on their commitment to democracy, promised American help for the new Aquino administration. Paul Wolfowitz, the Assistant Secretary of State for Far East Asian and Pacific Affairs. He also headed the State Department task force appointed to monitor the Philippines in the final days of the Marcos presidency, and he's with Steve Bell down in Washington. Morning, Mr. Wolfowitz.
Good morning.
When did you actually know that Mr. Marcos made the decision he was going to go?
We really learned just about a half an hour before he stepped on those helicopters. It was, I think you could see all the signs of it coming, but it was a close thing down to the end. There's been a lot of talk about that dramatic phone call with Paul Laxalt. I think the decision was inevitable. It was being moved by forces in the Philippines, but I think that phone call helped to speed it along, and time was important at that stage. So I think it was a dramatic, historic one.
How gratified were you in this whole process of watching it, as you must have been with your colleagues? How gratified or relieved were you that this thing resolved as unviolently as it did?
You, as far as my perspective, you really hit the nail on the head. The sentiment I felt principally the beginning of this week was relief, because on the weekend one saw the potential that while one could see major change happening in the Philippines, it wasn't clear about the way it was going to happen. It could have been a very violent scenario, and one that would have narrowed the options for both Filipinos and Americans. It is extraordinary there were so few people killed. The restraint that was displayed on both sides, and we'll never know exactly what was in President Marcos's mind, but one has to realize that there were a lot of ways in which violence might have been triggered there, and it wasn't, and we have to be grateful for that.
Let's look ahead. It's been a marvelous scenario so far, but they've got a lot of problems.
That's right. I'd say the other sentiment I felt was hopefulness. I think celebration and triumph are exactly right for Filipinos, but this was their triumph. It's their triumph to celebrate. I think what we're all hopeful about now is that the reforms that we have for over 2 years had been pressing President Marcos to make in order to get the Philippine economy straightened out, to restore political confidence, and to fight this communist insurgency, which is a vicious one. Those reforms now maybe have a chance of really being carried out, but it's a formidable task.
But what about all these Marcos, literally almost warlords that we saw during the campaign? These people that, with armed men, control island areas. How are they going to deal with them?
I think that's all been classically a problem in the Philippines. It's a dispersed country of many islands, many ethnic groups, so there are a lot of little pockets of local power. I think the worst of the people you describe are probably trying to flee the country as fast as they can, and probably in disguise. But that will be a problem. There is what they call, I think, order and security issue. It's for a long time been a problem in the Philippines, and it's the reason why even people like Cardinal Sin once welcomed martial law when it was declared. But I think they know how to solve that, and one of the very hopeful things in this situation, and to me another major reason for relief that force was not used, is that the Army has emerged from this with its honor, with its integrity, and probably with its unity. And so Mrs. Aquino has a force that she can rely on. If she had come into power with the Army disintegrated, there'd be only one organized armed force in the Philippines, and that would belong to the communists, and she would be in very big trouble.
Mr. Wolfowitz, in a little less than a minute we have left, what was the most significant thing you heard that triggered any kind of reaction in your mind when you heard my conversation with the new Vice President and Foreign Minister, Mr. Laurel?
Well, I thought, for one thing, you were dealing with an experienced politician who knew how to answer questions well. You're dealing with a man who likes the United States but puts Filipino interests first, as he should. You're dealing with a man who, when he's asked important questions like, what are you going to do about General Vare, doesn't wing it, but says it's the president's decision, and she set up a commission to deal with that. I was impressed with that. And I think his answer to you about the economy was exactly right. Maybe it was a politician's answer, not an economist's answer, but political confidence, I think, is the major key, first to getting a return of capital out of the closets.
In a few minutes, we'll talk with a key man in her rise to power and in her future. His name is General Fidel Ramos. He broke with the Ferdinand Marcos government last week. He is one of those two men you saw making that break. He is now Chief of Staff of the Filipino Armed Forces, and we'll hear from him in just a few minutes.
Also coming up in this half hour, Mick Jagger in the Philippines. Vice President Salvador Laurel told us this morning he would not be opposed to Marcos coming home to die. Laurel said neither he nor President Aquino had any vengeance in their hearts. Looking very frail and shaken, Marcos got off the American plane that brought him to Guam, his first stop on his flight from his country. Marcos is heading to Hawaii today. His final destination is not known. Though the new leaders may be willing to allow Marcos to return, it is not clear how the people might feel. They took such pleasure in smashing the portraits and symbols of his rule. But today, the mood in Manila is celebratory. A look to the future. David Jackson reports.
Today was more than just a new day here. Many Filipinos described it as a new era in a new country. Newspapers told them they're free. There was some of the old. Police found a pickup truck full of brand new Philippine pesos, believed to be money of Marcos' friends, headed for a safe haven. The presidential palace, until last night an armed camp, now resembles a public park. Families strolling through once forbidden land, which the new president says will house her office, but not her home.
It is not fitting for the leader of an impoverished nation to live in extravagance.
She held her first presidential news conference, introducing her new cabinet. She's trying to consolidate a traditionally fractious opposition into a working government. Salvador Laurel, once leader of that opposition, said little except that now he knows his place.
The vice president will only talk when the president is not around. Thank you.
For a nation that teetered on the brink of a very bloody war, today was a celebration of peace. It was also a time to get back to work. Marcos may be gone, but the Philippines remains a problem-plagued nation, and there's much to be done.
What is exceptional is that a country that was so tense and tight about 24 hours ago is now so calm. The people are very happy, but they're also exhausted. Faith?
David, is it back to business as usual there? What's the state of business and civil affairs in the Philippines today?
It really is business as usual, and that's another thing that's amazing. The businesses are open, the banks are open, most of the banks have opened. There's not been any run on money or anything like that. Industry, large and small, are operating. The airport's operating. The harbor is operating. Everything is very calm and optimistic. The Manila Stock Exchange was slightly higher today after all this turmoil. So the business community also is optimistic. They've been concerned that investment has dried up here. Now they're looking for better days ahead.
All right, thank you very much, David Jackson, reporting live from Manila. In other news, national
intentions to welcome Marcos loyalists back into the government. Just where that leaves Arturo Tolentino remains to be seen. He was, as you might recall, Mr. Marcos's running mate in the recent election. Our NBC News correspondent Jim Bitterman had a chance to talk with Tolentino about his future and a change of heart.
Do you have any regrets about joining Mr. Marcos?
Oh, no. In the first place, I did not want to be a candidate for vice president when suddenly Mr. Marcos picked me up to be his running mate. Well, of course, I accepted because I felt that as a vice president, I can give greater service to my people.
Do you still believe you won the election?
Oh, certainly. Certainly. I do believe that. You cannot disprove that unless you go over the results in the ballots. But since there has been no dispute on the numbers that are contained in the certified results from the provinces and cities, we have to take that prima facie as correct until we can be shown that it is an error.
How deep was the corruption of the Marcos regime?
Well, there are many sectors where I feel that there was corruption, but I would not consider that as a general rule in government. There are certain people who have actually enriched themselves in office. That cannot be denied. See?
What should happen to them?
Well, if there is evidence against them, prosecute them. There is a law under which they can be prosecuted. I was the author of that law, the anti-graft law. They can be prosecuted under that law. So it's a matter of getting the evidence. But I would not harass people when there is no evidence.
Mm-hmm. Did the Marcos regime last too long?
Personally, I think it did. I think it was not good either for Mr. Marcos or for the country.
vast estates owned by the formerly old wealthy families and redistributed millions of acres of land to small farmers who still have those farms today.
Sounds good.
He irrigated and electrified big stretches of the rural area so people can turn on lights and flush when they couldn't 15 years ago.
Sounds good.
He raised the country to self-sufficiency in rice, and the literacy rate in the Philippines is now 92%, making them among the most educated people in Asia. On the other hand, I hear you say, he did crush democracy, and he is implicated in the murder of Senator Aquino. Most unfortunate, I think, is his economic policy, which has a name called crony capitalism.
This is a name?
Yes. It's given to him because the property that he had taken from the old wealth, he gave to his own cronies, including in Philippines. The three most often mentioned are called the Coconut King, the Banana King, and the Sugar Czar. When I was following this, I just called them Mr. Coconut, Mr. Banana, and Mr. Sugar. But
who are these guys?
Mr. Coconut controlled the Cocoa Bank, which lent money for coconuts. He was the biggest buyer of coconuts, the biggest refiner of coconuts. He had such a monopoly that the international bankers said to Marcos, you've got to break this thing up because prices here are so high. Mr. Sugar, that guy was Mrs. Marcos's first cousin. Mr. Sugar was Mr. Marcos's college friend. He was in charge of exporting sugar. He shipped sugar in his own boats. He lent money for sugar, and he cost the country something like hundreds of millions of dollars in mismanagement. Mr. Banana owned vast plantations and used convict labor to work his plantations given to him by the government. So the charge here is inefficiency and corruption.
Should I guess that Mr. Coconut, Mr. Banana, and Mr. Sugar are unhappy this morning?
I would guess they're very unhappy. But more unhappy still would be Mrs. Aquino, who is left with a country that is getting poorer in a part of the world where everyone else is getting rich. 50% of the people unemployed or underemployed. Be only where it was when Senator Aquino was shot. It's very poor.
Now, Vice President Laurel this morning indicated that they're very likely to ask for increased aid from the United States. I gather the new government, under these conditions, sees that it's necessary.
I think they will get that aid, and they'll probably get a lot of support from the international banking system for a while. But the real question is, who wants to buy sugar, who wants to buy coconuts, and who wants to buy bananas? Right now, all three products are in oversupply. The country's going to have to do what its neighbors have done, go to light industry. It has a very educated and, I assume, highly motivated workforce, but it's going to have to work quick.
A long road ahead. Yes. Robert Krowich, thank you for coming by this morning.
You're welcome.
Ahead, we're going to be talking with a man who was a very big winner last night. He, of course, much behind the song We Are the World.
General Fidel Ramos is the new Chief of Staff of the Philippines Armed Forces. Most observers agree that one of the most important jobs facing the new government of President Corazon Aquino is reforming the Filipino military. Early this morning, I talked with General Ramos. I asked him how concerned he is that he might not be able to unite the Filipino military into one force loyal to a civilian government.
We have no worry about that now. The people supported the armed forces during this revolution of the people. And our success is not at all due to military action, but due to the combined effort of the people and the reformist movement in the armed forces of the Philippines. And with that combination resulting in an outstanding victory, I think that the teamwork can be carried on to further improve the credibility, the discipline, and the operational effectiveness of the armed forces of the Philippines.
General, many experts seem to agree that your army is not now an effective fighting force. How are you going to change that?
Well, we will just have to improve in the logistical support of our armed forces. We may have to conduct a lot of retraining and make sure that we distribute our combat assets a little more effectively. During the past administration, too many of the combat power that we had was concentrated here in Metro Manila, defending the presidential palace. In any case, the secret here will be in providing the right kind of leadership throughout all of the units of the armed forces of the Philippines, especially those units in the field that are confronting the communist insurgency in our country.
General, how will you fight the communists differently from the way the Marcos military, if you will, did?
Well, one great advantage now is that we perceive that the people will be behind us. And since popular support is one of the most important ingredients to success in countering insurgency, we feel that we shall be able to generate a lot of mass support at the grassroots level, which is precisely what was lacking during the Marcos administration.
General, how important are those U.S. bases to the defense of the Philippines?
Well, they enhance the security of the Philippines, of course. And beyond that, they provide a very great advantage insofar as regional security is concerned.
General, do you believe that General Ver and others should be prosecuted for the murder of the president's husband?
This is something that I will leave to the political leaders of this country to decide and to comment upon.
General Ramos, thank you for being with us. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Regards to all of our friends in the United States.
General Fidel Ramos, new Chief of Staff of the Philippines military, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Position of power in the Philippines. They say the Americans deserve a lot of credit. We'll talk about that this morning, and we'll also talk with Paul Aquino, the brother of the assassinated opposition leader Benigno Aquino. The news is next on Canada AM.
The news portion of Canada AM.
Government this morning. She has appointed a cabinet that includes 2 former ministers from Ferdinand Marcos administration, and she has renounced the use of the symbol of the Marcos power, the presidential palace. The Aquino victory has been greeted with wild joy in Manila, as we hear from Roger Smith.
The favorite greeting in Manila today is Happy New Year, but it's really a new era, the first day of post-Marcos government. As President Cory Aquino set up her new administration, the mood was optimism and celebration.
We prayed, and we hoped that Marcos would quit, really. And we're very happy he quitted.
The grounds of the presidential palace, scene of an over-enthusiastic rampage and looting the night before, took on a carnival atmosphere. For years, the palace was cut off from the public by Marcos' security. There were even landmines found inside the grounds. But today, people poured in to take their very first look. Some grabbed snippets of barbed wire off the old barricades as souvenirs. Banks and businesses were open again after the last few days of fighting and protests, yet today really felt more like an independence holiday. Roger Smith, CTV News, Manila.
And U.S. officials are delighted with the outcome. They clearly wanted a solution that avoided bloodshed or civil war. Secretary of State George Shultz and others urged Marcos not to use force to cling to power, and the government kept communications open with both sides in the weeks following the disputed Philippines election. There were shootings in the final days as loyalists of Marcos defended his few strongholds. Finally, it was U.S. Senator Powell Laxalt who explained to Marcos that the end was at hand and that he must step aside for a new government.
He said, Senator, what do you think? Should I step down? And I said, Mr. President, I'm talking only for myself, but I think you should cut and cut cleanly. I think the time has come. And there was the longest pause on the other end of that.
With corruption. In just a moment, we are going to talk with a Filipino expert about the task ahead for Aquino. But first, joining us on the line from Manila is CTV's Roger Smith. Roger, the Filipinos must have run through a whole range of emotions in the past 24 hours. What's it like today?
It's been quite a day here, a mood of exhilaration on the streets, even people that perhaps went around wearing Marcos buttons during the campaign, putting on the yellow of Cory Aquino and joining in the celebrations outside the palace.
There was a press conference held earlier today by Cory Aquino. What went on there?
Mrs. Aquino basically introduced her new cabinet. She said that she'd offer a ceasefire to the communist NPAs, that unemployment would be her top priority, and that she would make efforts to get back the hidden wealth that's been squirreled away abroad by Marcos and his cronies. But she also talked about forgiveness. She said she wanted to be magnanimous in victory, that there would be no persecution of Marcos supporters, although there's the chance that some of the crony pals who made millions through corruption might be brought to court, but at least given due process of law.
Roger, thank you for talking with us. CTV's Roger Smith in Manila. Joining us now in Washington is Richard Kessler, a Philippines expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Good morning, Mr. Kessler.
Good morning.
I gather you believe that the Philippines will very shortly return to normal. First of all, what do you mean by normal?
Well, I think it's pretty much now business as usual. People, as you say, are celebrating, but the institutions are there for Cory Aquino to take over and operate. As you just noticed, she's declared her cabinet.
Yeah.
The problems, though, that she has are fairly enormous, and the first one being the type of legal structure she's going to operate under.
You mean the Constitution?
Yes. Is it going to be the Marcos designed Constitution, or is she going to call for a constitutional convention and redesign her own? She has a National Assembly that's still dominated by Marcos people, governors of provinces, local mayors. Now, these people will all be shifting towards her, but they don't have very much credibility.
But with that Marcos-laden parliament, with those various leaders in the villages and throughout the country who are there because Marcos put them there, can you really avoid bloodshed in the Philippines?
Well, there'll be some, I think, reckoning of accounts, but in general, the types of bloodshed you've seen in other countries where there have been revolutions of this sort don't occur. It doesn't occur in the Philippines. It's just not that massive. There will be random violence, random reckoning. There will be, I imagine, some trials of cronies and corrupt officials, but it won't be a wholesale pogrom by any means.
Will there be much of a demand, you think, to have Marcos brought back, or for the former chief of staff, brought back to face trial? After all, Cory Aquino is the one who claimed she was going to put Marcos on trial for the murder of her husband.
And she's also the one who said that she would forgive her enemies, and I think that's probably the most important fact. She's the one who's been, in a sense, the most grieved against, or she represents the grief of the nation, and yet she's the one now who's saying that she'll forgive. So I think that'll be the dominant trend. Certainly Marcos's legal problems haven't ended, especially if he comes to the United States. Individual Filipinos, I imagine, will try to take him to court to recover funds, but I don't think you'll see any massive or even official demand for him to return.
What about the communist insurgency, the so-called New People's Army? How much of a problem is that going to be for Cory Aquino?
Well, that, I suppose, if you want to name three problems she has, one is the problem of a political institutional system, second is the problem of the economy, and third is the problem of the insurgency. Because although she's willing to give amnesty to the insurgents are not going to give up their objectives and their agenda. Yeah. And in many ways, that's contrary to her own.
Well, she initially, when she first declared that she was going to run for the presidency, talked about welcoming the communists into her cabinet. That got into a lot of trouble. She sort of backtracked on it. What is her policy, as you understand it, towards the communists?
Well, she has said that she will give amnesty to the rebels if they give up their weapons, give up their violent fight. Or if they persist with that, she'll put them down. Now, the problem she has is rebuilding a Philippine military that will have the capability of dealing with that insurgency. I don't think anyone really believes that the communists are going to put down all of their weapons or give up their struggle overnight because she's won.
Do you think that she faces any problems from the people who are now supporting her, people who simply don't think she has what it takes to run the country?
Well, there's certainly the traditional politicians that surround her are also people with very, very great ambitions of their own. Johnny Enrile, the Minister of Defense, Salvador Laurel, the Vice President, Aquilino Pimentel, Ramon Mitra, a whole list of personalities that have been prominent politicians in the past, and I don't think they're going to give up their ambitions. However, she has the moral strength to overcome their ambitions, and it's her movement. It's not their movement, and I think she can dominate them.
You said that you think are going to get pretty quickly back to normal in the Philippines. Yesterday, a radio announcer in the Philippines said that the long national nightmare is over. Is that reality, or is that just wishful thinking?
Well, the problems are deep, but I think the nightmare really is over. You know, it's an amazing sense of relief that people have, that you can finally talk to people openly about things without being having to hide your true feelings. That's an amazing feeling. I even feel it, you know. Even the Marcos supporters can now put down the facade that they have erected over the years and really display their emotions too. So it really is a great feeling.
Mr. Kessler, thank you for talking with us this morning.
Thank you.
Richard Kessler, a Philippines expert at the Carnegie Endowment Center for International Peace. We'll be back in just a moment to talk with the brother, the special victory for the friends and relatives of Benigno Aquino. It was his assassination that ignited anti-Marcos protests across the country. And his wife, now President Corazon Aquino, has always maintained that Marcos was her #1 suspect. This morning, we're joined in Washington by Paul Aquino, the youngest brother of Benigno Aquino. Good morning, Mr. Aquino.
Good morning, Norm.
Do you believe your sister-in-law would now be president of the Philippines if your brother had not been assassinated?
Well, I cannot answer that question, really. It was something phenomenal.
I think what I'm getting at here, Mr. Aquino, is whether your brother's death was in effect the spur that led to the overthrow of Marcos.
Oh, there was no question about it. When my brother died, I was telling everybody, look, if he died, his death would not be in vain. This was the beginning of the end of Mr. Marcos.
Do you believe, like your sister-in-law, that President Marcos was the man responsible for your brother's death?
I would not like to answer that now. Before the election, when Ms. Aquino was not yet the president, her line was, Mr. Marcos is my #1 suspect. So that was also my line. But now I have to change that because I have to leave that now to President Aquino.
But would you go along with her if she says we must now forgive, basically, that she's prepared to forget the past?
Yes. If she says, let's forgive, let's forget, let's start anew, let's reconstruct, I will buy that.
Cory Aquino described herself as just an average housewife. She said, what do I know about being president? This was 10 weeks ago. Marcos described her as a weak housewife with 10-week cram courses in politics.
Mm-hmm.
Can an average housewife, just to use Cory's own description of herself, can an average housewife be an effective president of the Philippines?
Well, if you would compare an average housewife to Mr. Marcos, any average housewife in the Philippines would make a better president than Mr. Marcos.
And yet she has much competition. Maybe competition isn't quite the right word, but she has people around her, people in her own party, people who support her throughout this, who have presidential ambitions of their own.
Oh, yes.
Now, do they not pose any threat for her?
Not in the short run. These politicians that you mentioned, they have realized one thing, that Ms. Aquino has the moral authority over all of them. And for this, they will defer to her. At least I'm saying in the short run.
What about the long run then, Mr. Aquino?
I do not like to project the long-term outlook. As of right now, especially during the campaign, even the true and tried and tested politician deferred to her for decisions because somehow, somewhere, she got the correct political knack of doing things.
How closely does Cory Aquino reflect the ideas, the political ideas, the philosophical ideas of your brother, her husband?
Oh, very closely. Remember the initial statement of my brother, his arrival statement was the main point. The operative word was non-violence.
Mm-hmm.
And we ran this campaign on a non-violence theme, which, of course, at the beginning, not many people believed us, you know. How can we overthrow Mr. Marcos on non-violence? But I'm glad that we followed that theme, and we have shown to the world, this is our gift to the world, that non-violence can work.
I think that's quite true, and I doubt that anybody would argue with you. Certainly in the Philippines, they showed the effect of people power, and it was very much a non-violent, almost peaceful revolution. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, do you not face potential violence of another kind? If you look at the economic situation of the Philippines, the high unemployment, the inflation rate, the falling value of the peso,
yes.
The economic growth, which just keeps going negative and negative every year, isn't that the type of thing that once the wonder and joy of the passing of Marco fades and the reality of day-to-day living sets in, plus, of course, the communist insurgency, your sister-in-law faces a violence of a different and much more threatening kind?
Well, all of this violence that you have mentioned were caused by Mr. Marcos. And to start solving the problem, we have to first remove or make a surgery of the cancer. Now we have done the first part. Then now we can start on the healing part. This is one time where we will need the help of all governments of the world to come to our assistance.
Yeah.
The first problem we have to face is political stability. Once we achieve that, that would be the key to economic progress. In the Philippines, the businessman doesn't have anything to look forward to. He has lost all confidence in the government. They change the rules every day. I mean, as they change their shirts, they would change the rules that will suit the friends of Mr. Marcos. If we can have consistent rules applied to everybody, at least the businessman would know how the game will be played. And with this, I think there will be more investments because, well, at least the businessman...
Then Ferdinand Marcos. Marcos was flown to Guam aboard a U.S. Air Force jet yesterday, and he's flying on to Hawaii today. Aquino says she will not try to force Marcos' return on murder or corruption charges, but she will try to confiscate his foreign wealth. Jim Laurie standing by now in Manila. Jim, the Aquino government is settling in, but it certainly faces some difficult problems.
Yes, Steve, I think first of all they have to worry about massive organizational problems. She has appointed today a cabinet. That's only the first step. She's also put together a number of special committees to look into human rights questions. But I think that as you look around the country here, her biggest problem is going to be the old Marcos loyalists, warlords in rural areas who have for years, for 20 years in some cases, controlled the population with private armies. One man today told me that there may be 65,000 guns in rural areas in the possession of these private armies. So that's going to be her first problem.
What about the communist insurgency? She did inherit what appears to be a military that is still intact.
Now, I would suspect the communist insurgency would not do very much right now. There are some reports, for example, that young people who went into the mountains to join the insurgency, people out of universities who are very disenchanted with the Marcos regime, might possibly come back to the cities, and therefore there might be a drop-off in the numbers of people who have allegiance to the communists here.
Jim Laurie in Manila, thank you very much. U.S. troubleshooter Philip Habib is on his way to Manila for talks with the new Philippine leadership. And Kenneth Walker standing by at the White House this morning. Ken, what's Habib's mission and what's he going to be telling people?
Steve, Ambassador Habib wants to discuss with the Aquino government wide-ranging increases in U.S. aid, military and economic assistance to the Philippines, as well as what can be done about the communist insurgency and other reforms the Reagan administration believes...
What they came through was successful crisis management. Is that an accurate assessment?
It's successful crisis management to the degree to which the Americans have been offered a good measure of good luck in the Philippines and have chosen to recognize that as good luck and act accordingly. Really, the successful management in this particular situation has taken place in the Philippines.
To what extent do you think the Americans were directly involved in what happened there? To what extent do the Americans get credit, responsibility, or blame for getting rid of Marcos and bringing in Cory Aquino?
Again, the credit really goes to the Filipinos. It is to the Americans' credit that they were able, by the time the dust had settled, to read the situation and to respond accordingly, but the credit goes in particular to those, to Cory, to Cardinal Sin, and to those who responded to her call and made it virtually impossible for former Ferdinand Marcos to carry out any form of military action against her forces. That, more than anything else, decided the circumstances of his departure.
So that when George Shultz, the Secretary of State, says this is not something the Americans did, this is something the Filipino people did, he's accurate.
He is accurate. He is absolutely accurate.
All right. Now we have the so-called post-Marcos area, and Senator Dole, the majority leader, said yesterday that now we have to find out just what the new government thinks of us. What is the new government likely to think of you?
The new government is likely to want to work with the United States, assuming the United States government and its people recognize the Philippines is facing enormous problems, problems accumulated from 20 years of mismanagement, economic mismanagement, problems with the military, which will not be solved easily. I think the major problem for us, for Americans, is recognizing that it's going to be a long haul in sorting out those problems. We tend to look for instant solutions and be disappointed when we don't get them. In this case, there won't be instant solutions.
Is there not going to be some kind of bitter resentment, though, over the fact that for 20 years the Americans saw Marcos as their friend and ally?
There's certainly likely to be a memory of that. the Filipino people know full well that Marcos has been in power to a large degree because of support from the United States. But the general feeling in the Philippines is that at this point is that's over, it's time to move forward. President Aquino and her supporters would like to work closely with the United States, and generally, while there has been some resentment toward the bases, while there is some resentment toward American cultural presence in the Philippines, in the main, there is a desire to work with us if we recognize the magnitude of their problems and give them the time to work those problems out.
But as recently as a couple of weeks ago, President Reagan was talking about no hard evidence that there was fraud on the part of the Marcos people, or that evidence seems to suggest there was fraud on both sides. That's not going to be remembered rather vividly?
That statement didn't even sell with the American people, let alone selling with Filipinos. The statement may be remembered, but I think it will be remembered in association with President Reagan, not so much in association with the United States as a whole.
Do you think Marcos has cause to feel betrayed by President Reagan?
Undoubtedly, he feels some personal betrayal. He was clearly disappointed in the 11th hour when he realized he was not going to get support from the United States. But if he should feel a sense of betrayal at all, in the end, he has to direct some sense of that toward himself, toward a recognition that the failure comes in his 20 years of control in the Philippines and not from the United States.
We just have a minute left, Professor Chauncey. Yesterday, Senator Kennedy praised President Reagan for his handling of the situation. He said Ronald Reagan's leadership was important, significant, and helpful. Would you agree?
I would say that Ronald Reagan's leadership mattered in the 11th hour, and there was very little of that leadership before then. Really till the very end, Reagan was hoping that he could support former President Marcos. Where he exercised leadership was in recognizing in the end that he had to follow a line that really was being set in the Philippines.
And the bases, you think, at least in the short term, are safe for the Americans?
Yes, I think they are.
And so would you go along with the people who say the nightmare is over now in the Philippines?
Ferdinand Marcos moved farther away from his country. He left for Hawaii after a layover in Guam. Richard Wagner has the story.
The ousted president, Ferdinand Marcos, flew to Guam on a plane provided by the Reagan administration. Secretary of State George Shultz said Marcos would be afforded a safe haven by the United States. The former strongman was met by a handful of U.S. military personnel and a color guard on the rain-swept tarmac. Marcos made his way shakily but unaided down the stairway to a small motorcade. He is reportedly ill and was expected to receive a medical examination here before moving on. Marcos was accompanied into exile by his wife and other members of his family. Another U.S. plane brought a group of the former president's military and political allies with him out of the Philippines. So Ferdinand Marcos has fled his homeland, his 20-year domination of his country over. He leaves the Philippines in chaos and his own future uncertain. Richard Wagner, CBS News, Guam.
NASA officials have taken the hot seat today for a grilling from the presidential panel investigating.
Hawaiian welcome. The mayor of the city is refusing to provide security for Marcos and his entourage. They fled Manila yesterday from Guam, where they spent the night before boarding a U.S. military plane for Hawaii. In the meantime, it seems Marcos' followers in the Philippines are not ready to
seek the extradition of Marcos, but rather focus on the rebuilding of the Philippines. We have more tonight from Brian Barron.
Having gained the presidency far quicker than she or anyone expected, Mrs. Aquino started her first full day in office. There was a brief balcony appearance with Premier Salvador Laurel, whom she also appointed foreign minister. Such is the public goodwill, President Aquino could decree just about anything, but she began by crisply reassuring the Americans about their bases.
I will respect the military bases agreement until 1991, and I am keeping my options open.
But that's one of the president's easiest decisions. No change from Marcos. Today, she's immensely popular. But as an amateur female politician in the treacherous macho world of Philippine ambitions, the obstacles are formidable. The country's broke, the expectations sky high, and the Marcos faction can still cause damage.
Influential people associated with the former government are still trying to spirit money out of the country.
In another odd incident, 13 boxes of newly printed Philippine money worth £2 million turned up. Police found the currency in a van owned by the driver of Mr. Marcos's brother-in-law. The muckraking has only just begun. Mr. Marcos's chief lieutenants could go on trial. The investigation into the murder of Mrs. Aquino's husband will be reopened. In their panicky flight, the Marcoses left much behind.
ABC's Ted Koppel is in Manila.
Hour by hour, the influence of Ferdinand Marcos is beginning to be purged here in the Philippines. And hour by hour, Marcos moved further away from his homeland. Al Dale reports from Hawaii.
The former president and his party of some 90 people arrived at Hickam Air Force Base from Guam after a 7-hour flight aboard a U.S. Air Force C-141 Starlifter. He had to be helped down the steps, followed by his wife Imelda, family members, and military officers loyal to him. Marcos was greeted by Hawaii's governor, George Ariyoshi, and the commander of the base before being led to a motorcade, which would take them to visiting dignitaries' quarters on the base. How long he will stay here is not known, the State Department making it clear it is not pushing him to disclose his long-range plans. Outside the main gate, some 200 Marcos supporters gathered to welcome him. There is speculation that the immediate family may go to stay with close associates who live in a fashionable hillside district in Honolulu as early as tomorrow. But Marcos' arrival does not please everyone. The mayor of Honolulu says no local tax money will be spent to protect him.
Now, if he wants to hire off-duty police officers and pay the full tab, that's up to him.
There is some concern that if he stays, political turmoil could result from within the sizable Filipino community on these islands. Both pro- and anti-Marcos Filipinos have settled here over the years. But supporters of new President Corazon Aquino say they will not create a problem in the spirit of her policy of reconciliation. Al Dale, ABC News, Honolulu.
It was, for Corazon Aquino, her first full day in office as president of the Philippines, and she wasted no time fulfilling two of her most important and once controversial campaign pledges. Jim Laurie reports.
In one of her first moves as president, Corazon Aquino made preparations tonight for a political amnesty. She called on Armed Forces Chief of Staff General Fidel Ramos to draw up documents freeing political prisoners jailed by Ferdinand Marcos. Throughout the night, a military task force met here. Just after midnight, Aquino government TV reported
they are hoping to release about 50% of all political detainees later today.
Political amnesty, an important campaign pledge of Aquino. Following up another Aquino campaign pledge, General Ramos reshuffled the entire military command, purging all of Marcos' old generals. And in her first news conference as president, Aquino named her 17-member cabinet, a mix of long-time opposition leaders and one-time Marcos supporters. The man carrying the most titles, her running mate, Salvador Laurel, Vice President, Prime Minister, and Foreign Minister. Despite all the moves, Aquino called on Filipinos to give her more time.
I would like the Filipino people to be just a little patient. It was just last night when Mr. Marcos left